Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1 Boku no Hero Academia, Izuku's Academia Disclaimer. This is a mature-rated fanfiction story of Boku no Hero Academia that I am writing for RTC fun. Needless to say, this story is EU. The characters may seem OOC to some and there will be smutty lemons. Also, I own nothing of the series other than the fanfiction stories that I make. Editing notes: this story has undergone a minor edit for grammar and naming errors. Only the archive of our own website has the edited chapters, as I can only use the mobile app version of the fanfiction.net website, which is more troublesome to post new and edited chapters. Chapter 1. Brainjacking villainess. A cheerful girl with short brown hair, visible pink blushes on her cheeks, large round eyes and soft pads on fingertips named Uraraka Okiko was on her way to UA High School. The high school which she was currently attending to learn how to be a pro hero had recently built some dorms for students to live in. Considering recent events, including the villain attack during summer camp and All Might's retirement after fighting a certain terrifying villain, she understood why the school deemed it necessary to build the dorms for the students' safety. Speaking of safety, Okiko frowned in worry as she thought about her friend, Midoriya Izuku. A boy with bright green eyes, fluffy dark green hair and freckles on his face, the boy had suffered much due to his fight with an infamous villain known as Muscular during the summer camp attack. Her heart could not help but clench at the awful memory of his broken body as he cried in despair due to failing to save Bakugo Katsuki from getting kidnapped by the villains. Although Izuku's injuries had healed and Katsuki had been rescued, she still worried for the boy whom she could not help but like a lot. She was so distracted by her thoughts that she failed to notice that a small blob of pink slime slipping into her luggage bag. At the UA dorms. After her homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shouter, told her and her classmates their room arrangements, Okiko immediately went to her room to unpack her belongings. Due to being poor, she did not have much to unpack. However, just as she was opening her luggage bag, the blob of amorphous pink slime which had been hiding inside it suddenly leapt out and covered her face. Too shocked by the sudden attack to even scream, she struggled futilely as the slime started to engulf her face and even probe into her ears. After a few seconds, her weakening struggles stopped entirely as the slime oozed into her head through her ears. As soon as the last of the slime entered her head, her eyes opened and she wore an uncharacteristic smirk as she thought, "Finally, I thought I'd never get myself a new host." Getting up onto her feet and looking over herself, the obviously parasitic being inside Okiko thought to itself, not a bad body to stay in if I have to say so myself. It then looked into Okiko's memories and thought, and a student of UA High School itself no less. I can definitely make use of this situation. What's going on? Why am I not in control of my own body and why do I have a voice in my head? Cried the real Okiko, who was basically trapped in her own mind. The parasitic being made Okiko's body strike a villainous pose as it mentally replied to her, "Well, if you must know, I'm what you may call a villainess. You can call me Brainjacker." Realization hit Okiko as she replied, "You're that slime that jumped out of my bag and onto my face just now." Bingo! I barely survived the Kamino incident which forced All Might to retire after defeating that monster of a villain, replied Brainjacker, who mentally scowled as she added, "If it wasn't for the fact that I could move around and survive for a few days without a host, I would have been trapped under all that rubble along with my last host. Why you won't get away with this? Deku will notice something is wrong with me and—" "No, he won't," said Brainjacker, who then smugly explained, "You see, my quirk, Parasite Slime, allows me to gain control over any biological woman that I inhabit. Not only that, I can read your memories to not only mimic your behavior and mannerisms perfectly but even uncover certain secrets about you, such as your crush on a certain someone." Okiko was panicking as she mentally squeaked, Why you know that already?" Brainjacker smirked and liked her finger with eager anticipation as she mentally replied, "That's right, and I know exactly what I'm going to do while I'm in your body. You see, I'm the kind of villainess who enjoys toying with my victims by making them have sex with men." Suddenly, she saw images of 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼's fears and her visage became a disgusted scowl as she added, "Hey, just because I enjoy making my victims have sex with men doesn't mean that I don't have standards. So, you're not going to force me to have sex with random men or break Deku's heart?" asked 𝐒𝐿, who was hoping that such would be the case. "Don't get me wrong, I am certainly in control of your body. However, if your emotions get too strong for me to ignore, for the lack of a better term, I'll start feeling them as though they are my own. Needless to say, I'd rather not feel your feelings of despair and hatred if I can help it," explained 𝐵rainjacker, who then added, "Of course, there is the option of suppressing your consciousness so that I do not have to put up with your emotions and thoughts, but even I can't forcefully suppress it indefinitely unless you'll let me do so. The longer I forcefully keep your consciousness suppressed, the harder it will be for me to do so without losing control of your body. That said, I can freely alter your energy and fill your mind with lewd ideas, so there's always the possibility of you becoming the cum dump of your class by the time I'm through with you. But you won't, as long as I strongly refuse to submit and you wish to avoid feeling my negative emotions," said 𝐒𝐿, who was beginning to have a grasp of 𝐵rainjacker's abilities and limitations. 𝐵rainjack nodded and replied, "That is undeniably true, unless you change your mind at some point and decide to be a complete slut. So what will stop you from making me so pent up that I would allow even Mineta to have sex with me?" 𝐒𝐿 was talking about Mineta Minoru, a short boy with purple ball in place of hair on his head and a complete pervert whom the girls had beaten up on more than one occasion due to his perverted antics. Understandably, 𝐒𝐿 did not want to even think about the idea of having sex with him. To be perfectly honest, it's mostly up to your feelings and morality. If your feelings for that Deku boy wins out, the worst I can do is make you his personal PP sleeve," replied 𝐵rainjacker. "That's already more than awful enough," cried 𝐒𝐿. "And I'm a villain, so I don't really care as long as I can have my fun," replied 𝐵rainjacker, who then gloated, "Tonight's going to be a fun night." A short while later, the currently 𝐵rainjacked 𝐒𝐿 had just finished unpacking her things and decided to approach a room which belonged to her friend, Asui Tsuyu. A frog-like girl who has long dark green hair, large oval eyes and an impressively long and dexterous tongue, Tsuyu seemed to be upset about something ever since the Kamino incident. Although 𝐵rainjacker had no reason to care about the girl who often wore a vacant expression and spoke bluntly, she knew that Tsuyu was 𝐒𝐿's friend and the villainess was more than happy to add Tsuyu in her collection of 𝐵rainjacked victims by using her ability to create mentally linked copies of herself to 𝐵rainjack more victims. "Please, leave Tsuyu-chan out of this," begged 𝐒𝐿. "Nope, I'm going to take over her body and then make the both of you have your way with that boy," declared 𝐵rainjacker. Although there was no denying that 𝐒𝐿 was strongly against her plans, 𝐵rainjacker had enough experience with controlling unwilling hosts to know how to handle the issue. The first step which she took was to be frank and honest with 𝐒𝐿 about her quirk and its limitations to prevent 𝐒𝐿 from feeling too much panic or fear towards the villain. The second step was to limit her villainous actions to one step at a time, so that 𝐒𝐿 would not have enough emotional strength to overwhelm the villain's ability to ignore her feelings. The final step was to play along with 𝐒�l's personal desires, including romantic and artsy fantasies, as she would be less able to resist 𝐵rainjacker's decision to essentially fulfill them. 𝐵rainjacker especially loved the third step, as she pointed out. "Besides, who would have thought that you would be so open to the idea of being more than just a friend with that girl, Tsuyu? That's because you filled my head with all those perverted ideas," argued 𝐒�l. "True, but the fact that you're actually interested in them means that you're not as pure-hearted as you think, 𝐒𝐿-chan," replied the villain, who said 𝐒𝐿's name with a deliberately affectionate manner. "Even if you're right, that doesn't mean that I want you to take over her body and force her to do all of those things to me against her will. Deny your perverted interests all you want, 𝐒𝐿-chan, but even you can't deny that Tsuyu's tongue offers so many fun possibilities," replied 𝐵rainjacker. 𝐒�L's mind seemed to shut down in response due to sheer shame and embarrassment as she failed to stop herself from imagining Tsuyu using her long frog-like tongue to pleasure her nether parts. Certain that 𝐒�l would be unable to stop her no matter how hard she tried, 𝐵rainjacker almost smirked as she knocked on Tsuyu's door. Later that night, Izuku was puzzled when 𝐒�l sent him a message after their classmates held the dorm room showcasing competition. His puzzlement changed into concern and nervousness when Okiko requested him to visit Tsuyu's room as the frog girl wanted to tell him something important in private. Although nervous, he was a kind-hearted boy who cared for Tsuyu, so he did not think twice about making his way to her room to find out what she wanted to speak to him about. Before long, he stood in front of her door and was about to knock it when he heard Okiko's voice. "It's open, Deku. You can come in." Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Izuku opened the door and was surprised that the light in the room were not on. In spite of being puzzled by the lack of lighting, Izuku stepped into the room and said, "Pardon me for intruding." Suddenly, the door closed behind him and someone hugged him from behind. Shocked by the sudden embrace, Izuku panicked and almost tried to break free when he turned around and saw Okiko. He was so surprised by the sudden embrace from the girl whom he secretly pined for that it took him 5 seconds to notice that she was dressed only in a pink pair of cat-themed mittens which she probably wore to keep her touch-dependent quirk under control. When he finally noticed her state of dress, Izuku's entire face flushed red in embarrassment as he stuttered as quietly as he could to avoid being overheard by others. "Uraraka-san. Why are you dressed like that?" Okiko's embrace tightened as she nuzzled her face into his back and said, I want to be close to you, Deku." Hearing the vulnerability in her voice, Izuku stopped panicking as he continued to listen to her. "We all have been through so much recently. You got hurt so badly after your fight with that villain." Okiko's body trembled to hold back her tears as she continued to speak. "You could have died back there and I don't want to lose you." Filled with caring sympathy, Izuku all but forgot about Okiko's current state of dress as he spoke to her. "Uraraka-san, it's okay. I'm still here after all." "But what if there's another villain attack?" asked Okiko, who looked into Izuku's eyes as she continued to speak. "We have already gone through 2 villain attacks even though we're just students here, and there's no way to be sure that you'll still be here after the next attack. Just thinking about losing you hurts so much." Realization dawned upon Izuku as he tentatively asked, "Uraraka-san, do you like me as more than a friend?" Uraraka nodded. With tears in her eyes as she replied, "I do, Deku." "As do I, Kiro." Surprised by the familiar voice, Izuku turned around and his eyeballs nearly popped out of his head when he saw Tsuyu stand before him without any clothes on. As hard as he tried to avoid looking at her, the image of her attractive naked body was permanently seared into his mind. Turning his face away from Tsuyu with his eyes shut, Izuku stammered, "Ethan, why are you naked too?" Seemingly unconcerned about her current state of dress, or lack thereof, Tsuyu approached Izuku and hugged him from the front. She then said, "Midoriya-chan, I want to apologize to you." "I apologize?" asked Izuku. Tsuyu nodded and explained, "I always say what's on my mind, but there are also times when I have no idea what I should say. Do you remember what I said back at the hospital?" Recalling how Tsuyu said that he and 4 of their fellow classmates would be no different from villains if they violate the rules to rescue Katsuki from the League of Villains, Izuku hesitantly replied, "Why, I do. Even though I sympathized with you and the others, my choice of words were severe. I was shocked beyond belief when I heard this morning that the 5 of you actually threw with it. I was so frustrated by my own cowardice and I had no idea what I could even say to any of you," explained Tsuyu. Izuku could feel her body tremble with barely repressed tears as she added, "I couldn't bring myself to have fun and chat with any of you as though nothing had happened between us. Just thinking about it made me feel so sad and lonely. That's why I have to apologize to all of you. And not that I don't appreciate the thought, but couldn't you have just spoken to all of us at the same time instead of doing this?" asked Izuku. "I wanted to apologize to you first, Midoriya-chan. I like you the same way Okiko-chan does." "Ah really?" asked Izuku. Although Izuku was undoubtedly on friendly terms with Tsuyu, he did not expect her to have any special feelings for him. Considering that he was essentially a quirkless loser prior to being accepted as a student of Yu High School, it was tragically understandable for him to not consider the possibility of being romantically liked by more than one girl. Tsuyu nodded and said, "Why else would I keep reminding you to call me Tsuyu-chan instead of letting you call me Asue-san?" Izuku was at a loss for words when Okiko spoke to him. "Deku, do you accept us?" Izuku turned around and looked into Okiko's eyes, which were brimming with tears. His heart clenched at seeing her longing expression while Tsuyu nuzzled into his chest. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes as he made his decision and said with a nod, "I do, Okako-chan, Tsu-chan. I honestly don't know where to even start with this relationship, but I'll do my best to make the both of you happy somehow." "Thank you, Deku," said Okako. Suddenly, Izuku felt something slimy enter his ear and blacked out. Immediately after Izuku's blackout, "Where am I?" asked Izuku. Just a moment ago, he was in Tsuyu's room and was being embraced by both Okako and Tsuyu. As for the current situation, he was in some sort of black void. You're in, for the lack of a better term, a mindscape. Surprised, Izuku turned to see a appealing woman who was well-built, had sharp intelligent eyes and had dark straight hair. As he had never met the woman before, Izuku hesitantly asked, "Who are you and what do you mean by mindscape?" Instead of answering his question, the woman asked, "What is the last thing you remembered before coming here?" "Well, I was in a room with two of my friends and I suddenly felt." Izuku's face paled as he then asked, "Are you telling me that a villain with some sort of brainwashing quirk managed to take over all of our bodies?" His expression fell into despair as he asked, "And that all those things that they said just now were just lies?" "Not quite. For one thing, that villainess did manage to take over your two girlfriends, but she has not taken over your body yet. In fact, my friends are keeping that villainess at bay just like how we helped you break free from that brainwashing quirk back at the sports festival." Confused, Izuku asked, "What do you mean by helping me with that brainwashing quirk back at the—" He then remembered his fight with Shinsu Hitoshi, a boy with indigo hair, very dark rings under his eyes and a brainwashing quirk which could only be activated by verbally responding to him. Upon realizing whom the woman was talking about, he pointed at her and exclaimed, "One of the former wielders of One for All." The woman nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, Midoriya Izuku. My name is Shimura Nana, Toshinori's predecessor and teacher." Bowing to the former wielder of One for All, a powerful quirk which had the ability to stockpile power and be passed down to a chosen successor, Izuku said, It's an honor to finally meet you in person, Shimura-san." Chuckling at Izuku's earnest attitude, Nana smiled in a motherly way towards him and said, "I'm not all that great, Midoriya. If I was, I would have been able to defeat All for One and not leave that burden to Toshinori." Her expression became sad as she added, "Not to mention that I would have been able to protect my husband and not need to leave my own son to foster care for his own safety." "I'm sorry to hear that, Shimura-san," said Izuku, who thought about how his mother felt about his near-death at the hands of that murderous villain, Muscular. Nana shook her head and said, "It's all in the past. As I am now, I'm little more than a memory of the person I once was before I gave my power to Toshinori." Also, her eyes hardened as she added, "We still have a pinch to get you out of. That villainess is trying to take over your body, and while my friends can keep her at bay, we can't keep doing it forever. Sooner or later, one side will have to give in." Izuku wore a determined expression as he asked, "What can I do to break free of that villainous control and save my friends?" Nana smiled in approval as she replied, "The good news is, you are essentially linked to not only the villainess but also to your two friends. If you can reach out to them and work together, you might be able to break free of her control." "Then that's exactly what I'll do," said Izuku, who then sheepishly added, "So how do I get to them?" "Just think about them and call out to them with all your heart. Which reminds me, that villainess may have taken over their bodies, but my intuition tells me that their feelings of love towards you are very much real," replied Nana. Armed with Nana's guidance and reassurance, Izuku smiled at her and said, "Thank you, Shimura-san." He then took a deep breath before he called out to Okako and Tsuyu the same way he used his quirk, "One for All, clench my butthole super tight and scream from the bottom of my heart. Okako-chan. Tsuyu-chan." Meanwhile, Brainjacker was metaphorically gritting her teeth in frustration as she tried to take control of Izuku. She knew from past experience that male hosts were harder to control than female hosts, but Izuku was the most difficult host she had ever tried to control. Unlike female hosts, male hosts were more resistant to her ability to control their bodies, and she could neither suppress their consciousness nor read their memories without their consent. That said, she could immobilize their bodies, influence their energy and fill their minds with lewd ideas, so it was possible for her to manipulate them to a limited degree. As for Izuku, his body was somehow rejecting her to the point that it took all of her effort to just immobilize his body to prevent him from struggling or calling out for help. Suddenly, she heard a loud mental yell which she immediately recognized, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. As soon as she heard the mental yell, both of her female hosts started to twitch against her will. Realizing that was she somehow losing control over them, Brainjacker mentally yelled back, "Don't you dare F with me." She then pushed her brainjacking abilities to the limit. Act to the mindscape. Izuku blinked owlishly as he stared at the scene before him. What? A small malnourished girl with pink hair was being beaten by a woman whom Izuku somehow instinctively realized was her aunt. As for why the girl was being beaten, she recently discovered that her aunt had been cheating on her husband with another man. Needless to say, her aunt refused to allow the affair to be revealed to anyone, and she was abusing the girl to keep her quiet. Speaking of the aunt, the girl's loving mother and father had died in a tragic accident years before the beating took place. No one on her father's side of the family wanted to take the orphan girl in, as her mother was actually a former 𝐒𝐻 before she got married to her husband, who was a pro-hero responsible for freeing her from her ill fate. As for her mother's side of the family, none of them ever tried to reach out to her or even her mother. In the end, the girl was adopted by her aunt, who was her father's sister, and her husband. Both her aunt and uncle made no secret that they did not care about her and saw her as little more than a burden to tolerate. The fact that the girl seemed quirkless in spite of her unusual hair coloration only made the emotional neglect and abuse worse. Even her peers, including her younger cousins, treated her with disdain due to her parentage and quirklessness. Even though Izuku knew that what he was seeing was just a memory, he still felt angry at his own inability to somehow stop the abuse. He also could not help but think about his own past suffering as a quirkless boy who was bullied and mocked by his own peers, including his former childhood friend, Bakugo Katsuki. Suddenly, a horrific sound was heard as the girl's ribs broke and punctured her lungs due to her aunt kicking her ribs repeatedly. She then started to cough out large mouthfuls of blood from her mouth. Her aunt seemed horrified by what she had done and did not know what to do. However, just as the girl was about to die due to blood loss, her consciousness was somehow transferred into her blood, which changed into a pink slime. The slime then clung onto the woman's leg and quickly made its way up to her ear. Not surprisingly, the woman panicked and tried to get it off, but to no avail. When the slime entered her ear, her struggles and screams ceased suddenly as it took over her body. The slime, Brainjacker, soon realized just how much of a callous hypocrite her aunt really was. As it turned out, Brainjacker's aunt not only cheated on her husband but even considered him as nothing more than a mere source of income for her. What was more, she enjoyed being a complete slut who would have sex with multiple men, and yet she had the sheer gall to claim that her own brother had brought dishonor to the family's reputation in spite of being a pro-hero by marrying a former 𝐒𝐻. Brainjacker's cruel aunt was not even remorseful over the fact that she had essentially beaten her own niece to death, but was instead mainly worried about how her niece's death would affect her reputation among both her family members and her own peers who also enjoyed cheating on their husbands. Outraged by her aunt's hypocritical and uncaring nature, Brainjacker forced her aunt to reveal all records of her perverse acts on the internet and even made her reveal the names of the men she had sex with and her peers who also enjoyed cheating on their husbands. She then forced her aunt to tie herself onto the bed naked after writing vulgar words such as public cum dump and loose pee-pee sleeve around her womanhood. Once the vengeful deeds were done, Brainjacker exited her body and abandoned her to suffer the consequences. Alone in a world which she was convinced did not care for her due to her parentage, Brainjacker decided to live for herself even if it meant becoming a villainess who would harm or corrupt others. For the next few years, Brainjacker took over the bodies of various women to survive as a brainjacking parasite, including housewives, high school girls, prostitutes, villainesses, and even a low-ranking pro-heroine. In spite of being a self-serving villainess, as well as an undeniable pleasure-seeking pervert due to her memory-reading abilities, she never forced anyone to do something which they truly refused to do unless she felt that they deserved it, like her cruel aunt. In fact, she actually protected a few of her hosts from actual RPSTS by forcefully immobilizing their bodies with her copies, helped a few women realize that their husbands or boyfriends were cheating on them, and even helped some women become more honest towards their husbands or lovers. In theory, she could simply take over one host and stay within that host for the rest of her life. However, she never did that, as she either felt no real emotional connection with her host or was too afraid to let go of her control over her host to be truly connected. As a result, she had been alone from the day her family died in the accident up to the present day, and had never felt any true happiness in spite of being a pleasure-seeking villainess. That's just horrible. Izuku turned around and saw Okiko and Tsuyu behind him, who both wore horrified expressions on their faces. Tears streamed down their faces as they realized just how much Brainjacker, who was actually supposed to be a girl as old as they were, had suffered. You three saw everything, didn't you? Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu turned to face Brainjacker, who was currently in the form of her 13-year-old self before she died and became a slime. She glared at them with tear-filled eyes as she growled at them, "Don't even think that I'll let you three go after what you have done. By the time I'm done with your three, you'll all be nothing more than mind-broken F-toys." Realizing what he must do, Izuku stepped forward towards her with a determined expression on his face. Shocked by the boy's action, Brainjacker stepped back and asked, "What the hell are you doing, you demon freak?" As Izuku continued to move towards her, the villainess yelled, "Stay back, I fing mean it." Suddenly, pink tentacles emerged from around her and lashed out at Izuku in an attempt to keep him away from her. However, her attack did not hit him, as the tentacles seemed to phase through him like intangible phantoms. Shock was apparent on her face as she tried to strike down Izuku again, only for her attack to pass through him harmlessly. Her shock turned into a mixture of panic and anger as the tentacles attacked Izuku repeatedly without any success. Frustrated by her ineffective attacks, the Brainjacker resorted to insulting Izuku as she closed her eyes shut and yelled, "You think you can beat me and win the day? You're nothing more than a limp-head loser of a hero wannabe. You're the kind of worthless piece of SHT who'll get cucked the moment those two girls realize just how much of a whiny bitch you really are. I bet even your mom thinks you're failure in the making. So stop wasting everyone's time and just leave me the F alone." When Izuku stood before Brainjacker, she opened her eyes and looked up to see his kind, sympathetic eyes. Unable to comprehend the sight, she asked, Why aren't you angry at me or looking at me like I'm trash?" She then limply fell to her knees and tears flowed down her cheeks as she continued to ask, "Why do you even bother to care about me?" Izuku knelt down to her eye level and said, "That's because it's a hero's duty to save people, even if it means getting involved into things that should have nothing to do with him." He then reached out to hug her as he continued to speak, "So please, let me save you because I am here." Realizing that Izuku sincerely wanted to help her, and realizing why her attacks could not even touch him, Brainjacker gave in to her longing to be finally accepted by someone and cried. Before long, both Okiko and Tsuyu hugged them as well, and all four teenagers cried together as their memories became open to one another. Back in the physical world, Izuku opened his eyes and looked at both Okiko and Tsuyu. They both looked exhausted and had tear stains on their faces. Considering his own exhaustion, Izuku was quite certain he looked the same as them at the moment. He wore a tired smile and said, "This wasn't what I expected when I thought about spending my first night here." Okiko snorted and chuckled weakly as she replied, "Me neither, do. So, do either of you want to go back to your rooms or stay here?" asked Tsuyu. "Staying here sounds pretty good at the moment," said Izuku, who was too mentally and emotionally drained to care about what would happen the next day. All he wanted to do was rest, and he would rather rest in the arms of people whom he knew cared about him than be alone. Okiko nodded her head in agreement with Izuku and said, "I'd like to stay here too." "Well, feel free to make yourselves comfortable," said Tsuyu, who tiredly nuzzled into Izuku's chest. In spite of his exhaustion, Izuku knew that sleeping on the bare floor was not a good idea, so he got up and wordlessly beckoned Okiko and Tsuyu to get into bed with him. Both girls did not protest as they got up to join him in bed. Izuku idly noted Okiko's sweaty naked body as she got onto Tsuyu's bed. Feeling uncomfortably hot in his own sweaty clothes, Izuku decided to take them off, including his All Might-themed underwear. Before long, All three teenagers were on the bed and, feeling comfortable in the arms of two girls who truly loved him and with the villainous, brain-jacking slime girl residing in their heads, Izuku smiled and tiredly said, "Good night, everyone." The following morning, Izuku drowsily opened his eyes and soon realized that he was indeed in Tsuyu's room with both Okiko and Tsuyu embracing him in their sleep. Smiling affectionately at the two naked girls, Izuku was about to allow himself to go back to sleep when he noticed that the door into Tsuyu's room was open. As soon as Izuku realized that the door was open, his eyes grew to the size of dinner plates as he slowly turned his attention towards it in fearful anticipation. Just as he had feared, the door was not only open but was occupied by the girls of his class. Class 1A, who were all staring at him, Tsuyu and Okiko. All of the girls, other than a certain invisible girl who was wearing clothes that showed her a fairly curvaceous slender body known as Hagakure, had obvious blushes on their shocked or gaping expressions. Izuku's face flushed brightly enough to be mistaken for a firefighter siren as he desperately tried to find a suitable answer to explain the situation he was currently in. However, all that came out of his lips were half-choked stutters. Awakened by his stuttering, Okiko sleepily woke up and asked, "Deku, what's wrong?" As sleepy as she was, Okiko did not notice that the door into Tsuyu's room was opened, nor did she notice that her female classmates were staring at her. She also sleepily mistook Izuku's choked stuttering as merely the result of him realizing that they were all naked in the same bed. Blissfully unaware that she was being watched, Okiko smiled affectionately at Izuku and nuzzled into his chest as she spoke to him. "Deku, it's okay. Yesterday wasn't a dream. We all love you. That's not what I'm worried about." Confused, and feeling more awake, Okiko blinked at Izuku before turning her attention towards the door and realizing what got Izuku so worked up. As soon as Okiko saw her female classmates staring at her, Izuku and Tsuyu, her face flushed red before she buried her face into Izuku's bare chest to stifle her scream. Tsuyu, who woke up roughly at the same time as Okiko, simply blushed in embarrassment before closing her eyes and suddenly disappearing by making her own body match the colors of her surroundings. As for Brainjacker, whose real name was Yamanaka Sumomo, she wisely decided not to do anything other than mentally apologizing to her three hosts, sorry about this. Later that day, Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu were all standing before a mouse-like quirked animal named Nedzu, who was also the principal of Ue High School. Standing on either side of the principal were Yagi Toshinori, a skeletal blonde man with blue eyes who was the retired number 1 pro hero, All Might, himself, and Aizawa Shouter, a scruffy-looking pale-skinned man with dark hair who was also a pro hero known as Eraserhead. Nedzu formed a tent with his paw-like hands and asked, "So, care to tell us about what has happened back at the dorm?" All three students were blushing in embarrassment as Izuku replied, "Well, Okiko-chan and Tsuyu-chan invited me to their bedroom last night to confess their feelings towards me and spent the after night sleeping while naked." Nedzu nodded in response and said, "And did any of you have any interest last night?" All three students shook their head in unison as Izuku replied, "No, we didn't. I mean, we did cuddle while naked, but we didn't to that." "So tell me, Yuraka-san, why did you and Asui-san suddenly decide to hug Izuku while naked?" asked Nedzu. Okiko looked downwards as she bashfully replied, "Tsuyu-chan and I both like Deku. We almost lost him back at the training camp, so..." Nedzu raised his paw to stop Okiko and then said, "Your answer, while perfectly understandable given recent incidents, is not the answer that I need to hear." All three students were surprised for a moment before they realized what Nedzu was talking about. Their feelings of embarrassment and shame evaporated as Tsuyu asked, "Do you know about what really happened to us?" Shouter stepped forward and explained, "Given recent incidents, including the summer camp attack which should not have happened, we have been increasing our surveillance and security to prevent any possible information leak which could be used by malicious villains. While I will not explain how we managed to find out that something was wrong, we did manage to uncover the fact that something less than normal had happened to all three of you yesterday night even after considering recent events." His stern expression hardened into a glare as he asked, "Therefore, the important question is, what really happened to you three yesterday?" Izuku, Tsuyu, and Okiko looked at one another and nodded in agreement before the boy spoke. "Principal Nedzu, Aizawa-sensei, do the two of you know about All Might's connection with me?" 𝐿𝐴 raised an eyebrow in surprise while 𝐻𝐸 nodded and said, "Yes, I do." Although Aizawa-san has not been informed about the connection, he can be trusted as both your homeroom teacher and as a pro hero. The mouse-like principal then turned his attention towards Toshinori, who nodded his head in agreement before he turned his attention back towards Izuku to ask, "So tell us, what does your connection with All Might have anything to do with?" The principal and two teachers wore shocked expressions on their faces as pink slime started to ooze from the three students' ears into their waiting hands. Before long, each student held onto a small ball of pink slime which had simple black eye spots on its face. Izuku then explained about what had happened last evening. One explanation later, 𝐻𝐸 took a sip of tea and sighed as he carefully contemplated over what Izuku had just revealed to him, Toshinori and 𝐿𝐴. While the quirked animal was in deep thought, 𝐿𝐴 spoke to him. "Principal 𝐻𝐸, I would like to have your permission to take out a bottle of strong sake from your hidden collection and, pardon my language, take a thing goddamn and drink. This bloody mess is almost as bad as the worst-case scenario I have been fearing." Well aware that 𝐿𝐴 was having a massive headache from both the revelation of the brainjacking Tsumomo, whom all three students wished to protect in spite of being a villainess no less, and Izuku being All Might's successor as the ninth holder of One for All, 𝐻𝐸 smiled sympathetically to him and said, "All right, you can have one bottle. Just leave the best ones at the back alone." 𝐿𝐴 nodded to 𝐻𝐸 before making his way to 𝐻𝐸's hidden stash of alcoholic drinks which were kept inside a concealed fridge. 𝐻𝐸 then turned his attention towards Toshinori and said, "I know that you can't take alcohol, All Might, but I do have some cold tea if you're interested to have some." Toshinori smiled at 𝐻𝐸 and replied, "That won't be necessary." It was apparent that Toshinori took the news better than 𝐿𝐴. Considering that Izuku had once again proven himself to be a worthy successor of One for All, Toshinori had no reason to be as exasperated by the whole affair as 𝐿𝐴, who was already wondering if he should retire at that point to avoid the stress of being Izuku's homeroom teacher. As for why the principal and two teachers had no reason to doubt Izuku or the two girls, there were a few reasons. For one thing, no brainwashing villainess in her right mind would allow any of the three students to reveal her identity and abilities unless the said villainess wanted to stop being a villain. Another reason was that Izuku had managed to overcome brainwashing before during the sports festival, so the idea of him overcoming a different kind of brainwashing from an actual villain was certainly possible. Arguably the most compelling piece of evidence was the simple fact that Izuku had actually talked to Nana in his mindscape before attempting to break free from the ex-villainous brainwashing. No villainous liar in his right mind would make up such an unbelievable story even after considering the possibility of the liar knowing that Izuku is the ninth holder of One for All. In addition, considering that Toshinori had not told Izuku much about Nana, Izuku's description of her and his knowledge about her tragic family circumstances were simply too accurate to be mere lucky guesses. Izuku made an effort to ignore 𝐿𝐴, who was drinking sake straight from the bottle, as he nervously asked, "So, what will happen to all four of us?" Under normal circumstances, we would have to capture the villainess who has made the three of you act inappropriately on school grounds and then send her to the police to receive her punishment. However, given recent revelations, I am inclined to agree with you that simply sending her to police to be punished is not the correct way to deal with her, replied 𝐻𝐸, who then added, "That said, doing nothing about having her in all three of your heads is far from an ideal response to her attempt at villainy, especially in the eyes of the public if they ever find out about it. Therefore, I would like to have all three of you come back to see me, Aizawa-san and Toshinori-san, later today after I have decided on the best course of action to deal with not only her but you three as well." Understanding the fairness and logic in 𝐻𝐸's response, Izuku bowed and replied, "Thank you very much, 𝐻𝐸-sensei." 𝐻𝐸 smiled reassuringly at the three students and the three copies of the brainjacking slime girl before he said, "Before I dismiss all of you, please make sure that no one else find out about what has actually happened to the three of you or about Yamanaka-san. We do not need anyone panicking about a brainjacking slime girl being present on school grounds or having another victim of her brainjacking." Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu chuckled sheepishly in agreement before allowing the three copies of Tsumomo return into their respective heads. After each of them had a copy of Tsumomo in their heads, the three students respectfully excused themselves and left the principal's office. After the three students had left, Toshinori turned his attention to 𝐻𝐸 and asked, What exactly are you planning to do about Yomonokashujo, Nedzu? Nedzu had a near-malevolent gleam in his beady eyes as he chuckled and replied, well, given the fact that we have an ex-villainess who has brainwashing abilities and sincerely wants to stay with Midoriya-san, Uraraka-san, and Asuma-san, I have a few ideas. Toshinori and even the apparently tipsy shouter gulped in response to Nedzu's reply. A short while later in Class 1A originally, Class 1A was supposed to have a special training session to help the students develop their finishing moves. However, given the incident at the dorms, the special class was postponed to the following day. While a certain boy with spiky blonde hair and sharp red eyes named Bakugo Katsuki was angry about the postponement and blamed Izuku for it, most were shocked that Izuku, Okako, and Tsuyu were involved in such a scandalous situation. Although basically everyone in Class 1A knew that Okako and Izuku had feelings for each other, none of them expected the two to actually sleep together while naked, and with another naked girl no less. Among the 4 girls who saw the 3 in Tsuyu's room, a tall girl with a mature physique and long hair tied into a ponytail named Jirozu Momo was the most appalled by what she had seen. Given her background as a sheltered girl from a rich family, it was understandable why she found the scene so scandalous. Jiru Kyuka, a slender and petite girl with laser-looking eyes, short hair and plug-like earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes, was also appalled by what she had seen, albeit to a lesser degree. Unlike Kyuka and Momo, both Toru and Ashido Mina, a pink-skinned girl with pink fluffy hair, a pair of yellow horns on her head and eyes with black sclera and yellow irises, were thrilled to have witnessed such romance from their 3 classmates. Needless to say, the 2 of them planned to demand answers from Izuku, Okako, and Tsuyu as soon as they possibly could. As for the boys, a few of them were angry at Izuku for being so lucky. Among them were Mineta Minoru, a blonde boy with slanted triangular eyes named Kaminari Denki, and even a boy with black hair, almond-shaped eyes, and large straight teeth named Zero Hunter. Ida Tenya, a boy with short dark blue hair, square-shaped eyes, and large calves with engine exhaust pipes protruding from them, was shocked that Izuku, Okako, and Tsuyu would do something so immoral and was determined to chastise them for their actions. Todoroki Shouto, a boy with a burn scar on the left side of his face, a turquoise-blue left eye and a dark gray right eye and hair that is split between crimson-red on the left side and white on the right side, was surprised that Izuku was able to get into bed with 2 naked girls and was curious about how in the world he had managed to accomplish such a feat. Shouto's curiosity was shared by many of the other boys in the class, including Kirishima Eijiro, who had red eyes, spiky hair that is dyed red and pointed teeth, and Ojiro Mashirao, who had short blonde hair, thin eyes, and a long thick tail with a hairy tip. Not surprisingly, as soon as Izuku, Okako, and Tsuyu returned into the classroom, Mina and Toru quickly took Okako and Tsuyu away for interrogative questioning, while Mineta, Denki, and Hunter took Izuku away for similar reasons. At Okako's and Tsuyu's corner, "All right, you two, start talking," said Mina, who had a cheeky grin on her face. Although both Okako and Tsuyu blushed in embarrassment, Tsuyu was more composed than Okako, who was nervous and panicky, and thus replied bluntly, "Okako-chan and I both love Aizu-chan, and we both wanted to tell him our feelings before something bad happens to him." Mina, along with the 3 other girls who were interrogating Okako and Tsuyu, quickly realized that both Okako and Tsuyu were actually serious about their relationship with Izuku. Given Izuku's injuries from his fight with Muscular, it was easy to understand why Okako and Tsuyu would want to confess their feelings towards him before it was too late. Also, the 4 girls knew that both Okako and Tsuyu cared about Izuku, although they did not expect Tsuyu to have the same feelings towards Izuku as Okako, who was more obviously in love towards him. Nevertheless, Momo had to argue, "While I'm sure all of us can understand the reasoning behind your desires to express your true feelings to Midoriya-san, I still fail to understand why you both decided to go about it in such an improper way." The blushes on Okako and Tsuyu's faces deepened as both girls seemed unsure on how to respond to Momo's admittedly logical argument. Spending a night sleeping together was one thing, but doing so while naked was another matter altogether. Fortunately, a certain slime girl named Sumomo suggested an answer to Tsuyu, who then said, "To be perfectly honest, I also felt guilty about being too cowardly to help Aizu-chan save Bakugo from the villains and telling him that breaking the rules would make him no better than a villain." Tsuyu allowed Sumomo to influence her emotions to show remorse on her normally blank face as she added, "The last thing I wanted was him assuming that I do not want to be with him anymore because he broke the rules." The frog girl then turned her attention towards Momo to say, "I also want to apologize to you and the others who went with Aizu-chan to save Bakugo." Momo, who went together with Izuku, Ida, Xiaotou, and Aizuru to rescue Katsuki, smiled at Tsuyu and said, "You don't have to apologize, Asue-san. We all knew that what we were doing wasn't in accordance to the rules even if we felt that it was the right course of action to take." Kyuka on the other hand noted something and said, "Say, Tsuyu-chan, how come you're not calling Bakugo the way you normally do?" Kyuka, like many of her peers, knew that Tsuyu normally referred to Katsuki as Bakugo-chan. Both Tsuyu and Okiko wore similar scowls as Okiko replied in Tsuyu's behalf, "Let's just say that Izuku told us things he normally wouldn't tell anyone about and leave it at that." Mina, Toru, Kyuka, and Momo were shocked by the response. Deciding against pressing the two girls for answers concerning Katsuki, the four other girls decided to ask them about other questions such as how the two of them came to care for Izuku. Izuku's corner. "Okay, Midoriya, spill it," demanded Minoru. "Spill what?" asked Izuku, who was intimidated by the downright viciously bestial glares he was receiving from Minoru, Denki, and even Hanta. "Don't play dumb with us, you DMN playboy. How the hell did you manage to get into bed with Uraraka-chan and Asue-chan, naked?" yelled Minoru. "That's right, how the hell did you manage to get two girls to agree with the idea of sharing you?" yelled Denki. Izuku was sweating bullets as he desperately tried to explain, "I didn't do anything." He then recalled the time when he shared his memories with Okiko, Tsuyu, and Sumomo, which included memories of Okiko and Tsuyu developing romantic feelings towards him due to his kind and heroic actions, and thus added, "At least nothing related to dating or seducing them." "That doesn't answer how the hell you managed to get two girlfriends at the same time, you lucky BSD," argued Hanta. Suddenly, Tenya approached the group and said, "That's not the issue here." He then pointed accusingly at Izuku and said, "Midoriya-san, while I am not one to criticize you for getting more than one girl to develop romantic feelings towards you, I simply cannot approve of the three of you acting inappropriately on school grounds, including the dorms." Tenya's arms moved about in a comically robotic manner as he added, "Not only will your less-than-moral actions affect your reputation as a future hero, it will also affect the reputation of not only Uraraka-san and Asue-san but also the rest of us." "Who the F cares about reputation?" yelled Minoru, who then pointed at Izuku as he argued with Tenya, "I want to know his secret to getting a ejim of hot babes." Suddenly, Xiaotou sighed wearily and quickly froze Minoru, Denki, Hanta, and even Tenya in blocks of ice which reached up to their waists with his quirk before saying, "Midoriya, the next time you decide to do anything with Uraraka-san and Asue-san, please do so discreetly. I do not think Aizawa-sensei will appreciate having you three doing SXL NTRs on school grounds, again." "SSXL NTRCS," exclaimed Izuku. Xiaotou raised an eyebrow and asked, "Wait, you three haven't done it yet?" No, we didn't," replied Izuku. As he knew better than to spill the beans about Sumomo, Izuku instead explained, "I mean, we did end up sleeping together in bed naked but we didn't have sex yesterday. We only talked about how Okiko-chan and Tsuyu-chan ended up falling in love with me and why I never thought the both of them would feel that way about me in spite of my attraction towards them." All the boys, except for the decidedly irritated Katsuki, stared at Izuku and blinked a few times before Xiaotou spoke to Izuku with a deadpan expression on his face, "Midoriya, you have got to be, and I'm borrowing a quote from Snipe-sensei here, the purest son of a gun I have ever met." Izuku's face was practically glowing red in embarrassment as he replied, "To be fair, we did talk a lot about ourselves, including things I never thought the three of us would end up sharing." In spite of himself, Katsuki could not help but flinch ever so slightly at the mere implications of Izuku's statement as the green-eyed boy continued to speak. "It was a lot more exhausting than many of you might think and we decided to just sleep together instead of returning to our rooms after that." "So basically, the three of you did nothing other than talk and cuddle in bed while naked, right?" asked Aizuru. Izuku could only nod in response. Apparently satisfied with Izuku's explanation, Xiaotou used the fire half of his quirk to free Minoru, Denki, Hanta, and Tenya. He then said to Izuku, Midoriya, the next time you decide to do something which is not artsy in nature, please make sure to wear some clothes or at least keep the door locked. It's a miracle that Aizawa-sensei has not decided to expel you three yet. I'll keep that in mind, said Izuku, who scratched the back of his head sheepishly. School lessons soon resumed as normal for the rest of the day. Later that day, Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu were back in Nedzu's office to hear the principal's decision. All three of them, as well as the 3 copies of Sumomo inside their heads, were tense as they dreaded the possible bad outcomes that they might have to face. The fact that Toshinori was avoiding their gaze with a blush on his face while Shouta was glaring daggers at Nedzu did little to comfort them. Not minding the glare from Shouta, or the nervousness felt by Izuku, Okiko, Tsuyu, and Sumomo, Nedzu smiled cordially and said, After much deliberation, I have decided to allow Yamanaka-san to continue living with you three on probation. Izuku, Okiko, Tsuyu, and Sumomo were obviously relieved when Nedzu suddenly smirked and added, provided that all of you agree to brainjack the rest of your female classmates, the female students of Class 1B and any other young woman whom you may wish to add to Midoriya-san's personal ℔. A moment of shocked silence passed before Izuku asked, Nedzu-sensei, could you please repeat that? I could have sworn that you're basically telling us to let Sumomo-chan brainjack all the girls in my class, the girls in Class 1B and any other girl or young woman whom I'm interested in, including teachers like Midnight-sensei, to form my own personal ℔. Nedzu nodded and confirmed, that is exactly what I have said, Midoriya-san. May we know why you're telling us to do that of all things? Asked Okiko. Both Izuku and Tsuyu nodded their heads in vehement agreement with her. I could tell you all the reason for me to suggest such a thing, but I think that it is best to keep that under a need-to-know basis. After all, you can never tell who might conveniently overhear our discussion and let this wild PP get out of the bag like the last time it happened, replied Nedzu. Realization suddenly struck all three students and they were about to speak when Nedzu silenced them with a raised paw and said, Now, I understand that forcing you three to form Midoriya-san's personal ℔ is indeed a daunting task, especially considering that all of those lovely ladies must have their own lives to live and their own desires to fulfill. However, I do believe that you have what it takes to convince at least some of them to willingly join his ℔ and form one of the greatest hero teams the world has ever known. Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu looked at one another for a moment before they all turned their attention towards Nedzu. Izuku then said, All right, we'll try to do as you have asked, Nedzu-sensei. However, we will not force anyone to join the ℔ nor try to steal anyone's girlfriend. Also, all of Sumomo-chan's hosts will be informed that this is your idea. If we somehow find someone whom we refuse to have in the ℔ or is acting against me and my ℔, we will let you know about it. Nedzu clapped his paws happily and replied, Excellent, I'm sure you will be able to form a closer bond with your female schoolmates if nothing else. You are all free to leave and enjoy the rest of the day by yourselves before executing your ℔ plan. Before Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu left, Nedzu added, By the way, please go to Recovery Girl's office to receive the necessary safety equipment for the ℔ plan, to prevent any accidents from happening. I will also be assigning Kiyomi-san to keep an eye on you. You all understand why she is the beast suited to keep an eye on you. Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu blushed at the idea that they would be monitored by Kiyomi Nemuri, a curvaceous woman with sky-blue eyes and long spiky hair who is also a DM Enter X-themed pro-heroine named Midnight, before they hastily left the office. They also easily figured out that the necessary safety equipment which Nedzu had mentioned would most likely be contraceptives such as condoms and intrauterine devices IUDs. They could only hope that Recovery Girl, a short elderly woman whose real name was Shizenji Chiyo, would not scold or tease them too much for needing them. After they left the office, Shouta glared at Nedzu and asked, Are you absolutely certain that this insane plan of yours is going to work? If this plan fails and the public finds out about it, the people's faith in heroes may very well break beyond any hope of repair. Nedzu sighed and replied, I am well aware of the possible negative scenarios, Aizawa-san. However, given the fact that the League of Villains have somehow managed to attack the students during the summer camp, we cannot ignore the possibility that their spy could very well be one of our own students. Yamanaka-san's memory reading ability, which extends to reading the separate memories of split personalities, will allow us to at least confirm if any of the female students and teachers are truly innocent or not. Even you cannot disagree with my fears of the possibility of sleeper agents as opposed to normal spies. And what about the fact that you're essentially using them and any other girl who agrees to be in myheroacademia as bait for the League of Villains to target through their spy? Asked 𝐲𝐻𝑡, who then added, can we even trust that slime girl to not turn against us? I admit that this is indeed a risky gamble, but I'm sure that I'm not the only one who is willing to have faith in Midoriya-san's ability to guide Yamanaka-san to the right path, replied Nezu, who then turned his attention towards Toshinori and asked, isn't that right, Yagi-san? Toshinori smiled in spite of knowing Nezu's idea and said, indeed, Nezu-san. If there is anyone who could make her give up her villainy in spite of us basically giving her permission to brainjack more victims, it would be him. 𝐲𝐻𝑡 realized that he could not convince Nezu to change his mind and sighed wearily before he said, I just hope that your plan will not bite us in the butt. Back to Izuku, Okiko, Tsuyu, and Sumomo. Izuku and his HM of Okiko, Tsuyu, and Sumomo were in Tsuyu's room, again, to mentally discuss about Nezu's plan in their shared mindscape. Before they began the discussion, they made sure to lock the door, close the curtains, and even have Tsuyu keep an eye on the door in case anyone tried to break into her room. Tentacles of pink slime could be seen linking Izuku to Okiko and Tsuyu as they all mentally discussed about it. So we all agree that Nezu thinks that at least one of the teachers or students is a spy for the League of Villains, and he wants us to at least confirm if any of the girls in Class 1A and Class 1B is the spy, said Izuku. As much as I don't want to believe it, we can't say for certain that none of them is the spy, said Okiko. While I share Okiko-chan's belief that they can't possibly be villains, we can't ignore the possibility of one of them being forced to help the villains or being brainwashed into their sleeper agent, said Tsuyu. There's also the possibility of the girls carrying a tracking beacon for the League of Villains to track without even realizing it, said Sumomo, who then added, I might be able to detect mental anomalies caused by brainwashing since I have brainjacked a woman with multiple personalities before, but even I can't do much about someone carrying a tracking beacon without realizing it. Izuku had a determined look on his face as he spoke, we will have to try regardless. If nothing else, we can at the very least confirm that the girls are innocent, and Nezu-sensei will be able to focus his attention towards other possible leads to the spy. With any luck, our combined efforts will be able to prevent another villain attack from happening to us. But will it really happen anytime soon? Asked Sumomo, who then added, from what you have shared with us, that villain, All for One, is the true leader of the League of Villains and is currently imprisoned in Tartarus thanks to All Might. That may be true, but Shigaraki is still out there and I'm sure he will attack us at the soonest opportunity he has. It's only a matter of when he will attack and how he will go about it. We need to be prepared for that day, and stopping him from getting any more information about us will definitely help, replied Izuku. Unable to deny Izuku's logical argument, Okiko, Tsuyu, and Sumomo nodded in agreement with him. Sumomo then cheekily spoke, speaking about finding spies and stopping villains, I hope you three have not forgotten what I'm allowed to do. You seem awfully happy about it, said Tsuyu, who was understandably worried about Sumomo's eagerness to brainjack more girls. Don't get me wrong, I do want to stay with you three, but I'd be lying if I say that I'm not interested in making Izuku's aim a reality, replied Sumomo, who then added, up until recently, I was a pleasure-seeking villainess with brainjacking abilities after all. True, but that can't be the only reason, can it? Asked Okiko. Let's just say that I managed to discover a few nifty features which Izuku has that I'm sure you two girls will love to experience before we get this implant started, answered Sumomo. Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu all wore bright blushes as they could easily guess that whatever Sumomo had discovered about Izuku would be related to lustful SXL entities. They could only hope that they would be able to avoid becoming hedonistic perverts by the time they complete their HM plan. Boku no Hero Academia, Izuku's Academia. Disclaimer: this is a mature-rated fanfiction story of Boku no Hero Academia that I am writing for RTC fun. Needless to say, this story is EU. The characters may seem OOC to some and there will be smutty lemons. Also, I own nothing of the series other than the fanfiction stories that I make. Editing notes: this story has undergone a minor edit for grammar and naming errors. Only the archive of our own website has the edited chapters, as I can only use the mobile app version of the fanfiction.net website, which is more troublesome to post new and edited chapters. Chapter 2, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and 𝐶𝐸𝑢. Izuku, 𝐒𝐭𝐴, 𝐶𝐸𝑢, and Țumomo were still in the mindscape when 𝐒𝐭𝐴 asked, "So, what exactly are Deku's nifty features?" Țumomo, who appeared as her original human self in the mindscape, albeit altered to be at the same age as the other three, grinned mischievously and said, "Rather than tell you, I'd rather let you three discover it for yourselves." "Wait, you're not telling us to have sex, are you?" asked Tsuyu. "I sure as hell am," replied Țumomo, who then added, "Why else do you think Nezu-san told us to get those contraceptives from Recovery Girl? I even went through the trouble of getting you girls to take the IUDs so that you can enjoy raw secretary. Trust me, it feels a whole lot better than sec with the condom on." Both 𝐒𝐴 and Tsuyu blushed as they recalled what had happened earlier that day. Start of flashback. Izuku, 𝐒𝐴, Tsuyu, and Țumomo were in Recovery Girl's school clinic after being dismissed by Nezu. The elderly lady glared at them like a disapproving grandmother as she muttered, "Not even a month after the summer camp attack and the Camino incident, and you three end up getting attacked by a villain again." To be perfectly fair, Țumomo-chan has nothing to do with the League of Villains, and she actually wants to stop being a villain, replied Izuku, who had a sheepish grin on his face. Recovery Girl whacked Izuku's shin with her walking stick in response and replied, "That does not change the fact that you three and that slime girl are now involved in Nezu's harebrained scheme, which by the way I simply do not approve." While Izuku hopped away and nursed his injured shin, Recovery Girl sighed and said, "Anyway, I do have a number of contraceptives for you three to use to prevent any unwanted pregnancies." She then took out a number of condoms, IUDs, and BRTH prevention pills. Suddenly, Țumomo brainjacked 𝐒𝐴 and said, "Please give us the IUDs and condoms." Surprised, Tsuyu asked the brainjacked 𝐒𝐴 𝐵𝐽, "Why those two, Kero?" Unlike Recovery Girl, Tsuyu and Izuku could instinctively tell that Țumomo had taken over 𝐒𝐴's body due to having copies of her inside their own heads. It should also be made clear that Țumomo was still one individual in spite of having multiple physical copies of herself due to a psychic connection between each copy. That said, a physical connection with her other copies was still necessary to allow her different hosts to mentally communicate with one another directly. CNTRCPTV pills give me a bellyache, if you get what I mean. Plus, I know a couple of tricks to make pregnancies 100% impossible, replied 𝐵𝐽. Remembering that Țumomo could insert a copy of herself directly into a woman's WMB to prevent pregnancies by literally feeding on SMN, Tsuyu and 𝐒𝐴 both had to admit that using IUDs together with Țumomo's copies seemed the most logical course of action. Also, having Țumomo's copies inside their wombs would ensure that the IUDs would not cause any complications. Tsuyu nodded in agreement with 𝐵𝐽 and turned her attention towards Recovery Girl to say, "We'll take the IUDs and the condoms, Kero." "All right then," said Recovery Girl, who then turned her attention towards Izuku and shooed him out of the room so that she could insert the IUDs into 𝐒𝐴 and Tsuyu's wombs. As it turned out, Țumomo's slimy body was perfect for inserting the IUDs without damaging their hymens or requiring professional medical aid. That said, both 𝐒𝐴 and Tsuyu found the experience of Țumomo's copies going into their wombs uncomfortably ≡. End of flashback. Shouldn't we at least go out for a few dates before we actually have secretary? We only got to really know about each other yesterday after all. Protested 𝐒𝐴. Țumomo shrugged as she argued, "Not that I'm against us going out on dates, but you have to admit that the memory sharing we did last night has left very little else for us to find out about one another." She then wore a smug grin as she added, "Plus, I know for a fact that you two want to be the first ones to connect with Izuku here. So the way I see it, you two should go ahead and do the hot and seki with him before we have to start the HM plan." Both 𝐒𝐴 and Tsuyu blushed as they could not disagree with Țumomo's statement. Izuku blushed as well, as he never thought that he would be having sex with not one but two lovely girls who actually loved him. "Fine, you have made your point, Țumomo-chan. Just, let us go at it slow and at our own pace, all right," said 𝐒𝐴. Țumomo nodded with an understanding smile before she replied, "Sure thing. No interference from me for your first time." She knew that she had almost ruined 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐼's confessions of love towards Izuku and was determined to let both girls experience SEC for the first time on their own. Besides, it would be interesting for her to know what SEC was like without controlling their bodies. Back in the physical world, Izuku, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 all blushed in embarrassment as they knew what they were about to do. Unsure what to do, in spite of having seen memories of Tsumomo's many SXL acts as a brainjacking villain, Izuku asked, "So, do you want me to STV first or we do it together?" "I think we should STP together," replied 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, who was resisting the urge to hide her face behind her hands and possibly make herself float by accident. "𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲-chan should start first. She's known you for the longest and I'm willing to wait for my turn, Kero," said 𝐒𝐻𝐼. While 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 was thankful for 𝐒𝐻𝐼's generosity, Izuku nodded and said, "Let's all STRP together then." Despite the fact that all three of them had shared memories, including memories of their naked bodies, they still felt nervous about fully exposing themselves towards one another. All three of them got off the bed and took off their clothes at the same time while looking away from one another. Once Izuku had taken off all of his clothes, he asked the two girls, "Are you both ready to see me?" "As ready as I'll ever be," replied 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. "Same here, Kero," said 𝐒𝐻𝐼. "All right, on the count of 3, we all turned around and look at one another," said Izuku, who then started to count with 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐼. 1, 2, 3. When all three students turned to look at one another, they all blushed as they realized a number of things. For Izuku, he realized that 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲's body was appealing and looked wonderfully soft to touch, while 𝐒𝐻𝐼 had firm yet sensually feminine legs and wide hips. As for 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐼, they both admired Izuku's muscular body with strong defined muscles and the scars on his arms, which gave him a surprisingly rugged look in spite of his innocent-looking freckled face. They then noticed his erect PP and were shocked by it as 𝐒𝐻𝐼 spoke, "That does not match with your face at all, Izu-chan." Unlike Izuku's innocent-looking face, his erect PP appeared anything but innocent. With an impressively large size of above 7 inches in length, bulging veins on its skin and partially exposed glands covered in FRSKN, Izuku's erect phallus seemed almost out of place with the rest of him. Granted, it was not the largest PP that Tsumomo had ever seen, as she had actually encountered a man who had a literal horse-like phallus as a quirk, but Izuku's member was certainly on the larger side of the size scale. Embarrassed about his own PP, Izuku explained, "I have always been embarrassed about it." Left unsaid was that, in spite of his interest in girls and his impressive genitalis, his lack of confidence due to years of being bullied for being quirkless had negatively affected his sex drive, which meant that he masturbated less and was less exposed to pornography than most of his peers. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 could feel her heart pounding in her chest as she stared at Izuku's phallus and thought to herself, "There's no way that huge thing can fit into me." In spite of her fears, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 could not help but rub her legs together as she thought, "I want it inside me so badly." Given the fact that Izuku, 𝐒𝐻𝐲, and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 had been exposed to Tsumomo's memories, it would make sense that they were more interested in SEC than before and had at least some idea on how good it could feel. Swallowing her own spit, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲 approached Izuku and got onto her knees so that his phallus was right in front of her blushing face. She then looked up and said, "I'm going to use my hands, and maybe my mouth too to start. Let me know if you want me to stop." Izuku nodded in response and he replied, "Don't force yourself, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲-chan." Assured by Izuku's response, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 gently held onto his erect PP with both hands with her pinky fingers extended to prevent the accidental activation of her zero-gravity quirk. Izuku ummed in response to her gentle touch, which was enhanced by the soft pads on her fingertips. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 blushed even more as she slowly moved her hands to, as Tsumomo would put it, pump his rock-hard PP. Both 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 were almost mesmerized as they could see the FRSKN of Izuku's PP moving back and forth with 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲's hands, which resulted in the rhythmic exposure and concealment of the deceptively soft-looking glands of Izuku's PP. Their fascination grew as clear and slimy pre-𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 started to emerge the tip of the apparently excited phallus. Filled with SXL curiosity, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲 stopped moving her hands to fully expose the glands of Izuku's phallus and then used her tongue to gently lick it. Izuku shut his eyes and had to repress a as his hands reached out to hold onto 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲's head. Although shocked by Izuku's sudden action, 𝐒𝐭𝐼 looked up and realized that Izuku was feeling immense pleasure from the like. Feeling bolder and more excited, 𝐒𝐭𝐼 decided continue pleasuring him with her mouth and tongue. In spite of her lack of actual SXL experience, she seemed to instinctively know how to best pleasure Izuku. Then again, she did know about Sumomo's many SXL acts, and Izuku's barely repressed gasps and mmms of pleasure made it clear that he was enjoying the experience. While 𝐒𝐼 was basically kissing, liking and suckling onto the exposed glands of Izuku's PP, Tsuyu was using her tongue to essentially like her own vagina while her fingers stimulated one of her irked nipples and her equally irked 𝐶Ltus. Her eyes were half-lidded as she felt a needy ache in her WMB. 𝐒𝐼-chan, please hurry. I'm not sure how much longer I can bear to watch, thought Tsuyu as she knew that her frog-based quirk was making her horniness even worse. Oh 𝐒𝐼-chan, I'm about to come, cried Izuku. Hearing Izuku's warning, 𝐒𝐼 turned to Tsuyu to give her a wordless permission. All too happy to accept, Tsuyu knelt beside 𝐒𝐼 and wrapped her tongue around Izuku's PP. The frog-like girl could not help but enjoy witnessing Izuku's shocked reaction and tasting his clearly manly PP as she gently coiled her tongue around it. The tip of her tongue then rubbed against the tip of Izuku's member. Unable to hold back, Izuku yelled, "Oh 𝐒𝐼-chan, Tsuyu-chan." Like a broken dam, hot white 𝐔𝐬𝐽 gushed out from his PP onto 𝐒𝐼 and Tsuyu, covering their faces and chests in the process. Its musky scent filled the room while 𝐒𝐼 and Tsuyu touched and tasted the sticky fluid out of curious fascination. Their wombs soon started to ache even more to have their fill of Izuku's white seed. Fortunately, Izuku's irked phallus still stood proudly irked in spite of releasing such an impressive amount of seed. As Sumomo had stated earlier, Izuku had a few nifty features which not only included his impressively large phallus but also the large amount of wonderfully thick 𝐔𝐽𝐽 which he could produce and his immense SXL stamina which had finally awakened after years of repression due to his initial lack of confidence. Sumomo also knew that Izuku possessed keen observational skills which meant that he would be able to quickly learn the best methods to give each of his lovers intense SXL pleasure. With a little experience and control over his orgasms, he could become a natural lady killer in the bedroom. Unable to bear the ache anymore, 𝐒𝐼 leaned back and hesitantly spread her legs as she looked up at Izuku with tearful eyes. She then said, "Please be gentle with me." Filled with SXL lust yet tempered by a deep and gentle sense of love for the girl who was offering her virginity to him, Izuku knelt down and kissed her without a care of the lingering taste of his own 𝐔𝐽𝐽 in her mouth. He then positioned himself so that his PP was touching the wet entrance of her maidenhood and said, "𝐒𝐼-chan, let me know if it hurts too much." Smiling in response to Izuku's kindness and care, 𝐒𝐼 nodded with a smile and said, "Please, make me yours." The mental shackles of Izuku's doubts and fears broke as he swiftly plunged his phallus deep into 𝐒𝐼, breaking her him and filling her nether part with his own. 𝐒𝐼 was barely able to stop herself from screaming in pain by gritting her teeth and wrapping her arms around Izuku's neck as if her life depended on it. Blood oozed from her broken him and pooled onto the floor. In spite of the pain, 𝐒𝐼 felt happy as she had given herself to Izuku, to a beloved friend who would no doubt become a great man, hero, lover, and husband. After what seemed to be an eternity of pain, 𝐒𝐼 said, You can start moving now. Just be slow and gentle, okay?" Izuku smiled gently at 𝐒𝐼 in spite of his painfully throbbing member which was still inside of her and replied, "I will, 𝐒𝐼-chan." He then started to move. In spite of the initial pain and discomfort, 𝐒𝐼 slowly started to feel more and more pleasure from the feeling of Izuku's phallus moving in and out of her vagina. Before long, she started to move on her own to better match with his movements and feel more of him inside of her. She also wrapped her legs around Izuku's waist as if to keep him in place while her arms held onto him even more tightly to the point that her soft breasts were pressing against his firm muscular chest. Driven by a growing need for release, Izuku and 𝐒𝐼 moved with increasingly frantic speed as if they were on a race against time itself. "Oh 𝐒𝐼-chan, I'm going to come again. Do it, Deku. Fill me with your cum." Both 𝐒𝐼 and Izuku cried out in unison as he slammed his phallus as deeply into her nether part as he could and released his seed into her very WMB. As for 𝐒𝐿𝐵, the walls of her vagina contracted and twitched as though it was trying to suck out every drop of white seed from 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Needless to say, she had experienced her own orgasm and she knew that she would be hooked to the feeling if she was not careful about it. While her consciousness faded due to the effects of her 𝐒𝐿𝐵, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 could not help but admit to herself, "Wouldn't mind getting a little hooked to it though." While 𝐒𝐿𝐵 passed out with a contented smile on her face and 𝐒𝐿𝐵's white seed mixed with her crimson blood leaking out of the entrance of her private part, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smiled tenderly at her and lovingly stroked her face with his scarred hand. He felt joy in knowing that he had not only made love to 𝐒𝐿𝐵 but also made her first SXL experience a wonderful one. "Aizu-chan, can you make me feel good too, Kiro?" 𝐒𝐿𝐵 turned to face Tsuyu, who was actually crying due to her painful need to mate. Knowing what he must do, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 nodded and said, "Let me put 𝐒𝐿𝐵-chan in bed first." Tsuyu nodded in understanding and waited for 𝐒𝐿𝐵 to put 𝐒𝐿𝐵 onto Tsuyu's bed after putting a pair of mittens onto her hands. He then covered 𝐒𝐿𝐵's naked sweaty body with a blanket so that she would not catch a cold. Once he was done, Tsuyu turned around with her legs wide apart and raised her backside towards him. She then looked over her shoulder and said, "Please, F me like I'm a corny beach in heat, Kiro." Shocked by Tsuyu's choice of words, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 hesitated and asked, "You're Tsuyu-chan, right?" Although he knew that Sumomo had not brainjacked her, he had to be sure. The frog-like girl nodded and shamefully explained, "My quirk makes me want to mate with you like an animal so badly. I don't have much of my him left because of my fingers and tongue, so..." Realizing why Tsuyu was so desperate to have sex, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smiled as though he was about to save her from a crisis and said, "All right, I'll do my best." Knowing that Tsuyu was willing to accept rough sex and feeling more confident of his own SXL prowess, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 quickly plunged his still-erect phallus deep into her twitchy and eager nether part from behind. As wet as it was, his pee-pee easily went deep into her and even touched her cervix. While 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was gentle with 𝐒𝐿𝐵 until their growing desires made them almost desperate for release, he was almost bestial in lust as he furiously plunged his member into Tsuyu's eager private part while his hands were placed beside her as if to pin her down. In spite of the furious rutting, there was little doubt about the love between 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Tsuyu. They moved with eager longing to please one another. Tsuyu threw her caution and fear into the wind as she ammed and croaked with each wave of pleasure that she felt while her long twitching tongue hung limply from her mouth. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 on the other hand enjoyed every moment of the rough sex and knew that Tsuyu loved it as well. Before long, both 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Tsuyu clenched and the frog-like girl croaked loudly enough to almost make the glass panes of the window into her dorm room vibrate. Exhausted yet satisfied, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Tsuyu smiled at one another and kissed tenderly, which contrasted with their almost savage rutting. Mustering the last of their strength, they got up and went to bed to sleep with 𝐒𝐿𝐵. As 𝐒𝐿𝐵 lay between 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Tsuyu, he could feel their warm and soft yet firm bodies pressing onto him. Somehow, his pee-pee became excited in response and became irked again, but he was satisfied with his first SXL experience and thus felt disinclined to continue SXL enthusiasm with the two clearly exhausted girls. Holding them lovingly in his arms, he swore to protect and love them for as long as they wished to continue loving him. In 𝐒𝐿𝐵's mindscape, Sumomo had clenched multiple times from feeling the SXL pleasure of 𝐒𝐿𝐵 having sex with 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Tsuyu. Gasping for breath, in a manner of speaking anyway, she ammed, "My God, I never knew that letting go of my control over them would allow me to feel this good." Before she accepted 𝐒𝐿𝐵, 𝐒𝐿𝐵, and Tsuyu's friendship, she had a constant fear of losing control, which meant that she could not fully enjoy the various SXL acts that she had committed as a brainjacking villainess. Given the fact that she no longer had to fear losing control over the three of them, she could focus entirely on their SXL pleasure, which was a new and wonderful experience for her in spite of her past SXL acts. Needless to say, she loved every minute of it. So, blame you for this." Sumomo turned her attention towards Nana, who was glowering at her in spite of being practically naked and covered from head to toe in 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐵 from multiple men. She was also gasping for breath while 𝐻𝐿𝐵 leaked from both her vagina and anus. "Do you have any idea what it's like to have sex with 6 corny men at the same time?" "Trust me, having sex with 6 corny men at the same time is nothing too crazy compared to some of the weirdest CRP I have experienced," replied 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, who then shuddered in disgust as she added, like that time when I got into the body of a woman who had a FTSH for literal SHT. I have never felt so unclean before or ever since. Understandably, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 abandoned the coprophilic host as quickly as she could and stayed far away from her ever since. Nana almost felt sympathetic for the former villainess and said, well, SXL shenanigans aside, I hope that this crazy plan that Nezu has planned for Izuku works out. As much as I hope that he can live a happy life with the people whom he loves, being a holder of one for all tends to make life difficult for both the user and the romantic partners. Don't worry. No matter what happens to Izuku, I will stay inside of him. I owe him at least that much for accepting me for who and what I am, replied 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Seeing the determination in 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's eyes, Nana smiled in spite of her earlier aggravation and said, that's good to know, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲-chan. Meanwhile, in Mina's room, which was directly below Tsuyu's room, Mina, Toru, Kyuka, and Momo had overheard the sounds of SXL lovemaking between Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu. All of them felt embarrassed and ashamed as their nether parts tingled with SXL excitement. Kyuka in particular was badly affected by the sounds she had overheard due to her keen sense of hearing through her earjacks. Needless to say, she was going to need quite a bit of time alone to relieve her SXL urges. She also sneaked a peek at Momo and wished that she could ask the more curvaceous girl to help her with her SXL urges. Unknown to everyone else other than herself, Kyuka was bisexual and was sexually interested in Momo in spite of being interested in boys as well. As far as boys were concerned, Kyuka was neither sexually nor romantically interested in any of them in spite of being friends with some of them such as Denki and Kuda, a soft-spoken boy with a wide muscular build and a rock-like head. In fact, she tended to see them as friends of even brothers instead of possible romantic or SXL partners. Then again, considering that not even the class pervert, Minoru, was sexually interested in her, it could be said that her lack of interest in the boys of her class was partly due to her own insecurities as a girl who lacked a womanly figure. Kyuka was not the only girl who was resisting the urge to MSTRT until she was alone, as Momo also wanted to touch herself. As stated before, she was a sheltered rich girl who was surprisingly innocent on matters of love and sex to the point of being innocently oblivious about her own modesty or the lack of it. It could even be said that overhearing Izuku having sex with Okiko and Tsuyu was her first real exposure to SXL activities. As a result, she was struggling with her newly awakened SXL urges, which were filling her with shamefully lewd and artsy ideas. Toru, being an invisible girl who wanted to be a hero, was already used to the idea of walking around naked yet unseen. She had even used her invisibility to spy on people on a number of occasions and had caught people making out in public before. As such, she was not only an invisible XHBTNST but also a VYR, which meant that she was determined to be a personal witness of the next time Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu had secretary. Mina, unlike most of the girls, had gone out on dates before. However, her dates tended to be casual and friendly as opposed to being romantic or NTMT. In fact, she had not even kissed a boy. She was therefore still a virgin in spite of being the closest thing to a love expert among the girls of Class 1A, and was determined to get the details on Okiko's and Tsuyu's SXL experience. Before long, all four girls went back to their respective rooms and started to relieve themselves of their SXL urges in different ways. While Mina and Toru simply fingered themselves to CLMX, with the added bonus of homemade lotion in Mina's case, as she could secret acidic fluids of varying corrosiveness and viscosity. Kyuka actually used her earjacks as makeshift VBIs to STMLT herself. Considering that her earjacks channeled the sound of her heartbeat and sounds are made through vibrations, her experience was quite intense, especially when one of her earjacks vibrated against her CLTS. As for Momo, she initially started with fingering herself but soon started creating simple metal rods with smooth rounded ends with her quirk to insert them into her aching nether part. Shame and pleasure consumed her as she moved the rod in and out of her VGNA with increasing urgency until she finally achieved orgasm. Before all four girls passed out from climaxing, they all shared one common thought: I want to have a lover too, elsewhere. While the four girls relieved themselves of their SXL urges, a certain curvaceous woman named Nemurai was furiously pleasuring herself with a large DLD which reached all the way to her CRVX. As she was responsible for monitoring Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu on Nedzu's admittedly cryptic request, she obviously found out that the three of them had secretary. She also monitored the other 4 girls of Class 1A, which meant that she knew about their RTC activities as well. Nemirai had a look of blissful joy on her face as she clenched and thought to herself, best assignment ever. The following day, Xiaota's eye twitched with annoyance as he glared at Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu. While Izuku seemed mostly fine, it was obvious as both Okiko and Tsuyu were limping due to their recent activities on the day before. The fact that Izuku had not been in his room at the dorms that morning only made it more obvious that he, Okiko, and Tsuyu had slept together again. There was also the fact that Tsuyu's room practically reeked of dried sweat and SXL fluids. The irritated homeroom teacher of Class 1A was so very tempted to expel the 3 corny troublemakers for the sake of preserving his own sanity. However, Nedzu made it clear that Izuku and his HM were to be exempted from punishment unless something truly terrible occurred. The fact that everyone else in Class 1A already knew that something had happened between the 3 of them only made Xiaota's headache worse. Momo, Kyuka, Mina, and Toru were blushing, while stealing glances at the 3 embarrassed lovers, while Minoru, Denki, and Hanta were glaring at Izuku with obvious envy in their eyes. Katsuki was also glaring at Izuku, although it was filled with murderous rage instead of envy for some reason. As for Tenya, the ever-serious boy was acting like a malfunctioning robot as he was forced to accept the reality that Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu had sex in the dorms. Even Xiaota was stealing curious glances at the 3 of them with a slight blush on his face. Seriously, 2 nights of staying in the dorms and I already have to deal with this SHT. You 3 are very, very lucky that Principal Nedzu had deemed you 3 exempt from expulsion for your indecent actions as long as Uraraka-san and Asue-san do not get PRNT. Had it been up to me, I would have expelled you 3 by now, growled Xiaota, who then added, you and your classmates are already behind schedule on developing your finishing moves. Further delays will not be tolerated and I will see to it as you 3 are treated as harshly as your classmates, understood? Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu stood at full attention out of fear as they replied, Weiss, Aizawa-sensei. Xiaota turned his attention towards the rest of Class 1A and said, all of you, get changed into your hero costumes and meet me at Gym Gamma. I want all of you there in less than 10 minutes, understood? It was obvious that Xiaota was not taking no for an answer, so everyone replied in affirmative and quickly changed into their hero costumes. Understandably, any attempt to interrogate Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu would have to wait until later. Less than 10 minutes later, everyone had gathered in Gym Gamma, which was also known as the training dreamland. The students and teachers noted that Nemirai seemed a little sleep-deprived as she greeted them more tiredly than usual. In spite of her apparent exhaustion, she seemed to be in a very cheerful mood and even winked at Izuku. Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu blushed as they recalled that she was responsible for monitoring them and had probably seen or at least overheard their lovemaking. Before long, the teachers present in the gym explained the purpose of the training, which would help the student not only develop their finishing moves but also help them prepare for the provisional hero license exam. Xiaota also explained to them that they should consult with the support department of Yu High School to develop suitable support gear to complement with their abilities as heroes. Are you all ready? Asked Xiaota. Needless to say, the students were more than ready in spite of having their training delayed by a day, and having sore loins in the case of Okiko and Tsuyu. A short while later, Toshinori was surprised to see Izuku using grapples and kicks as he fought against a clone of a hero who was dressed in a tan cloak known as ectoplasm. When Izuku took a break, Toshinori asked, when did you come up with those moves, Midoriya Shounen? Well, since I can't afford to damage my arms any further, I asked Okiko-chan and Tsuyu-chan for advice, All Might Sensei, replied Izuku. Left unsaid was that he saw memories of their fighting moves and knew that he should adopt them to prevent further injuries on his arms. Both Okiko and Tsuyu readily agreed with his decision to do so. Toshinori smiled in approval and said, That's good to know, Midoriya Shounen. He was planning to tell Izuku to stop imitating him, but he realized that his advice was not necessary. Izuku nodded with a confident smile and replied, I do want to be a great hero like you, All Might Sensei, but I now know that I can be a great hero in my own way. Toshinori resisted the urge to hug Izuku as though he was his own son. Instead, he patted his shoulder with his uninjured arm and said, "Aizawa-san may not approve of your current relationship with Uraraka Shujo and Asua Shujo, but I can tell that being together with them has done wonders for you." His smile became cheeky as he added, "Just don't forget that there are times for pleasurable fun and times for hard work, Midoriya Shounen." Izuku blushed in embarrassment and replied, "I'll keep that in mind, All Might Sensei." Neither of them noticed that a certain explosive blonde named Katsuki was glaring at them with anger and even envy in his eyes. Later that day, Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu somehow avoided getting interrogated by their classmates after training their finishing moves and were walking together towards the support department workshop to acquire suitable support gear. As they made their way towards the workshop, Sumomo's copy inside Izuku's head curiously asked, "Say, isn't that Hatsume girl from the support department?" She was referring to Hatsume Mai, a girl with a mature build, pink dreadlocks and eyes with yellow irises that resemble scope lenses. Izuku mentally replied, "Yes, she is." "So, what are the chances that she'll be making support gear for all of you?" asked Sumomo. "Honestly, I'm not too sure, but I won't be surprised if she does make out support gear," admitted Izuku. "What's wrong, Deku?" asked Okiko. She knew that Izuku was having a mental conversation with Sumomo and was curious about what they were talking about. "Oh, I'm just wondering if we'll be meeting Hatsume-san in the workshop," said Izuku. It was clear to Okiko and Tsuyu that he was speaking a half-truth to avoid mentioning about Sumomo in public. "You mean that girl with the support gear back at the sports festival?" asked Tsuyu. She knew that Mai was Izuku's team mate during the cavalry battle portion of the festival. "Yep," answered Izuku. Okiko pouted as she muttered, "I can't say that I'm too eager to have her making my support gear." She was still not very happy that Izuku praised Mai for her support gear during the sports festival. Sumomo suddenly had an idea and mentally spoke to all three of her hosts at the same time. "I think we should add her in the 𝐻𝐻." Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu barely stopped themselves from falling down and landing onto their faces in unison before Okiko mentally asked, "Why in the world should we? She's not even in Class 1B. Why not? She seems pretty smart and maybe she can make some kind of gadget to help us locate any tracking beacon which our classmates or those students in Class 1B are carrying," replied Sumomo. Surprised by Sumomo's response, Okiko asked, "You're not just saying that to have another girl in the 𝐻𝐻?" Sumomo did her best mental image of a deadpan expression as she replied, "I may be a hedonistic ex-villainess, but that doesn't mean I can't be practical about it, you know." Okiko was silent for a moment before she begrudgingly admitted, "Okay, we'll consider having her in the 𝐻𝐻." Suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard from ahead the three students. Shocked, they all rushed towards the source of the explosion, which actually came from the support workshop. Fearing for the worst as they saw thick smoke coming out of the workshop, they got ready to fight when a familiar voice spoke. Oh, that one definitely did not work as intended." Blinking in surprise and recognition, Izuku asked, "Hatsume-san?" Emerging from the smoke, Mai turned her attention towards Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu and said, "Oh, hey there. Aren't you three from a while ago at the sports festival?" As the smoke cleared, Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu were shocked to see that Mai's black top was damaged by the explosion to the point that her upper torso was basically naked. Izuku looked away and cried, "Hatsume-san, please cover yourself." Mai blinked at Izuku before she looked down and realized that her large chest was exposed. Having enough decency to at least cover it with her left arm, even though she was actually unconcerned about the exposure, she then replied, "Sorry about that. So, how have things been going on at the heroes department? What are your names again?" Tsuyu was the first to respond as she replied, "My name's Asui Tsuyu, Kero." She then gestured towards Okiko, who was pouting at the blushing Izuku, and introduced them to Mai. "These two are Uraraka Okiko and Midoriya Izuku. You were their teammate during the cavalry battle portion of the sports festival, Kero." "Oh, yeah. I remember being with you too and that bird-headed fellow," said Mai. She then turned around to go back into the workshop and said, "Well then, I've got to go back to my babies, so see you three later." "Wait, Hatsume-san," said Izuku, who then added, "We actually came here to get some upgrades for our costumes and support gear." Suddenly, Mai stood before him with both of her hands on his shoulders as she happily exclaimed without a care about her swaying breasts, "You've got my attention." She then dragged Izuku into the workshop to show him her babies. Okiko and Tsuyu were stunned for a moment before they rushed in to both get their equipment and protect Izuku from the apparently manic girl. Sumomo mentally grinned as she told Okiko and Tsuyu, "I like her." A short while later, "So you're telling me that you want me to make a baby that will help you detect hidden tracking devices, right?" asked Mai, who was still half naked and already had a copy of Sumomo in her head. As for how it had happened, she was alone with Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu in the workshop, and she was basically feeling up Izuku's body to get his measurements, which gave Sumomo an opportunity to brainjack her without her notice. Both Okiko and Tsuyu had not enjoyed seeing Mai being so physically NTMT with Izuku without his consent. Izuku was blushing as he nodded and explained, "We also need your expertise to make devices that will help us detect or track villains as well." Although he had had sex with Okiko and Tsuyu, he was still embarrassed to see Mai's naked breasts, which were even bigger than theirs. Mai grinned like a maniac as she replied, "You've gotten yourselves a deal. I'll make those detection babies as soon as I'm done with your hero costumes." Although Izuku was glad that Mai readily agreed to help them, he was still nervous as he spoke about the other matter. "So, about the plan," Mai waved her hand dismissively and replied, "Don't worry about it. Since this is Nedzu's idea, I can always sue him if that plan goes south. Besides, you seem to be a pretty good guy, so I don't mind getting to know more about you and your girlfriends." Izuku sighed in relief and said, "All right then. We'll let Nedzu-sensei know that you're in on the plan, and give you permission to enter the 1A dorms. You do that while I upgrade your support gear and suits," said Mai, who was eager to start making her next baby. "You might want to wear a shirt first, Kero," said Tsuyu, who had a deadpan expression on her normally blank face. Be back at the 1A dorms. Izuku and Okiko were sweating bullets as they faced their classmates who were all waiting for them and Tsuyu at the dorms. It was clear that they wanted answers from all three of them. Mina was the first to speak as she grinned and asked with a faux accusatory one in her voice, "So, care to tell us about what you three did last night? I'm pretty sure the noises you three made yesterday were not snores." Izuku looked away from his classmates as he tried to explain, "Well, we had sex just as you all suspected, Kero," said Tsuyu. Izuku and Okiko were both shocked as they yelled in unison, "Titsu-chan. It's not like we can lie to them. Especially not after how loud I was while you fed me like a wild beast at my request, Kero," replied Tsuyu, who somehow still had a blank look on her blushing face. Everyone in the common room of the dorm froze for a single moment which seemed to stretch for eternity before all hell broke loose. "You what?" shouted Minoru, Denki, and Hanta, who were shocked and outraged that Izuku not only had sex with two cute girls but even, as Tsuyu herself had put it, fed one of them like a wild beast. "Holy Esu!" swore a hero who found it hard to believe that an innocent-looking boy like Izuku had actually done such a thing. If he was being perfectly honest, he had to admit that Izuku was manlier than expected. Tenya was too shocked to even say a word while Tokoyami Fumikage, a male student with the head of a crow with a yellow beak and red sharp eyes, simply said, "It seems that our innocent hero has indulged himself in a mad banquet of bestial lust." Amayuga, another male student with a feminine face, blonde hair, and indigo eyes, nodded in agreement with Fumikage and said, "To think that such a sparkling symbol of innocence could be such a beast." "Wait, what do you mean by at your request?" asked Mashirao, who was beginning to suspect that Tsuyu wanted to have rough sex with Izuku. Tsuyu did not hesitate to reply, "Well, I was basically in heat at the time, so I asked Izu-chan to." Izuku and Okiko suddenly slapped their hands onto her mouth to keep her quiet as Izuku desperately tried to defuse the situation, as she asked me to have sex with her, and nothing more than that. "That's right," added Okiko. None of the other students bought their desperate attempt to hide the truth for even a second as Kyuka spoke with a deadpan expression on her blushing face. "Tsuyu's mms and croaks were loud enough for me and Mina to hear them as clear as day. There's no way in hell Izuku didn't F Tsuyu like an animal, and I'm willing to bet that she wanted it that way." Kyuka was technically telling the truth as she had actually heard every word of Tsuyu's perverted request thanks to her keen sense of hearing. Both Izuku and 𝐭𝐼𝐲 blushed bright crimson as they looked away from Kyuka due to the simple fact that they could not deny the truth. "DMN. Asuichan's kinkier than I thought," said Denki. Minoru scowled angrily as he spoke, "So what's next?" "The fact that Midoriya has a big PP too." Izuku and 𝐭𝐼𝐲 stuttered in shock while Tsuyu tapped her finger onto her mouth with a thoughtful expression on her face and replied, "Well, I can't really say for certain since I only saw my father's and my little brother's pays before I saw Aizu-chan's, 𝐬𝐸. That said, his PP is definitely on the bigger side and it does not fit with his face at all." Tsuyu was technically telling the truth as it was Sumomo who originally had extensive knowledge on 𝐻𝐸𝐾 pays before she shared her memories with her, 𝐭𝐼𝐲 and Izuku. Even though Izuku's PP was not the largest Sumomo had ever seen, it was undeniably large when compared to most people. Another moment of stunned silence passed before Minoru growled while comical crimson tears of BLD flowed from his eyes. "Midoriya, I hate you so much right now." Katsuki huffed haughtily and said, "Who the bloody F cares? It's not like a big PP is going to make you the next #1 pro hero." "No, but it would make you popular with the ladies," argued Hunter. "I wouldn't be too sure," said a tall male student with a muscular wide build, short spiky brown hair, round nose, and full lips named Soto Rikido, who then explained, "There's got to be a limit on the whole idea of bigger is better in bed. I mean, you can only add so much sugar into a cake before it becomes too sweet to taste good after all." Everyone stared at Rikido as though he had grown a second head and had the same general thought. "Seriously, you're using sugar content as an analogy for PP size." Although Sumomo was just as incredulous about the unusual analogy, she was willing to admit to Izuku, 𝐭𝐼𝐲 and Tsuyu, "He does have a point though. Oversized PPS and DLDS are not fun to deal with unless you already have a loose PP and they tend to permanently loosen the holes they penetrate if you get what I mean." Izuku, 𝐭𝐼𝐲 and Tsuyu blushed in unison in response as they had the same general thought, "We so didn't need to know that." Anyway, if that's all, can you let us through?" asked Izuku, who then explained, "We kind of made a mess of Tsuyu-chan's room and we want to help her clean it up to make up for it." "Sure, under one condition," said Mina, who had a mischievous look in her eyes as she added, "You need to show us your PP." "Wait, what?" exclaimed Izuku and 𝐭𝐼𝐲. "How can you even think of suggesting such an immoral action?" Ashido-san demanded Tenya. "Why the F do you even want to look at that useless F's junk?" asked Katsuki, who was clearly disgusted by the idea. "I hate to admit it, but considering how loud they were when they had sex, especially Tsuyu, even I'm curious about it," said Kyuka. "So let's have a vote," suggested Mina, who then said, "Anyone who wants to see Izuku's PP, please raise your hands." Shockingly enough for the boys in the class, Mina, Toru, Kyuka, and even Momo raised their hands immediately. As for the boys themselves, Tenya and Katsuki adamantly refused while Xiaoto was actually about to raise his hand before he ultimately decided against it. As curious as he was, he respected Izuku too much to vote having his PP exposed for the rest of the class to see. Minoru, Denki, and Hunter immediately raised their hands partly because they needed to know if Izuku's PP was really as big as Tsuyu claimed it to be and partly out of spite towards the seemingly lucky BSTD who had sex with 2 girls. The rest of the boys did not raise their hands as they were not interested in seeing Izuku's exposed private part. Since only 7 of the 17 voting students raised their hands, Izuku was spared of further humiliation and he was allowed to go to Tsuyu's room together with Tsuyu and 𝐭𝐼𝐲 without further incident. With that said, Mina was not willing to give up on finding out how big Izuku's PP was and she had the perfect agent to spy on them. Later that evening, Izuku, 𝐭𝐼𝐲, and Tsuyu had just cleaned Tsuyu's room but decided to let it air to remove the lingering heady scent. While the room was being aired, 𝐭𝐼𝐲 offered to let Izuku and Tsuyu stay in her room to not only do their homework but also relax after a hard day of training, getting a certain crazy support department student to be a part of Izuku's anime and getting interrogated by their classmates. In theory, they could relax in the common room, but there was no way they could rest in peace in a place where the other girls and a few of the boys could badger them for answers and details. Izuku's room was also out of the question as Tenya and Mineta would not doubt get in the way. After finishing their homework, which was thankfully not all that much due to the extended training hours, Izuku, Okiko and Tsuyu simply relaxed around her small table. As they relaxed, Sumomo mentally asked Okiko, "So, you're not going to have sec today?" "My girly bits are still a little sore from yesterday and we still have training tomorrow, so I'm not planning to do that again anytime soon," replied Okiko, who was a bit disappointed that she could not experience the pleasure again. Understanding Okiko's reasoning, Sumomo then suggested, "But there's no harm in cuddling, right?" Okiko smiled in agreement with Sumomo and shifted herself so that she could lean against Izuku, who blushed at being so close to her. Okiko happily nuzzled into Izuku's shoulder and neck and said, "Sorry, Deku. I just want to cuddle with you like this." Tsuyu was all too eager to follow Okiko's example and leaned against Izuku's body in the same manner. Being cold-blooded due to her quirk, Tsuyu enjoyed the warmth of Izuku's body as she spoke. "To be honest, I'm grateful that we went through all that drama 2 nights ago. If we hadn't, we wouldn't be able to be so close to one another now, Kero." Both Izuku and Okiko knew that Tsuyu was actually referring to Sumomo's attempt to brainjack all 3 of them and could not help but agree with her. Their mutual and honest agreement over the matter caused the slime girl to metaphorically blush bashfully as she mentally replied, "Well, I'm also glad that I met you 3. If I hadn't, I probably would never feel so safe and secure for the rest of my life." Izuku smiled at simply being together with Okiko, Tsuyu, and Sumomo as he reached out and held onto the waists of the 2 girls who were leaning against him. Suddenly, Izuku had an embarrassing thought and blushed. Noticing his sudden blush, Okiko asked, "What's wrong, Deku?" Izuku chuckled sheepishly as he explained, "It's pretty silly, but I just realized that I never touched your biases or butts before having sec with you both." Okiko, Tsuyu, and even the mental image of Sumomo blinked in unison before they all snorted and laughed at Izuku's amusing revelation. Okiko was laughing especially heartily when she spoke, "You're right, it is pretty silly." She then started to smile mischievously as she asked, "So do you want to correct that mistake, Deku?" "Why, you sure? I wouldn't want to make you sore all over again." "At least not today anyway," replied Izuku. "It's not like we'll definitely have sec again. Also, I do want to feel your hands on me," argued Okiko. "I would like that too, Kero," agreed Tsuyu. "I know I don't have a solid body of my own, but I definitely want to know how your hands will feel on their bodies," added Sumomo's copy in Izuku's head. Izuku smiled in response and said, "Well, if you're all willing, I'm not one to refuse." Upon hearing Izuku's response, both Okiko and Tsuyu got off Izuku so that they could remove their clothes until they only had their panties on. As for Izuku, he also took off his clothes while he was still seated until he only had his briefs on. Thankfully for him, he had a few briefs which were not hero-themed and he was seriously considering getting more of them to avoid embarrassing himself in the future. The last thing he wanted was to be caught wearing only his lucky All Might briefs or, worse yet, dirtying them due to SXL activities. As soon as they were almost naked, both Okiko and Tsuyu sat down beside Izuku in such a way that the 2 girls were facing each other. More confident than before, Izuku took the initiative as he reached out to gently hold onto Okiko's shoulders. Okiko shivered in response as his warm hands started to gently slide them. His hands then started to explore the rest of her upper body and face as they stroked and touched her neck, upper back, face, cheeks and ears. Izuku's eyes shone with both tender love and keen analysis as he was determined to find the best ways to pleasure the brown-haired girl. Okiko could feel his eyes taking in her every response and knew that she was going to turn into warm putty in his hands at the rate he was going. When he finally reached out to touch her breasts, Okiko was close to giving in to her SXL urges in spite of her initial plan to avoid having secretary. Izuku was about to tease the irked pink peaks of Okiko's breasts when Tsuyu hugged him from behind and said, "Izu-chan, please don't just focus on Okiko-chan. I want you to touch me too, Kero." Although Izuku was a little surprised by Tsuyu's admittedly understandable neediness, Izuku smiled in response and said, "Sure thing, Tsu-chan." He then started to shift his attention towards Tsuyu as he gently touched and stroked her upper body and face the same way as he had done to Okiko. In spite of being a little disappointed, Okiko knew better than to be jealous of Tsuyu for getting her dose of Izuku's warm hands, which were strong yet tender. Instead, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 hugged 𝐒𝐿 and allowed her 𝐵𝑟 to press against his body as she nuzzled into his back. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 noticed something and had to ask, "Deku, do you want to have sex again?" "I would be lying if I said no, but I know better than to insist on it since you two need to rest after last night and today," replied 𝐒𝐿, who then asked, "Why do you ask?" "Well, a certain something is saying otherwise," said 𝐒𝐭𝐴, who pointed towards 𝐒𝐿's underwear. Both 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 looked downwards and realized that his PP was obviously irked even with his briefs on. 𝐒𝐿 blushed sheepishly and replied, "Well, I'm touching you both in pretty SXL ways, so I can't say it's abnormal for that to happen." 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 blushed at the sight when their respective copies of 𝐒𝐿 mentally spoke to them. "You know, none of us said that we can't enjoy a bit of good old all-sec and mutual MSTBTN." Unable to disagree with 𝐒𝐿's statement, and admittedly eager for pleasure, 𝐒𝐿 suddenly extended her frog-like tongue into 𝐒𝐿's briefs to wrap around his throbbing member. 𝐒𝐿 gasped in shock before 𝐒𝐿's tongue started to slide his phallus. As for 𝐒𝐭𝐴, she started to touch and slide his upper body and face the same way he had done to both her and 𝐒𝐿. The soft pads on her fingertips made her touches even more pleasurable to feel. Overwhelmed by the unexpected tag team, 𝐒𝐿 closed his eyes shut to stop himself from ejaculating prematurely. Emboldened and turned on by his response, 𝐒𝐿 pulled down his wet briefs to fully expose his tongue-wrapped PP and then swallowed the whole thing into her mouth. 𝐒𝐿's whole body jolted as he could not only feel her tongue still coiling round his PP but also feel the back of her throat as she sked onto it. 𝐒𝐴 was also amazed as 𝐒𝐿 easily took in his PP while coiling it with her long tongue at the same time thanks to her frog-like physiology. Determined to not only make 𝐒𝐿 feel good but also not lose out to 𝐒𝐿, 𝐒𝐴 hugged him in such a way that his face was buried into her BRSs and said, "Why you can SEK my BS, Deku." 𝐒𝐿 did not need further encouragement as he stared to kiss, suckle, like an even nibble on one of 𝐒𝐴's irked nipples. Not expected such pleasure, 𝐒𝐴 gasped and held onto 𝐒𝐿 to steady herself as well as pull him deeper into her embrace. She bit her lower lip as she tried to stop herself from humming too loudly in pleasure. Before long, 𝐒𝐿 clenched and filled 𝐒𝐿's mouth and throat with his seed. Instead of gulping it in or spitting it put, 𝐒𝐿 held it in her mouth and then reached out to kiss 𝐒𝐴. Knowing what was to come, 𝐒𝐴 eagerly accepted the kiss as her tongue tried to wrestle with 𝐒𝐿's undeniably superior tongue and swallowed 𝐒𝐿's hot ℎ𝐻𝐻𝐿. Eventually, 𝐒𝐿, 𝐒𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿 had to breathe and they separated to catch their breaths. The two girls then noticed that 𝐒𝐿's PP was still irked, which caused 𝐒𝐴 to ask, "Just how much stamina does your boy here have?" "Honestly, I don't really know," admitted 𝐒𝐿, who then noticed something was off and asked, "Say, 𝐒𝐴-chan, is it just me or is there a leak in your room?" Both 𝐒𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿 turned their attention towards where 𝐒𝐿 was looking at and realized that there were a few drops of liquid on the floor of a vacant spot in 𝐒�A's room. Then, 𝐒𝐿 mentally asked 𝐒𝐿, 𝐒𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿, "Don't you three have an invisible classmate?" Realization struck all three of them like thunderbolts as 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐴 yelled in unison, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Suddenly, a certain invisible girl named Toru sped past the stunned trio, opened the door and ran away from them as quickly as she could while apologizing, "Sorry, couldn't resist." Had the gaping trio paid attention, they would have noticed a trail of spots which were actually Toru's vaginal fluids as she ran into Mina's room to hide and tell the pink girl the juicy details. After an awkward moment of silently staring at the open door, 𝐒𝐿 asked, "So, do you guys want to continue or call it a night? Considering that Toru-chan has pretty much ruined the mood and we should avoid making ourselves tired and sore tomorrow morning, calling it a night sound like a good idea right now," said 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐴 sighed in disappointment and said, "Might as well." 𝐒𝐿 was also disappointed as she groaned, "This SE's." 𝐒𝐿 smiled as he tried to cheer everyone up, "Look on the bright side, spending the night in our respective rooms will give Aizawa-sensei a little less reason to expel us if given the chance." 𝐒𝐴 snorted in amusement in spite of her disappointment and said, "Yeah, I can see that as a plus." Before long, the three lovers got dressed and hugged and kissed one another in surprisingly chaste ways before leaving for their respective rooms. Yes, even 𝐒𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿 hugged and kissed one another. While 𝐒𝐿 made his way back to his room, He blushed as he noticed that all the boys in the common room were staring or glaring at him. Mineta, Denki, and Hanta flipped the bird at him out of spite, while 𝐒𝐩𝐲 and even 𝐿𝐴𝐷 gave him a thumbs up. When Izuku finally reached his room, he lay on his bed with an exhausted groan and said, "I just got back into my room and I already want to go back to Okako-chan and Tsuyu-chan." "Well, I can be your sleeping partner for the night if you don't mind," said Sumomo, who was making similar offers to Okako and Tsuyu through her copies. Izuku smiled appreciatively as said, "Thank you, Sumomo-chan." As soon as Izuku thanked the slime girl, she oozed out of his ear and took the form of a small ball of slime with a pair of black eye spots for eyes. Izuku idly noted that Sumomo seemed firmer and even had eyelashes before he hugged her and allowed himself to fall asleep. A short while ago, in Mina's room. Mina was gaping like a fish out of water before she asked Toru, "You're serious?" Toru nodded vigorously in spite of being both naked and invisible and replied, "Midoriya-kuen's PP is really big and Tsuyu-chan could swallow the whole thing like a champ. He was still hard and big even after leaking once." Mina grinned like a cat that ate the canary and said, "I'm so telling everyone about this." In less than 5 minutes, every student from Class 1A, including even Katsuki, got a message from Mina which went as follows: "Big news, everyone. Our invisible girl, Hagakure Toru, has discovered that our cute cinnamon roll, Midoriya Izuku, has a really big boy that is over 7 inches long and doesn't go down even after releasing a load. Tsuyu-chan was not shitting us." Not surprisingly, the boys were impressed, annoyed or jealous about the revelation concerning Izuku's impressive genitals. As for the 2 remaining girls who did not know, namely Momo and Kyuka, they became embarrassed as they though about how Izuku's large phallus somehow went deep into Okako and Tsuyu's nether parts when the 3 of them had secretary. It was only a matter of time before news of Izuku's impressive member spread around the school. Boku no Hero Academia, Izuku's Academia disclaimer. This is a mature-rated fanfiction story of Boku no Hero Academia that I am writing for RTC fun. Needless to say, this story is EU. The characters may seem OOC to some and there will be smutty lemons. Also, I own nothing of the series other than the fanfiction. Stories that I make. Editing notes. This story has undergone a minor edit for grammar and naming errors. Only the archive of our own website has the edited chapters, as I can only use the mobile app version of the fanfiction.net website, which is more troublesome to post new and edited chapters. Chapter 3. Sumomo and Toru. Izuku woke up from his slumber and was glad that he had Sumomo with him to keep him company, as he hated the idea of waking up alone after spending 2 nights with Okako and Tsuyu. He smiled affectionately at the cute ball of slime and stroked it gently, causing it to quiver in response. Sumomo soon woke up and looked up at him with a sleepy look on its face. The slime girl then woke up fully and had a mischievous look in its eyes before it suddenly rushed into his breathes. Barely keeping himself from crying out in panic, Izuku whispered, "What are you doing, Sumomo-chan?" Izuku got his answer soon enough, as something warm and slimy suddenly engulfed his morning wood and even started to ooze through his urethra to reach his bladder and purity. He quickly covered his own mouth with his hands to stop himself from gasping in pleasure, while his whole body shivered and shook due to Sumomo's apparent attempt to give him her own version of FLT. He could feel Sumomo's slimy appendage moving in and out of his urethra while the rest of her slime-like body stroked and massaged the glands of his phallus. Normally, insertion of a foreign object into the urethra has to be done carefully to prevent urinal incontinence, damaging the urethra and infections. However, since Sumomo's soft and slimy appendage could change shape to perfectly fit into Izuku's urethra without causing harm to it, Izuku felt little to no discomfort, as he felt new sensations which he did not even realize were possible. And not even Tsuyu-chan can do something crazy like this, thought Izuku. As for Sumomo, due to being comfortable with being her true slime girl self with not only Izuku but also Okako and Tsuyu, she was perfectly happy to make use of her increased physical and mental freedom to pleasure all 3 of them in her own way. Indeed, just as Sumomo was pleasuring Izuku's member with her slime-like body, her physical copies did their own versions of CNLNGS on both Okako and Tsuyu. Both girls were rendered helpless as their respective physical copies of Sumomo started to insert themselves into their increasingly moist nether parts to the point of oozing into their very wombs. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐼's SXL pleasure only grew as 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 started to slide and massage their 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠 and even insert narrow slimy probes into their urethras to STMLT them. Before long, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 started to slide his own PP while 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 fingered their own private parts to bring themselves to orgasm. It should be noted that, due to past trauma involving a former host who had a FTSH for excrement, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stayed clear of their anuses. Due to the intense sensations on not only his phallus but also the urethra of the said phallus, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 quickly clenched, which caused 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's body to swell with his white seed. While 𝐒𝐻𝐼 breathed heavily to recover from the intense orgasm, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 slowly oozed out of his still erect member and reformed into its previous state as a cute-looking ball of slime. Speaking of climaxes, 𝐒𝐴𝐚𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 also clenched, and each copy of 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 fed on their expelled vaginal fluids. After 𝐒𝐻𝐼 caught his breath, he noticed something off about 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and asked, "𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲-chan, is it just me or are you changing?" Although 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 still appeared as a cute-looking ball of slime, it was apparent that she not only had eyelashes just like the previous night but even had round bright pink blushes on her cheeks and a small fold which formed a cat-like mouth. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded and placed an elongated slimy appendage into 𝐒𝐻𝐼's ear to fully explain to him through her link with her host, "I think I am. This has never happened before." Being a keen analyst on quirks even before he became a student of Yu High School, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 asked her, "Do you think it's because you no longer need to keep constant control over us like with your previous hosts?" "That might actually be the case," said 𝐒𝐿, who then added, "I never felt truly relaxed or safe until I met the three of you after all. Given the fact that you didn't develop while you were in your previous hosts due to your constant need to be in control, it's probably safe to assume that your lack of development is either due to a mental block caused by stress or due to energy expenditure to keep your previous hosts constantly under control. Now that you're with us and you no longer need to maintain constant control, there may be a chance that you will not only grow and develop but possibly even gain new abilities. Some possible abilities that you might gain as a result may include shapeshifting while outside of your host, the ability to form a biological armor to protect your own host, the ability to alter your host's body to better suit your needs, or even, "Whoa there, 𝐒𝐻𝐼. Slow down a bit," exclaimed 𝐒𝐿, who then said, "Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Sure, I might be changing a bit, but that's no reason to assume that I'll change even more in the future or regain your original body," asked 𝐒𝐻𝐼. 𝐒𝐿 nodded with a troubled expression on her face. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 smiled reassuringly and said, "𝐒𝐿-chan, listen to me. 𝐒𝐴𝐚𝐲-chan, 𝐒𝐻𝐼-chan and I all love you, and we won't care if you somehow regain your original body. But what if I can't help you find the spy after I regain my body? What if things turn bad between the three of you because I'm no longer a brain-jacking slime that keeps everyone together due to being my useless original self?" asked 𝐒𝐿, who had an unmistakably sad expression on her face. It was apparent that she had a low opinion of her past self due to years of abuse. "𝐒𝐿-chan, had you never entered our lives, I would not have even known how much 𝐒𝐿-chan and 𝐒𝐻𝐼-chan actually cared for me, much less loved me. You have done much more good for us than you probably even realize," said 𝐒𝐻𝐼, who then added, "Besides, you of all people should know that we'll never think that way about you." Well aware of 𝐒𝐻𝐼's past as a quirkless boy and his downright heroic nature, as well as 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐻𝐼's overall good nature, 𝐒𝐿 knew that he was being completely honest with her. However, she was still afraid of the possibility of becoming human again. Sensing her fear, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 said, "No one is forcing you to regain your original body. If it does happen, it'll either be because it is unavoidable or, just as likely if not even more so, you have accepted being your original self again." In spite of her lingering fears and insecurities, 𝐒𝐿 smiled and said, "You really are a hero at heart, you know that." "Well, I do want to be a hero who can save people with a smile just like All Might after all," replied 𝐒𝐻𝐼, who was smiling bashfully before he asked, "So, do you want me to hug you before we go?" "I would like that, very, very much, 𝐒𝐻𝐼-chan," said 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 smiled at the nickname she had just given him as he gave her a warm and loving hug, which she tried to return in kind with an adorably small pair of stubby protrusions that were supposed to be her arms before she had to return back into his head. Before long, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 started his day at Yu High School together with his classmates. A short while later, Toshinori blinked when he saw Mina and Toru running away from Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu during training. He then turned his attention towards 𝐿𝐴, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Are they doing some kind of special training by any chance?" 𝐿𝐴 huffed irritably as he explained, "Hardly. They're just upset that Toru had spied on them yesterday and Mina sent a message to everyone in class about Izuku's, and I'm quoting here, really big boy that is over 7 inches long and doesn't go down even after releasing a load." Toshinori blushed at the obvious innuendo and said, "That explains why they are chasing after the two of them." He then noted that Mina and Toru were pulling off some impressive moves to avoid getting captured by Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu, who were determined to get back at them. He could not help but smile as he commented, "Silliness aside, they're doing surprisingly well all things considered." "Nothing like running or fighting for your life to develop some new moves," agreed 𝐿𝐴, who smirked as Toru's invisible body started to refract light that was passing through it to blind her 3 pursuers, while Mina used her corrosive acid quirk so that she could literally run up a steep incline to the top of a towering rock formation. Although stunned, Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu quickly regained their bearings, and Tsuyu's eyes began to take in infrared light as she sought to find Toru. She then disappeared as her skin color and body temperature changed to match with her surroundings. Okiko, on the other hand, used her zero-gravity quirk to make Izuku weightless and threw him upwards so that he could catch up with Mina. Upon seeing the incoming human projectile, Mina used her acid quirk to literally create a narrow hole beneath her feet and escape. Undeterred, Izuku delivered a strong kick to shatter the weakened rock formation, forcing Mina to jump out to escape. Okiko then shouted, "Deku, I'm going to release you." Izuku knew what Okiko meant and said, "Do it, Okiko-chan." Since Izuku knew what she was about to do, Okiko pressed her fingers together to deactivate her zero-gravity quirk so that Izuku would not float into the sky. Gravity quickly took hold of Izuku, but he was prepared for it, so he landed safely onto the broken rock formation and quickly sped off to catch Mina. Okiko quickly followed Izuku's lead to capture the pink girl. Realizing that she was about to be captured, and determined to avoid retribution from Okiko and Izuku, Mina created a veil of acid to both distract them and block their line of sight. To counter Mina's defense, Izuku leapt over the veil and quickly tried to grab her to stop her escape. In his attempt to grab Mina, he accidentally tore her skin-tight bodysuit, thereby exposing her naked lower half for all to see. His keen observational skills made him realize that Mina had a rather nice bottom, which was probably due to being both a dancer and a hero in training. A moment of awkward silence passed before Mina blushed and screamed at the top of her lungs while hiding her naked girly bits. Izuku immediately prostrated before Mina and apologized, "I'm so sorry for ripping your suit, Ashido-san." 𝐿𝐴 sighed at the ridiculous turn of events and then said, "Ashido, you're excused to leave and get yourself properly dressed. Uraraka, go with her to make sure she gets changed unmolested. As for you, Midoriya, I know that this mess is an accident, but do let go of that ripped piece of bodysuit and get back to training." All 3 students quickly followed 𝐿𝐴's instructions, and Izuku handed the ripped piece of bodysuit to Okiko, who followed Mina to the changing room. Mina was blushing with tears welled up in her eyes as she thought, "He's the first boy to ever see my naked butt and girly bits up close." In the girls' changing room. Both Okiko and Mina were in the girls' changing room when Okiko placed her arms akimbo and said, "This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't decided to tell everyone in class about Deku's boy bits, you know." Mina pouted at Okiko and argued, "You of all people should know that I love hearing romantic stories. How can I not be curious about what you 3 are doing, especially after you had sex right above my room?" "And what does that have to do with telling everyone in class?" asked Okiko, who was still frowning at the acidic girl while also sporting a blush, as she could not refute the fact that she and Tsuyu had sex with Izuku directly above Mina's room. Mina had the decency to be sheepish as she answered, "Okay, I'll admit that I probably should have kept it to just the girls in our class, but the only girls who did not know at the time were Kyuka-chan and Yamamoto. Besides, even Todoroki-kun seemed curious about Izuku." Okiko raised an eyebrow and asked, "Seriously?" She knew from sharing memories with Izuku that the green-haired boy was clearly heterosexual and only saw 𝐿𝐴 as a friend and comrade. "I'm serious." He was about to raise his hand during the vote to see Izuku's PP before he decided against it, said Mina. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 sighed and decided not to argue about the matter further as she spoke to Mina. You did tell them not to spread that information to the rest of the school at least, right? Mina suddenly paled and looked away from 𝐒𝐭𝐻 as she admitted, I might have forgotten to add that part. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 was ready to throttle the pink-skinned girl, but 𝐒𝐿𝐿 intervened and mentally reminded her, you do remember that I'm supposed to brainjack Ashido-san and the other 3 girls in Class 1A to determine if any of them is the spy, right? This is as good an opportunity to brainjack her as any. Upon hearing 𝐒𝐿𝐿's reminder, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 had an idea. An almost villainous smirk formed on her face as she got closer to Mina and said, say, Mina-chan, you wanted to know how Deku, Tsuyu-chan and I got together, right? Wise, I do want to know, replied Mina, who did not like the look in 𝐒𝐿�'s eyes and nervously backed away from her. 𝐒𝐿𝐻 slowly cornered the nervous pink-skinned girl and said, well, the thing is, Tsuyu-chan and I had a bit of help in confessing our feeling for Deku. Mina's back was pressed against the wall when she asked, help you say? So, who was the one who helped you? 𝐒𝐿𝐻 placed her hands onto the wall to prevent Mina from escaping and moved in to whisper into her ear, I'm about to tell you. Suddenly, Mina felt something slimy enter her ear and, before she could even cry out for help, her body was immobilized. Mina's eyes rolled back while drool started to flow from the side of her mouth and her body twitched in a futile attempt to fight off the parasitic takeover of her body. Panic started to swell in her chest when she heard 𝐒𝐻's voice in her head, while 𝐒𝐿𝐿-chan is looking through your memories, I'll show you what really happened between Tsuyu-chan, Deku, and me. Mina was about to ask 𝐒𝐻 what was going on when she saw 𝐒𝐻's memories of what had happened to her, Tsuyu, Izuku and the slime girl named 𝐒𝐿𝐿. Although there were parts that were left out, including most of 𝐒𝐿𝐿 and Izuku's backstories, details on One for All and 𝐒𝐻's SXL experiences with Izuku, Tsuyu and 𝐒𝐿𝐿, Mina saw more than enough to realize that she was in no real danger from the brainjacking ex-villainess. By the time 𝐒𝐿𝐿 had finished looking through Mina's memories and verified that she was not a villainous spy or even a sleeper agent, she was calm enough to not totally flip the heck out when she regained control over her own body in spite of having 𝐒𝐿𝐿's copy in her own head. Wow, this situation feels like the kind of crazy story a corny bugger would cook up to fulfill his SXL fantasies, said Mina. 𝐒𝐻 could not help but chuckle in agreement and said, well, it can't be any worse than the kind of sleazy porn Minetta's bound to have in his collection. Oh, I won't doubt that, said Mina, who then added, so, how do you plan to get the others? Surprised by Mina's inquiry, 𝐒𝐻 raised an eyebrow and asked, you do realize that we're essentially going to let 𝐒𝐿𝐿-chan brainjack the others in our class, the girls' Class 1B and possibly even other people like Midnight Sensei, right? Mina shrugged and said, look, if this crazy plan works, we'll be able to stop the League of Villains from attacking us again like back at summer camp. Besides, this is Nezu-sensei's plan, so it has to have a pretty good chance of being a success. And you're not against the idea of being a member of Deku's 𝐻𝐻? Asked 𝐒𝐻. Well, I'll have to get to know him more to really decide if I want to be in his 𝐻𝐻. Besides, I don't have a boyfriend at the moment and I'm pretty sure that Toru-chan, Kyuka-chan and Yomomo are still single too, explained Mina. Recalling the girls' discussion on boyfriends back at summer camp, 𝐒𝐻 had to admit that Mina was not wrong. Nevertheless, 𝐒𝐻 had to ask her, but what about Kirishima-kun? He's known you since middle school after all. Indeed, as 𝐒𝐻 recalled from previous conversations with Mina, the pink-skinned girl and Aizuru had actually known each other since middle school. Mina smiled and admitted, we certainly have known each other since middle school, but that's exactly the reason why I know that he's not interested in being my boyfriend. He wants to be a great hero who never has any regrets, and I doubt he'll even think about dating until he achieves that dream. 𝐒𝐻 frowned and asked, Deku wants to be a great hero too, but that didn't stop him from developing feelings for me even before 𝐒𝐿𝐿-chan came into the picture. True, but I get the feeling that he's more into bromance rather than romance. Also, while he's undoubtedly a good friend and fellow hero in training, he's not really my type as a boyfriend, explained Mina. Deciding to trust Mina's judgment, especially since 𝐒𝐿𝐿 had said nothing to contradict her claims even after looking through her memories, 𝐒𝐻 said, well, if you say so, I suppose you can be a part of the 𝐻𝐻. Just know that you don't have to join us immediately and you can even back out of it if you want. Trust me, there'll no turning back or backing out once you look into Deku's memories. Mina nodded and said, I'll keep that in mind, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲-chan. Later that day, Izuku had just finished his training and was walking towards the support department workshop to find out if Mai had made any progress on the requested support items. As he made his way to the workshop, he heard another loud explosion and sighed as he understandably assumed that one of Mai's experimental support items had blown up again. In spite of his exasperation, Izuku quickened his pace to reach the workshop, which was clearly smoking. He could also hear the angry yells of a short and skinny man with spiky ginger hair and dull blue eyes named Myheroacademia Higari. Also known as the pro hero, power loader, Higari was yelling at Mai for creating yet another insane invention that had exploded. Izuku hesitantly asked the irate teacher, "Excuse me, power loader sensei. Is now a bad time for me to be here?" Noticing the boy, Higari replied, "That depends on whether you're here for business or for socializing." Well aware that Higari was in no mood to put up with anyone interrupting him to socialize with the apparently unrepentant Mai, Izuku quickly answered, "I'm here for business with my friends, and I requested her to make some support items for us." "Friends as in girlfriends?" asked Higari. Surprised, Izuku blushed and asked, "Excuse me?" Higari took out his smartphone and said, "There's no point in hiding it, Midoriya." He then showed Izuku a message as he added, "Even as we speak, news of your girlfriends and your impressive genitalia are making the rounds in the entire school to the point that even the teachers got word of it as spam." Izuku made a comically high-pitched noise which sounded similar to a cat which was receiving a colonoscopy as he read the message that stated, "Big news, everyone. Thanks to certain sources from our insiders in Class 1A, we now know that Izuku not only has TWO girlfriends but also has a member which is over 7 inches long and stays hard even after releasing a load. He has the face of an innocent boy and yet has the sex drive of a beast." Forgetting his place as a student, he quickly snatched the phone from Higari's hand and continued staring at the deeming message as he fearfully asked, "Does Nezu-sensei know about this?" Knowing him, he probably knew about it long before the message started to spread around the school, replied Higari, who did not mind Izuku snatching his phone in an understandable moment of panic. Izuku's shoulders slumped in comical despair as he muttered, "And no wonder everyone in school has been staring at me today." While the boys stared at him with amazement, envy, or even admiration, the girls stared at him as though he was a lustful beast to be avoided or a piece of meat to be devoured. He then fell onto all fours as he added, "And my mom's going to disown me and then kill me when she finds out about this. Or tease me to death, which might just be worse." Higari bent down to console Izuku, as well as retrieve his smartphone, and said, "If it makes you feel any better, the principal is doing what he can to keep the damage on your reputation, as well as the reputations of your girlfriends, to a minimum." He then grinned and said, "Besides, scoring 2 girls at the same time after what you all went through back at summer camp is hardly the worst SXL scandal the hero world has ever known." Izuku found the willpower to stand up and said, "I just hope that this mess will die down soon. Provided that you stay faithful to those 2 girls, I'm pretty sure that the worst of the rumors will die down before long," said Higari, who failed to notice Izuku's slight flinch at the statement. Considering the HM plan, Izuku had every reason to worry that his growing infamous reputation as a lustful beast would not die down anytime soon. "Anyway, I've already taken more of your time than necessary, so I'll let you take Hatsum off my hands for a while," said Higari, who then whispered in a conspiratorial way, "By the way, if you don't mind me making a request, please help me to convince that idiot to stop blowing up the workshop. She has caused more explosions than all of her peers combined." "You're not seriously telling me to use my manly charms on her, are you?" asked Izuku, who noted the irony that Higari was essentially telling him to take in Mai as a HM member after she already knew about the AIM plan. "Honestly, yes, admitted Higari, who then explained, "Make no mistake, she's a great inventor, but I'll rest a lot easier if I know that she has someone to keep her from blowing stuff up all the bloody time." Izuku chuckled sheepishly and said, "Well, I can't make any promises, but I'll see what I can do. In return, do you think you can help with the rumors?" "That depends. Do you and your girlfriends love one another?" asked Higari. Izuku had a firm, confident and downright heroic expression on his face as he answered, "We do, 𝐿𝐿-sensei. It may have taken the attack during summer camp and the Kamino incident for the two girls to finally decide to tell me their true feelings for me, but I am truly glad that we got our feelings across. Higari smiled at Izuku and patted him on the shoulder as he spoke. Then I'll do what I can to convince everyone that those two girls have a damned good reason to be your girlfriends. Thank you, 𝐿𝐿-sensei, said Izuku, who gratefully bowed to Higari. Think nothing of it, said Higari, who then pushed Izuku towards Mai and said, now, go and find out how much progress Hatsune has made with your support equipments. Mai was all too happy to show off the progress that she had made to Izuku as she quickly grabbed onto him and then dragged him to her corner of the workshop. He soon found out that Mai would be able to finish some of the requested support equipment by the end of the day and would personally deliver the goods to the girls' side of the Class 1A dorms. The boy could not help but blush as he knew that she would soon learn more about him and possibly decide to become an official member of his H. Meanwhile, Toru recently received a message from Mina to meet her in a secluded part of the school to discuss on how to settle things peacefully with Izuku, Okiko, and Tsuyu. Considering her role in spying on the three of them while they were secularly pleasuring one another, Toru knew better than to ignore such a discussion. She had barely avoided Tsuyu, who could not only camouflage herself but even detect infrared light, which essentially gave her heat-detecting abilities. Although Toru was undoubtedly invisible, she could do nothing about concealing her own body heat. The invisible girl shuddered as she recalled how Tsuyu kept on chasing after her like some sort of unseen persistent predator. It was a small miracle that she was able to escape Tsuyu's grasp. Before long, she saw Mina, who was waiting for her at the meeting place, and said, "Hey, Mina-chan. You wanted to discuss with me on how to settle things peacefully with those three lovebirds, right?" Mina nodded and explained, "The good news is that I have an idea on how to settle things peacefully." Toru tilted her invisible head and asked, "And the bad news?" Mina did not react to the downright terrifying sight of Tsuyu emerging from camouflaged hiding directly above Toru with her long tongue extended as she sheepishly smiled and replied, "Well, it involves getting an earful of slimy wingwong." "Wait, what?" asked Toru before Tsuyu suddenly seized her with her tongue, which was coated with a slimy copy of Sumomo. "Il su here." Momo and Kyuka were making their way to class when Okiko stopped them and asked, "Kyuka-chan, Moon, can I have a word with the both of you?" Surprised by Okiko's sudden request, both girls had no reason to reject it as Momo replied, "Of course, you can. Is something the matter, Uraraka-san?" Okiko smiled sheepishly as she scratched the back of her head and explained, "Well, it's not something to be discussed in public." Kyuka blushed as she wore a deadpan expression and asked, "It's nothing to do with your love life, does it? If it does, count me out." Embarrassed by Kyuka's response, Okiko waved her hands to dispel the notion and said, No, it's nothing to do with my love life. I just want to talk to you two about some other things in private, that's all." Kyuka raised her eyebrow skeptically while Momo readily accepted Okiko's request. "Well, if is something not related to lovema," Momo coughed before she corrected herself. "Love, I suppose we can afford a few minutes to help you out." "Great," said Okiko, who then turned around and beckoned the two other girls to follow her. In spite of her doubts, Kyuka decided to tag along with Momo as they both followed Okiko to a secluded part of the school. Once they arrived at the place, which was an unoccupied science laboratory, Okiko closed the door and said, "Thanks coming to hear me out." "It's no trouble at all, Uraraka-san," said Momo, who then added, "As the vice representative of Class 1A, it's only natural for me help my fellow classmates in any way I can." Kyuka shrugged and said, "Your love life aside, you're still a friend of ours, so of course we'll help you out if you need it." Okiko smiled gratefully and said, "Thank you, it means a lot of me." "So, what do you need help with anyway?" asked Kyuka. At that moment, two blobs of pink slime landed onto Kyuka and Momo's heads. Later at the dorms, Izuku, who was helping Mai to deliver some support gear to the girls of Class 1A, blinked in surprise as he stared at all 6 of his female classmates who had gathered in Okiko's room and asked, "How did you two manage to get all the others on the same day?" "Well, after I convinced Mina-chan to join us, Mina-chan and Tsuyu-chan worked together to convince Toru-chan while I had a word with both Momo-chan and Kyuka-chan," explained Okiko. Kyuka wore an annoyed expression as she added, "Okiko-chan got us real good." We didn't even get to say no before we were convinced to give you and this crazy aim plan a chance. To be fair, I couldn't have done the double brain jack without completely evacuating from Okuko-chan and splitting that copy into two. The only reason why I can even consider doing such a thing is because I trust her completely, said Sumomo, who was mentally communicating with everyone present in the room. Izuku knew that the girls were deliberately avoiding mentioning about Sumomo to prevent anyone from finding out about the brain-jacking slime girl. He then recalled what Sumomo had done to him, Okuko and Tsuyu earlier that day and mentally spoke to her. Sumomo-chan, I think you should stay hidden and not leave our heads too often. The last thing we need is you being discovered by someone whom we cannot fully trust. Sumomo's mental image nodded in understanding and said, I understand, Izuku-an. Still, I never expected you three to be forming a HM of all things, said Momo as she placed her hand onto her cheek in a ladle-like manner and then mentally added, or the fact that your love lives were actually improved by a brain-jacking ex-villainess. No offense meant, Yamanaka-san. None taken, Momo-chan, said Sumomo, who then mentally spoke to Izuku. That said, we managed to find a lead on our objective. Really, who? Asked Izuku as he handed the support gear to the girls. It's not really a who but rather a what, said Sumomo, who then explained, it seems that Toru-chan's parents requested a trusted family doctor to implant a tracking device into her body so that they could get someone to track her down in case anything bad happens to her, such as getting kidnapped by a villain. Considering her invisibility quirk and the USJ attack, I can't really blame them for making that decision, and I can't imagine them knowingly doing anything that would harm her unless they are forced to do so. Izuku nodded slightly and mentally said, I understand. There is a chance that this could be a false lead, but we do need to be sure about the tracking device is not being used by the League of Villains or any other villainous groups. Which is why Tsuyu-chan quickly reported the matter to Nezu-sensei after I had brain-jacked Toru-chan, said Sumomo. Hopefully, that will settle the issue. I'd rather not have to drag in any more people into this, said Izuku. Kind of too late for that, don't you think? Asked Sumomo. Izuku smiled sheepishly and said, maybe, but in my defense this is mainly Nezu-sensei's idea. Speaking about AM plans, I think we should start discussing about this crazy idea of yours, Midoriya Izuku, said Mina, who had a cheeky grin on her face. That's right, are you seriously going to form a HM? Asked Kyuka. Izuku blushed and bashfully replied, well, I'm already in a relationship with Okuko-chan and Tsuyu-chan, so none of you have to actually join the AIM if you don't want to. He then mentally added, you're in the HM too, by the way, Sumomo-chan. I know, Izuku-an, replied Sumomo. Momo, Kyuka, Toru, and Mina looked at one another for a moment and then turned their attention towards Izuku. Mina was the first to speak as she shrugged and replied, well, none of us has a boyfriend at the moment. Heck, I didn't even think about getting a boyfriend up until recently. Really? Asked Izuku, who was surprised by the answer. The other boys in our class are generally good friends and comrades, but let's just say that we have our reasons for not considering any of them, as well as you prior to recent events, as potential boyfriend material, explained Momo, who then added, in fact, only Uraraka-san and Asui-san even considered you as a possible boyfriend even before our summer camp, Midoriya-san. Izuku recalled Okuko and Tsuyu's conversation with the other girls of Class 1A and even 3 girls from Class 1B about boyfriends during summer camp. Blushing at the realization that he might be the only sexually attractive boy in the whole class, at least as far as Mina, Toru, Momo, and Kyuka were currently aware of, Izuku bashfully asked, so, you're okay with getting to know me? Considering that none of us have a boyfriend and your SXL acts have gotten us hot and bothered lately, I'd say that we have nothing to lose in getting to know you, said Kyuka. The other girls, including Mai, nodded in agreement with Kyuka. Seeing no reason to delay any further, Izuku sat down and said, all right then, you might want to get comfortable. This could take a while. One memory share later. Holy Esun, swore Kyuka as tears fell from her eyes. Prior to the recent memory sharing, Mai, Mina, Toru, Momo, and Kyuka were not informed of certain details such as Izuku and Sumomo's full backstories and the details of One for All. Needless to say, all 5 of them were shocked by Sumomo's terrible past, which drove her to villainy, and Izuku's cruel abuse due to being quirkless. They also quickly understood why both Okiko and Tsuyu became so cold if not hostile towards Katsuki lately, and, honestly, none of them could blame the two girls. In fact, their opinion of Katsuki had fallen so much that he was deemed as basically no better than Mineta as far as they were concerned. Considering that Katsuki had spent years bullying Izuku for being quirkless and even went so far as to suicide bait him, the girls felt justified in thinking that he was no better than the worst pervert they had ever known. They knew that any hero worth his salt would not be a cruel bully who picked on the weak. Feeling mentally and emotionally drained, the girls were in no mood for anything other than rest, preferably with plenty of warm cuddles. Even Mai was affected by the urge, but she had something else which was even more urgent in mind as she stood up and spoke with uncharacteristic seriousness in her voice. "Everyone, please read the instructions on how to use the babies that I have made for all of you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me tomorrow. I'll also let all of you know as soon as I'm done making the other babies." "Do you need to go somewhere, Hatsume-san?" asked Izuku. "Let's just say that I might need help in improving my babies," said Mai, who then added before she left, "Also, count me in as a HM member, Izuku." Although the others were not aware, Sumomo knew what Mai actually wanted to do and mentally asked her, "You're going to ask Nezu-san to have her come here and possibly have her join the aim, aren't you?" Mai left Okiko's room as she mentally communicated with Sumomo, "That's right. Izuku'll need all the help he can get if he's going to be the next heroic symbol of the world. We need her expertise, and we both know that Izuku's too pure-hearted to even consider such an idea on his own. Considering her relationship with All Might-san, it'll be best that he's informed about your idea too before Nezu tries to invite her. The last thing we need is an overprotective former hero going after our collective butts," said Sumomo, who did not want to even think about an angry All Might going after her and her hosts. Retired hero or not, Sumomo did not want to risk getting United States of smashed into the next century. "No argument there," agreed Mai. While Mai left the dorm, she caught sight of Katsuki and threw a dirty look at him before she left. Her angry look did not go unnoticed as Eijiro blinked at her and asked, "Hey, Bakugo, did you blow up one of her inventions or something?" Katsuki was somewhat blissfully unaware of how badly the girls of Class 1A and Mai viewed him as he angrily replied, "No, I didn't do SHT to goggle stuff." Back to Izuku and the girls of Class 1A. "So, I'm assuming that you all want to join the HM too?" asked Izuku. "Considering everything that you have revealed to us, I think it is safe to say that we're all interested to give this HM lifestyle a try if nothing else," admitted Momo. Much like the other girls, she was awed by Izuku's heroic nature in spite of his past suffering, and she knew that he would make a great hero. There was also the fact that Izuku was apparently incredible in SEC, which was an admittedly appealing bonus. Izuku blushed at the thought of being secularly NTMT with the other girls in his class as he asked, "Well, if you don't mind, I would like to have a word with Hagaki-san alone. Is that all right with all of you?" Realizing why Izuku wanted to have a word with Toru alone, none of the girls protested, although they were disappointed that Izuku would be spending time with her, especially Okiko and Tsuyu. Toru, on the other hand, was surprised that Izuku wanted to spend time with her alone, but she did not refuse as she led him to her room. Before long, Izuku was alone with Toru in her room and he asked her, "Are you all right, Hagaki-san?" "Well, considering everything that has happened today, I'm doing okay, I guess," replied Toru, who was lacking her usual upbeat attitude. Concern was evident on Izuku's face as he asked, "You're worried, aren't you?" Well aware that Izuku had seen her memories, Toru meekly nodded and said, "Considering that I might have played a role in bringing those villains to summer camp." Izuku gently yet firmly placed his hands onto her shoulders and said, "Listen to me. No matter what Nezu-sensei finds out about that tracking device, please know that this is not your fault. Your parents asked that doctor to put that tracking device into your body for the sake of being able to keep track of you in case anything bad happens to you. The only ones who deserve the blame are the villains who have taken advantage of it, and that's assuming that they have actually done it somehow." Tears welled up in Toru's eyes as she hugged herself and argued, "But if my tracking device was used by the villains to find us during the summer camp, that means that Ragdoll's loss of her quirk, Katsuki's kidnapping and everyone's injuries were all because of it." Her tears fell as she started to sniffle, How can I face everyone and still be happy as though nothing is wrong after knowing that my parents and I have basically allowed the attack to happen? I don't even know how to start atoning for what I have allowed to happen. Hagekyu-san, please look at me, said Izuku. Toru hesitantly looked up into Izuku's eyes and saw only kindness and concern in them as Izuku continued to speak. I was among the people who got badly hurt in the attack, but I refuse to blame you for something which you have unknowingly done. You're my classmate and a close friend of both Okako-chan and Tsuyu-chan who also don't blame you for the attack. Toru became even more upset as she slammed her clenched fists into Izuku's chest while yelling at him, "That's the thing, you selfless idiot." She shook with barely repressed emotions as she continued to yell, "Why your arms? That boy, Kuta, if things had gone even a little bit differently, both of you and so many others would have died. I shouldn't have become your classmate. I should have just accepted what everyone said about me being invisible and—" Toru's rant was cut short when Izuku suddenly hugged her closely and gently patted her head with his scarred hand. He then said, "Please, don't ever think that you're not worth anything." Thanks to the memory sharing, Izuku knew that Toru had a fear of living her life being unnoticed and alone due to her invisible nature. The prejudice which she received due to her quirk only made her hidden fears and insecurities worse. As someone who was deemed as worthless due to being quirkless, Izuku knew what it was like to be treated as though his very existence did not matter to anyone, and he refused to allow Toru to think way about herself. Unable to hold back her emotions, Toru cried. Some time later, "Hagekyu, do you feel any better now?" asked Izuku, who was sitting on Toru's bed with the invisible girl by his side. His arm was draped around the girl's shoulders in a comforting manner. Toru nodded in spite of being invisible and said, "Thank you, Deku-an. I really needed someone to cry on." Izuku smiled kindly to her and said, "It's the least I can do to help you, Toru." "You can call me by my first name, Deku-an," said Toru. Realizing that he had permission to call Toru by her first name, Izuku nodded and said, "I understand, Toru-chan." Toru's blush would have been clear for all to see if she was visible as she hesitantly replied, "Say, Deku-an, if I'm a part of your ℎ, does that mean we can have secretary?" Izuku blushed as he replied, "Well, we certainly could." His expression became serious as he added, "But do you really want to? I don't want you to have sex with me just because you feel obligated to repay me for forgiving you or because you need something to stop the pain. Trust me on this, having sex for just those reasons don't usually end well." Sumomo's mental image nodded in agreement with Izuku as she spoke, "He's right, you know. If you're going to have sex with Izuku-an, do it because you actually like him as a person, not because he's the easiest source of comfort to get." Smiling in spite of being invisible, Toru admitted, "I admit that I want to be comforted and I am grateful for your kindness and forgiveness, Deku-an." She then reached out and kissed Izuku tenderly on the cheek before she added, "However, I also like you as a person and I know for a fact that you will treat me and the other girls in the ℎ right." Realizing that Toru was serious, Izuku's blush deepened and said, "If that is how you really feel about me, then I'll try to be as gentle as I can, Toru-chan." Toru nodded and then started to remove her clothes. Izuku quickly removed his own clothes and the both of them were soon naked. While Izuku was essentially staring at seemingly empty air, Toru was staring at his naked body with a mixture of awe for its masculine appeal and regret for the scars of his damaged arms. Izuku then asked, "So, do you want me to be on top or do you want to be the one on top?" "Let me be the one on top," said Toru, who then added, "My naked body might be difficult to get used to." Izuku nodded and lay back on the bed. He soon felt someone getting on top of him and he asked, "Toru-chan, are we facing face to face?" "Yes, we are," replied Toru. "Then, please excuse me," said Izuku before he reached out to told her. As soon as he got hold of her face, which had soft cheeks, he started to gently trace his fingers on other parts of her upper body, including her short hair, shoulders, neck, ears, and brsts. The invisible girl shivered in pleasure as he gently fondled her soft brsts and teased her irked nipples. Her breath grew heavier and her nether part became moist as Izuku proceeded to slide her flat stomach, backside, and thighs. As for Izuku, he felt increasingly aroused as, in spite of being unable to see Toru, he could still touch, smell, and hear her. His growing 𝐼𝐺𝐻 became apparent as his PP became fully erect and started to twitch while 𝐷𝐺𝐻𝐾 leaked from the exposed tip of his glands. Unable to bear the growing longing in her loins any longer, Toru said, "Dekun, I'm going to put your big and stiff thingy in." Izuku nodded in understanding and almost gasped as he could feel a warm yet unseen hand guide his phallus towards what he assumed to be Toru's invisible maidenhood. Soon, he felt his member entering her sacred place and he knew that Toru was struggling as he could hear her holding back gasps of pain. He was about to ask her if she wanted him to be on top when she suddenly forced her hips downwards so that his PP could enter her fully. Toru barely held back a scream of pain as she gripped onto the sheets of her bed tightly and gritted her teeth. As the pain slowly subsided, she started gasping and was struggling to support herself, so Izuku placed his hands below her armpits to hold her up. "Hey, are you all right, Toru-chan?" asked Izuku, who could see BLD on his still visible phallus and was worried that he had caused her great harm. "I'm okay, Dekun," said Toru, who then asked, "You do realize that your hands are under my armpits, right?" Izuku blushed and sheepishly replied, "I kind of suspected it, but I didn't think that was important at the time." Toru chuckled at Izuku's still innocent nature and said, "I'm all right now. You don't have to hold me up while I move, Dekun." "Maybe so, but I do want to continue holding you and touching you, Toru-chan," replied Izuku, who then added, "I might not be able to see it, but I can tell by touch alone that you are appealing." He was being honest as he could feel her soft yet firm body, smooth skin and delicate bone structure. Toru felt her heart swell with joy as she had longed to hear someone compliment her looks in spite of being invisible. She then lowered herself so that she could kiss Izuku on the lips. Although Izuku was initially surprised, he soon gladly accepted her kiss as he placed his hand behind her head so that he could kiss her more deeply. After what seemed to be a mere moment, the two of them parted their lips to breathe and looked at one another longingly before Toru started to move her hips. In spite of the pain, Toru also felt pleasure as she could feel Izuku's member reaching deep inside of her. As Toru moved with increasing speed and passion, Izuku started to move his own hips to match with her movement while his hands held onto her slim waist. Toru's sweat formed a rough yet artisty outline of her SNSL body as she started to sway her hips to fully enjoy the feeling of Izuku's member moving about in her nether part. Soon, the two lovers were close to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐥 and Izuku said, "Toru-chan, I'm going to come soon." "I had my PA yesterday, so go ahead and do it," said Toru, who knew enough about the female reproductive cycle to know that that day was her save day. The movement of her hips quickly accelerated as she too was close to 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺. Reassured by her statement, Izuku clenched and ejaculated deep inside of the invisible girl, who could feel his hot seed filling her insides. As Izuku recovered from his orgasm, he idly noted that he could see his 𝐻𝐾 filling up the inside of Toru's twitching vagina and even leaking into her WMB. The sight turned him on and his still stiff member twitched in response to his SXL longing. Surprised by the twitching sensation, Toru had to ask, "So, how many times do you have to come for your thingy to calm down?" Izuku blushed and avoided Toru's invisible yet undeniably inquisitive gaze as he replied, "I honestly don't know, but I think I can come at least 3 more times." Toru blinked and said, "I hate to break it to you, but I just came and don't think my girly bits can take much more of it today." Knowing that Toru had just lost her virginity, Izuku was about to reassure her, then they both heard the door open. Both lovers were shocked as Okako, Tsuyu, Mina, Kyuka and Momo entered the room with bright red blushes on their faces. Their blushes only grew when they could see Izuku's phallus, which was still inside Toru's 𝐻𝐾-filled vagina. Izuku was filled with both fear and excitement as he asked the 5 other girls, "Do you want to have sex too?" All 5 girls nodded and Kyuka glared at Izuku as she spoke, "You are so taking responsibility for making us so demon thirsty for secretary. Not that I mind having you girls take over, but my bed's not big enough to fit everyone," said Toru. Mina grinned in an almost predatory way as she replied, "Nothing that a few adjustments can't fix." As if sharing one mind, Mina, Okako and Kyuka went to fetch Kyuka's mattress, pillow and blanket while Momo went to Tsuyu's room to get some spare IUDs. Unlike Toru, Momo wanted to make sure that everyone who wished to have sex with Izuku were properly protected. Seeing the girls set off, Izuku sighed with a smile on his face while Toru pulled herself off his irked phallus. Sumomo used that moment to leave Toru's head and oozed her way into her sore private part to feed on Izuku's 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Safe day or not, it never hurt to make sure that an unwanted 𝐵𝐺𝐺 would not happen. Deku-in. Yes, Toru-chan. Toru leaned against Izuku's solidly muscled form and said, "Thank you, for being a good friend and lover." Izuku smiled in response and nuzzled against her head affectionately as he replied, "You're welcome, Toru-chan." Although the two lovers knew that the peaceful silence would soon end due to the other members of Izuku's growing aim wanting a piece of the action, they did not mind it the least as they simply enjoyed being close with one another. Meanwhile, "I must admit, I never expected you to make such a request, Hatsume-san," said Nezu, who was smiling at Mai, who stood before him in his office. He then asked her, "So tell me, why should I invite Melissa Shield into your high school when she can receive better technological support and security from my island?" Mai had a determined look on her face as she spoke. "That's because she's the only one who actually created something that could protect Izuku's arms from getting damaged by his own quirk, which, by the way, we both know he was not born with." She stepped forward as she added, "Even if the full gauntlet was destroyed in the end, the fact that it could protect Izuku from damaging his own arm while he used the full power of his quirk for up to 3 times is more than enough reason for any sane individual to realize that she's a bloody genius." Mai stood across Nezu's desk and slammed her hands onto it as she spoke. "As much as it pains me to admit it as an inventor, I need her help to make the kind of support gear that Izuku will need to have until his body is able to handle that ridiculously powerful quirk without destroying his own body in the process." Her eyes bore into Nezu's own eyes as she asked, "So, can you do anything to help us?" A tense moment of silence passed before Nezu smiled and accommodatingly replied, "I would need to have a word with All Might about the idea of having Shield-san join the However, given your convincing argument and certain complications that have arisen due to her father's misguided actions during this year's Expo, I believe I will be able to bring her to your high school as a transfer student of the support department. I will let you know by tomorrow, Hatsume-san." Mai smiled and replied, "Thank you, Nezu-sensei. You won't regret it. Just make sure to let Midoriya-kun and the rest of his HM know about Shield-san's transfer after I have confirmed it," said Nezu. "Will do, Nezu-sensei," said Mai before she left the office to return to her room. After Mai left, Nezu could not help but chuckle as he thought, what an interesting turn of events. To think that the infamous mad inventor and shameless advertiser of the support department would actually go so far for the sake of helping Midoriya-kun after joining his HM. It seems that I have actually underestimated your ability to impress the ladies, Midoriya Izuku. Even I'm no longer certain of what will happen if you continue to make your HM grow." His chuckles turned into a near-mad cackle of glee as he added, "Things are about to get interesting. Boku no Hero Academia, Izuku's Academia disclaimer. This is a mature-rated fanfiction story of Boku no Hero Academia that I am writing for RTC Fun. Needless to say, this story is EU. The characters may seem OOC to some and there will be smutty lemons. Also, I own nothing of the series other than the fanfiction stories that I make. Editing notes: this story has undergone a minor edit for grammar and naming errors. Only the archive of our own website has the edited chapters, as I can only use the mobile app version of the fanfiction.net website, which is more troublesome to post new and edited chapters. Chapter 4, Girls of Class 1A. A short while ago, the other girls of Class 1A decided to have sex with Izuku after he had made love with Toru. In preparation for the org, the girls brought a mattress, a blanket and a pillow from Kyuka's room and placed them onto the floor next to Toru's bed. They also brought spare IUDs from Tsuyu's room and had already inserted them into their wombs with the help of Sumomo's slimy copies. Toru also had an IUD inserted into her after she had had sex with Izuku. Currently, Izuku was sitting on Toru's bed and he was blushing as he tried to look away from the 5 naked girls who stood before him. Toru, who already had sex with Izuku and was still sore from the admittedly wonderful experience, had just put on some clothes so that she could be seen to prevent anyone from bumping into or stepping onto her by accident. She was resting on a corner of her bed, although Izuku had the feeling that she would be keeping her eyes peeled to watch him have sex with the other 5 girls. Mina was grinning broadly as she asked, "So, Midori, Who are you going to have sex with first? Izuku's blush grew as he asked, Okako-chan, Tsuyu-chan, do you two want to go first? Both girls nodded and quickly approached him before anyone else had the chance to butt in. Okako reached out and kissed Izuku passionately while she rubbed her moist private part onto the tip of his erect phallus in preparation for PNN. As for Tsuyu, she moved behind Izuku and suddenly used her elongated tongue to penetrate Okako's nether part before Izuku's PP could enter it. Okako stopped kissing Izuku and gasped in surprise at the sudden intrusion. She soon felt pleasure as she gazed at Tsuyu and ummed, "No fair, Tsuyu-chan." "Sorry, I couldn't resist, Kero," said Tsuyu, who enjoyed seeing Okako's cute yet artsy reactions to her tongue wiggling and coiling about in her vagina. The other 4 girls of Class 1A could not help but stare and be aroused by the sight. In spite of wanting to have sex with Izuku, Okako could not help but enjoy the pleasure she was receiving from Tsuyu's tongue. Her pleasure only increased when Izuku reached out to lovingly grope and fondle her buttocks. Wanting to feel more, Okako hugged Izuku and buried his face into her chest. Knowing what to do, Izuku used his mouth and tongue to tease her nipples while his hands started to playfully pat and slide her backside. Izuku almost gasped when Tsuyu stated to not only pleasure his PP with her surprisingly dexterous feet but even teased his nipples with her fingers. The pleasure was soon too much and Izuku ummed, "Slow down, Tsuyu-chan. I'm going to come too fast at this rate." "Me too," said Okako. "Us, whatever," thought Kyuka as she fingered herself while using her earjacks as makeshift vibers on her 𝐂𝐬𝐽𝐿Ts. She then noticed that Momo was fingering herself as well and, in a moment of lust-driven brazenness, shoved one of her earjacks into Momo's nether part and made his vibrate. Momo's gasped in shock and became weak in the knees, but she soon accepted the new sensation. She then created a pair of smooth metallic rods with rounded tips and gave one to Kyuka. Realizing that each narrow rod had a socket which she could plug her earjack into, and knowing exactly what to do with the rods, Kyuka wasted no time in shoving her rod into her vagina while Momo did the same. Kyuka then plugged each earjack into a socket and made the rods vibrate. The effect was instantaneous as the rods vibrated vigorously, which caused both Kyuka and Momo fall onto their knees in near-orgasmic pleasure. Thankfully for their knees, they were both on the mattress that they had placed onto the floor earlier. Holy crp. This feels too good, thought Kyuka, who then wondered, I wonder how good Midori's PP is going to feel. Mina was using her weakest acid, which was no stronger than orange juice, as viscous lubricant as she fingered herself and thought, I want to have sex so badly. While Kyuka and Momo discovered a new form of pleasure and soon started to make out with each other, Tsuyu quickly removed her tongue from Okako's womanhood, then wrapped it around her waist. Okako was about to ask what Tsuyu wanted to do when the tongue suddenly pulled her downward onto Izuku's stiff erkton. Stars seemingly appeared before her eyes as she felt his hot phallus enter her vagina and reach the entrance into her WMB. Already aroused and close to 𝐂𝐿MX, both Izuku and Okako wasted no time to reach orgasm as they moved at a frantic pace. Tsuyu continued to tease Izuku's nipples with her fingers while her tongue quickly swayed its target to Okako's BRSS. Izuku noticed the tongue coiling around Okako's BRS and started to kiss and nibble it. Tsuyu croaked in surprise, but she quickly accepted Izuku's show of affection as she used the tip of her tongue to tease one of Okako's nipples. Unable to bear the pleasure any longer, both Izuku and Okako clenched at the same time. The brown-haired girl actually screamed in pleasure as she wrapped her arms tightly around Izuku while his hot seed filled her vagina. Her whole body shook from the intense orgasm and she clearly needed time to recover. Izuku recovered more quickly than Okako and kissed her tenderly in a genuine show of affection. Okako happily accepted his kiss and allowed him to lift her off his still stiff member before he placed her next to Toru. He then fetched her mittens from her pile of clothes so that she would not accidentally make anything float while she slept. He also made sure not to interrupt Kyuka and Momo, who were clearly making out with each other without a care in the world. While Izuku fetched Okako's mittens, his white seed spilled out of her still twitching nether part and Toru had the sudden idea of lapping it out of her. Having no reason to do otherwise, Toru lowered her invisible face into Okako's womanhood and spread it open to like it. Okako's eyes were as wide as dinner plates as she stuttered, "What are you doing, Toru-chan?" She got her answer soon enough when Toru stuck her tongue into her open vaginal opening to like up Izuku's SMN. As she had just orgasmed, she was incredibly sensitive and was reduced to warm putty as she futilely tried to push Toru away from her tender loins. In spite of her shame, 𝐭𝐼𝐾o could not help but enjoy the feeling and idly wondered if Izuku could see into her SMN-stained vagina. Izuku, who could clearly see 𝐭𝐼𝐾o's opened private part through Toru's invisible head, was turned on by the sight and would have kept staring had Tsuyu not suddenly seized his PP with her long tongue and said, "Izu-chan, it's rude to keep a lady waiting, Kero sorry about that, Tsuyu-chan," said Izuku. "Well, I can't really blame you for being distracted. It does look really artsy, Kero," admitted Tsuyu. She then turned her attention towards Momo and Kyuka and thought, "Kyuka's earjacks are a lot kinkier than I expected, Kero." Tearing his eyes away from the sight of Toru liking 𝐭𝐼𝐾o, Izuku asked, "So, you want me to hump you like an animal like last time?" Tsuyu lay on her back and spread her womanhood open as she spoke, "I want to face you as you press me down and mate me like a beast in heat." Deciding to entrust the mittens to Toru, Izuku quickly proceeded to mate with Tsuyu like a lust-driven beast. As he rutted her, he started to SCK on one of her nipples as though he was trying to get milk out of her BST. Tsuyu loved the sensation and wrapped her arms around his head to keep his head in place while her hips moved to match his movements. "Wow, he's actually fing her like an animal," said Mina, who then realized that Kyuka and Momo were too into their own little world to even notice. The two girls were passionately kissing one another while Kyuka fondled Momo's BRSS and Momo groped Kyuka's backside. The two rods which were inside of them were still vibrating vigorously, which gave them waves of pleasure. Those two are really into each other," thought Mina, who then remembered something and mentally asked, "Say, Sumomo-chan, mind if you come out and give my girly bit some loving?" Sorry, too busy, feeling everything at the same time," replied Sumomo. Mina's eyes widened in shock as she mentally asked, "Wait, seriously?" "Yep," replied Sumomo, who then started to blissful joy. Mina was silent for a moment before she thought, "I so need Midoriya's PP in me before I go crazy." Thankfully for Mina, both Midoriya and Tsuyu soon achieved orgasm while Izuku was sking and liking the tip of Tsuyu's tongue. Eager to finally receive some tender loving and knowing that Momo and Kyuka would not care about the wait, Mina rushed towards Izuku and said, "Midori, if you don't screw me next, I'm going to melt your entire All Might collection." Izuku gulped in fear of both Mina's sex-starved look and her terrifying threat. After all, some of the items in his collection were limited editions meant to be treasured till the end of time itself. "Sure, let me put Tsuyu somewhere comfortable," replied Midoriya before he placed Tsuyu onto the mattress on the floor and covered her with a blanket to keep her warm. He then turned his attention towards Kyuka and Momo and said, "Sorry, can you two please wait for a bit? I don't want Ashido-san to do anything to my collection." Izuku's voice seemed to have snapped both Kyuka and Momo from their blissful trance-like state, and both girls blushed as they realized that they had been basically making out with each other in front of Izuku and the other girls. Kyuka did not dare to look at anyone in the eye as she replied, "Sure thing." Momo was equally embarrassed as she placed her hands onto her cheeks and thought, "I can't believe that I actually kissed and touched another girl, in front of all of them no less." Speaking of girls making out, 𝐭𝐼𝐾o passed out after experiencing her second orgasm. Toru on the other hand was ready to attack Tsuyu's seed-filled vagina after she put 𝐭𝐼𝐾o's mittens onto her hands. "Toru-chan, if you're going to like me down there, you better be ready to get some liking yourself, Kero," said Tsuyu. Although surprised by Tsuyu's response, Toru smiled and replied, "I'd like to see you try, Tsuyu-chan." Izuku tried his best to ignore the fact that Tsuyu and Toru were going to start liking each other's lady bits as he turned his attention towards Mina said, "Lie down, Midori. I'm taking the lead." Knowing better than to argue with the pink-skinned girl, Izuku obediently lay down on one side of the bed and Mina quickly got onto him. She smirked at him as she spoke, "I hope you have plenty of juice left because I'm going to squeeze you dry with everything I've got." Without further delay, Mina slammed her hips down onto Izuku's member, shoving the whole thing into her eager maidenhood. Due to being a dancer as well as a pro hero in training, Mina did not have much of her him left, and whatever pain she felt was drowned out by the pleasure she felt in having Izuku's phallus inside of her. She then moved her hips with the well-practiced vigor and precision of a dancer. She had a blissfully ecstatic look on her face as she could feel Izuku's PP moving about inside of her vagina as she swayed and moved her hips with lustful passion and tenacity. "Oh God, yes. This feels so good," yelled Mina. Considering that her SXL lust had been nearly unbearable, it was understandable why Mina was so happy to finally have Izuku's big PP for herself. Although he felt great pleasure, Izuku was not content to simply lay still and thus started to use his hands to fondle Mina's BRSS. Mina happily accepted it and used her quirk to create lubricant to make her BRSTS feel even better. Izuku then trailed his lubricant-covered hands over her side and onto her firm and shapely buttocks to fondle them. Mina ummed in pleasure as Izuku started to move his hips to match with her movements. Mina-chan's going to SEK his soul out of him at this rate, swore Kyuka, who decided to just watch Izuku and Mina having secretary. Mina-chan's always been into romance, Kero, said Tsuyu, who was breathing heavily due to being pleasured by Toru, who tried to like every drop of Izuku's 𝐻𝐻𝐾 from her nether part. As for Toru, the invisible girl passed out after her second orgasm, which was caused by Tsuyu's long and dexterous tongue that coiled and wriggled in her vagina like some sort of perverted tentacle. Momo did not say a word but instead watched as Mina and Izuku continued to have passionate secretary. Mina soon clenched after Izuku started to like an SEK on one of her nipples, which, due to her quirk, had the taste of lime. Izuku clenched as well, filling her pink nether part with his fourth dose of white 𝐻𝐻𝐾, which was somehow still thick and plentiful. Finally satisfied, Mina's quivering body collapsed onto Izuku. As she was catching her breath, Izuku hugged her gently and looked into her eyes before he gave her a kiss. In spite of her exhaustion, Mina happily accepted the kiss, and though, "I'm so glad I that agreed to join his 𝐻𝐻𝐾." Eventually, Izuku had to put Mina aside and decided to place her next to Okako, who instinctively hugged her to slide her fluffy hair, which felt similar to Izuku's own hair. Both Momo and Kyuka noted that his PP was no longer irked but had to admit that his ability to 𝐻𝐻𝐾 4 times in quick succession was already an impressive feat by itself. Nevertheless, Kyuka had to ask, "Say, Midori, do you need to take a break? Momo-chan and I can wait until you've recovered before we have our turns." Izuku smiled bashfully and replied, "Well, I could certainly use a drink." Momo nodded and offered, "While going into the common kitchen might be unwise, given our current states, I do have some tea in a thermos flask in my room if you're interested." "Thanks, I really appreciate, Yorozu-san," replied Izuku. Momo could not help but smile as she replied, "You're welcome, Izuku. Also, there's no need to be so formal towards me. You can call me by my first name." Kyuka raised her hand and said, "Same here, Midori." Izuku gave them a genuine smile as he replied, "I'll keep that in mind, Momin, Kyuka-chan." Izuku's sincere response made both girls blush as Kyuka thought, "How the hell can he still be so pure even after having sex with 4 different girls?" "It's one of the great mysteries of the universe," said a post-orgasmic Sumomo who could only agree with Kyuka. Anyway, I'll go and quickly fetch the thermos flask," said Momo. "You might want to put on some clothes first, Momo-chan," said Kyuka. Realizing that she was about to leave Toru's room naked, Momo blushed and thanked Kyuka before she hastily put on her clothes and then left the room. After Momo left the room, Kyuka turned her attention towards Izuku, who had taken a seat on an unoccupied spot of Toru's bed, and asked, "So, what's your opinion about the 4 girls whom you had sex with so far?" Izuku blushed as he replied, "Well, they're all wonderful in their own way, so I can't really say who's the best when it comes go secretary." Kyuka smirked at Izuku's bashfulness and said, "So what are their good points then?" In spite of himself, Izuku thought of the different good points of each girl, which Sumomo cheekily decided to helpfully broadcast to the girls of the 𝐻𝐻𝐾, including Mai, who was not present in Toru's room, by letting them know what she was overhearing at that moment. "Okako-chan's really cute and cuddly in a way that makes you want to hug and cuddle with her while covered in a warm blanket on a cold night. She's also cheerful, warm, and kind, with an admirably competitive longing to achieve her goals. Tsuyu-chan, on the other hand, has a very nice lower body, especially the legs and butt, smooth moist skin, and a really useful tongue. She's also very honest and calm about most situations, which makes her really reliable as both a fellow hero and a friend if not lover. Toru-chan's body may be invisible, but anyone who touches her will know that she is undoubtedly appealing, her with smooth skin, soft yet firm body and delicate bone structure. She also tries her best to be optimistic in spite of her painful past due to her cruel peers, which is more than what I can say for my past self admittedly, and she's already proven herself to be a good friend if not more. Ashido-san's body is undoubtedly SNSL and well-toned, which is a given since she is both a hero in training and a skilled dancer. She's also energetic, romantic, and is willing to stand up to not only bullies but even villains in spite of being scared. I can't say much about Hatsune-san since I haven't gotten an MT with her, but I can already tell that she's appealing too. She may be pushy and offsetting, but she's really smart, dedicated to her passion, and isn't scared of trying again no matter how many times she fails in the process. Momo-chan's definitely appealing and, if I'm being honest, secretary. She's also a natural as a leader who is smart, dedicated, and eager to help others. Contrary to what Mineta would say, Kyuka-chan's not lacking in womanly charms. Granted, she's on the petite and slender side, but there's honestly nothing wrong with that, and stop. Just stop thinking for a minute, you brainy doofus, yelled Kyuka, who was blushing furiously as the information she had just received. She had assumed that she was the least appealing of the girls in Izuku's, and yet it was clear that he did not think that way about her at all. Kyuka was not the only one who was blushing, as every other girl in the ℎ𝐻𝐻𝐵, including Mai, blushed at the information they had just received. Even Okako, Mina, and Toru woke up in response to Izuku's broadcast thoughts. Sorry about that. I tend to overthink stuff, said Izuku. Apparently, said Kyuka, who had a deadpan expression on her face. She then averted her eyes from Izuku's face as she twirled one of her earjacks and asked, "So, you think there's nothing wrong with me being petite and slender, right?" Izuku nodded and replied, "You may not have the kind of figure the other girls have, but you're no less appealing because of it." "Then I want you to F me like you mean it, right now," said Kyuka as she looked into her eyes. Realizing that Kyuka was serious, and having rested enough to recover some of his stamina, Izuku nodded and approached her. In spite of her previous assertiveness, Kyuka felt nervous as she not only feared if her body could handle Izuku but also the possibility of being a disappointing SXL partner. Sensing her nervousness, Izuku did not immediately have sex with her. Instead, he gently reached out to her so that he could gently slide and massaged her upper body. Kyuka shivered in pleasure as Izuku touched her body. Her pleasure grew as he started to fondle her small breasts and gently teased her nipples. His hands then went downwards and soon started to pleasure her already moist CLs. Although she had stimulated her own CLTs before, she was not used to having it being stimulated by another person, and not even Momo touched it. As such, Kyuka did not expect the strong jolt of sensation and in response. Suddenly aware of the fact that she had in fact loudly, Kyuka clamped her hands onto her mouth and stared at Izuku, who was also staring at her. She also noticed that his flaccid member had become irked, as if it was aroused awake by something. Izuku swallowed his spit before he started to STMLT Kyuka's CLTs again. Powerful waves of pleasure hit Kyuka as she tried her best to stop herself from umming. In spite of her growing shame, Kyuka could not help but accept the fact that Izuku was making her feel good, and her pleasure only grew when Izuku inserted her fingers into her maidenhood. Unable to resist, Kyuka let go of her own mouth and started umming. The girls in Toru's room blushed as they heard Kyuka's SNSLMMs, which were downright SNG to listen to. Kyuka's MMMS became even more secularly SNSL when Izuku, who decided to take a leaf from both Toru and Tsuyu's books, reached forward to like her nether parts and even stick his tongue into it to STMLT her further. Stop. Why you going to make me come at this rate? Cried Kyuka. Izuku stopped pleasuring her with his mouth as requested and quickly shifted his body so that his irked phallus was pressing against Kyuka's private part. Realizing what was to come, Kyuka could not help but be a little afraid as she tearfully spoke, Please be gentle with me." Izuku nodded with an understanding smile and said, "I'll be as gentle as I can." He then penetrated Kyuka's maidenhood as gently as he could. However, given her petite frame and his generously endowed genitalia, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 felt pain and discomfort as it entered her, even though she had already inserted what was essentially a vibrating metal DLD into her vagina. In spite of the pain, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was determined to bear it until Izuku's erect PP was fully inside of her. After what seemed to be an eternity, his PP was fully inside of her and was touching her CRVX. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 breathed through clenched teeth. She waited for the pain to subside. So tight. Though Izuku, as not even Okiko or Toru's version maidenhoods were as tight as 𝐒𝐬𝐽's. Eventually, the pain subsided and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 said, You can move now, Midori. Just don't go too fast, okay? Izuku nodded with a smile and said, I won't, 𝐒𝐬𝐽-chan. He then started to move at a slow and gentle pace. Although 𝐒𝐬𝐽 still felt discomfort and pain, she also felt pleasure and comfort as Izuku's PP filled her to the brim. His strong yet gentle hands held her body tenderly and he affectionately kissed her while nuzzling against her neck and shoulder. Before long, her grunts and gasps of pain were replaced by mmms and gasps of pleasure as her body and heart started to fully accept Izuku. Her artisty voice filled the room as she all but begged Izuku for the blissful release of orgasm. Turned on by her voice and close to 𝐂𝐴𝐺, Izuku increased his pace, which caused 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to mm even more loudly. When both Izuku and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 finally clenched, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 screamed in blissful joy. When the two lovers finally calmed down, Izuku pulled himself away from 𝐒𝐬𝐽, who slumped onto the mattress. BLD and semen spilled out of her nether part and Izuku felt bad for her as he knew she was going to be really sore in the following morning. He then gently picked her up and placed her next onto the bed with Mina and Okiko, who were already awake. Wow, I never knew that 𝐒𝐽𝐽-chan had such a sexy voice, said Okiko. Yeah, listening to her has gotten me aroused all over again, agreed Mina. Not that I'm against each of us having a second round with Aizu-chan, we should let Momo-chan have her turn, Kero, said Tsuyu, who was pointing at Momo, who had already returned with the thermos flask. I'm still a little sore and Tsuyu-chan's tongue has not lessened it at all, said Toru, who seemed sheepish about her sore state. So, Izuku, are you still able to keep going? Asked Momo as she approached Izuku. She came back just in time to see Izuku having sex with 𝐒𝐬𝐽, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽's artisty voice was like music to her ears. I'm probably going to need a bit of time to recover, admitted Izuku. In that case, please have a drink and relax for a bit. I can wait until you're ready, said Momo, who offered Izuku the thermos flask. Are you sure? I wouldn't want to leave you frustrated, said Izuku. Neither of us will be able to fully enjoy the experience if I were to force you to have SXL with me. Better to have you rested and ready than to have you exhausted from pleasing so many girls in such a short time, replied Momo. Understanding Momo's logic, Izuku gratefully accepted the offered drink and took his time to enjoy the drink, which was high-grade black tea, to regain his stamina. In spite of her SXL desires, Momo seemed perfectly composed as she took off her own clothes and sat next to Izuku like a dignified lady in waiting. However, an observant eye would realize that Momo's eyes and hands had a tendency to wander as she took in the sight of Izuku's naked body, which was glistering with sweat, and her hands inched ever closer towards their goal of touching him. Mina and Toru could not help but smirk knowingly as they knew that Momo was eager for sex with Izuku and was simply bidding her time for the correct moment to make her move. After Izuku drank the tea, Momo made her move and sat onto his lap. Izuku blushed at Momo's bold move and asked, I guess wait time is over. Momo chuckled in amusement and replied, You could put it that way. She then stroked Izuku's body and said, Honestly, I'm a little relieved that I'm the last one among the girls of Class 1A to be deflowered by you. Surprised by Momo's unexpected statement, Izuku asked, Really? Why do you say so? Momo frowned as she explained, For as long as I can remember, I've had to put up with many boys and men who only see me as an object of longing in some form or another. I have also always thought that men who longing HMs only see women as mere objects of SXL pleasure. Her expression then softened into a smile as she added, However, you never once saw any of us in that callous way. In fact, you actually saw me as someone admirable and strong person, even as I was wrestling with my loss of confidence due to my defeat by Tokoyami-san during the sports festival. Not to say that you're wrong, but it was Todoroki-kun who helped you get your confidence back, didn't he? Asked Izuku. Momo nodded and answered, That is certainly true, but I get the feeling that Todoroki-kun wouldn't have been so kind and helpful towards me if he was still clinging onto his admittedly understandable hatred towards the fire aspect of his own quirk. In helping him, you have ended up helping me as well, Izuku. Izuku's blush deepened in response and he looked away bashfully as he replied, I'm not all that great, really. Considering how you have already managed to sexually please 5 different girls within a single night, I beg to differ, said Tsumomo, who mentally spoke to everyone in Toru's room. All the other girls who had heard Tsumomo's statement nodded in agreement with her. Deciding that enough words had been spoken, Momo shifted so that she was straddling on top of Izuku's lap. She then smiled at him and said, I want you to make me yours, Izuku. As Izuku had rested and rehydrated, he was ready to have one more round of sec, and his PP became irked and poked at Momo's nether part in response to his SXL. Momo smiled and admitted, to be perfectly honest, I was never truly exposed to anything SXL before I overheard you having sec with Okako-chan and Tsuyu-chan. I've been thinking about having sec with a real lover ever since, and I'm happy that you're willing to have me as your lover. Momotan, I'm also happy that you think that I'm someone worthwhile to accept as a lover, replied Izuku. No more words were necessary as Momo lowered herself onto Izuku's irked phallus while pressing her large BRSTS against his muscular chest. Due to her past endeavors to relieve her lust, Momo's him was not as intact as it was before. However, she still felt pain as Izuku's irkton entered her vagina. Unlike Kyuka, Momo's experience was less painful and Izuku's PP was soon fully inside of her. In spite of her own pain and discomfort, Momo smiled at Izuku and started moving her hips. She bit her lower lip as waves of pleasure washed over her discomfort, and Izuku's reactions to her body's movements turned her on. God, I might get addicted to this, thought Momo as Izuku started to fondle her buttocks while he buried his face between her large biases. Momo's pretty talented for someone who's supposed to be a sheltered rich girl who didn't even know much about sec up until recently, Kero, said Tsuyu. She knew that Momo used to be an innocent and sheltered girl when it came to SXL activities, but she did not expect her interest in sec to grow as much as it apparently had. Something tells me that she might end up being the most perverted one among us, said Mina. Should we be worried that we might witnessing the BRTH of midnight too? 0, asked Toru. That would depend if she will end up hurting Deku as a result, said Okako. Oh, are you telling me that you're fine with Momo becoming Midori's personal midnight sensei? Asked Mina, who had a cheeky grin on her face. Okako blushed and argued, not really. I just don't want her to end up hurting Deku's feelings by going after other guys behind his back. You do realize that it's rude to talk behind someone's back, yes? Asked Momo, who was slowing down her SXL pace so that she could talk to the other girls. She then added, besides, I may have become keen on sec thanks to both Tsumomo-chan and Izuku's memories, but that does not mean that I'll readily spread my legs for just any boy who wants to have sec with me, especially not the likes of Mineta or Bakugo. Surprised that Momo could actually give a reasonably composed and dignified reply in spite of having sec with Izuku, Mina swore, hot din, she's good. Okako pouted and said, I'm definitely not going to lose to her when it comes to loving and satisfying Deku. Well, you better be ready for some stiff competition, Okako-chan, because I'm pretty sure none of us are planning to lose to anyone when it comes to being the best in Izuku's aim, said Mina, who grinned at her. Oh, aren't you girls forgetting something? Asked Tsumomo, who was mentally communicating with everyone in Toru's room. Suddenly, Tsumomo brainjacked Kyuka and shoved Kyuka's earjacks into Mina's and Toru's veneers. Neither Mina nor Toru had time to react before brainjacked Kyuka made her earjacks vibrate. While Mina and Toru gasped from the pleasure, Kyuka smirked at them and said, I may be willing to give Okako-chan and Tsuyu-chan a free pass to take the seat of best girl in Aizukuan's, but that does not mean I'm going to let anyone else take that spot without a fight. Overwhelmed by pleasure, Mina and Toru ummed as they both thought, Kyuka-chan's earjacks are awesome, and Tsumomo-chan's so unfair. It seems that the other girls are getting awfully rowdy, don't you think? Asked Momo, who smiled in a way which could only be described as stuck. Well, Mina-chan and Toru-chan have always been energetic, said Izuku, who smiled in spite of awkward conversation. True enough, agreed Momo, who then said, also, I think it's time for our passionate lovemaking to reach its CLMX. As soon as Momo finished her statement, she moved her hips vigorously, which caused Izuku to almost orgasm. Izuku gritted his teeth as he tried to avoid climaxing prematurely. Turned on by his response, Momo moved her hips even faster while she hugged Izuku in such a way that his face was buried deep into her cleavage. It did not take long for Izuku to CLMX, and his hot seed made Momo orgasm as well. Exhausted by his 6th CLMX, Izuku fell asleep in Momo's arms. Amused by his childlike sleeping expression and understanding his exhaustion, Momo gently stroked his hair as though he was her child. Realizing that Izuku needed to rest, and the fact that it was already past midnight, everyone agreed to get some sleep and opted to sleep together in Toru's room after locking the door. Everyone, except for Mai, who was not with them and was feeling hot and bothered for arguably the very first time in her life, slept soundly that night. The following morning, Shouter's right eye was twitching as he stared into Toru's room. Earlier that morning, Shouter was notified by Tenya that Izuku was missing from his room, again, and genius-level intellect was not required to deduce where Izuku had gone to. As the homeroom teacher of Class 1A, he was obligated to investigate the matter, even though his rationality was practically screaming at him to turn around and walk away from the issue before it was too late. Therefore, he begrudgingly made his way to Okiko and Tsuyu's rooms with the assumption that Izuku was sleeping with either one of them or both of them. However, with the help of a MSTR key card which gave him access to all the rooms in the dorms in case of an emergency, he realized that both Okiko and Tsuyu were not in their respective rooms. His dread grew as Mina, Momo, and even Kyuka's rooms were also empty. By the time he stood before Toru's room, he was seriously considering the merit of running for the hills to save his own sanity when he forced himself to open the door. Just as he had feared, Izuku was asleep in Toru's room together with not only the invisible girl but also the other 5 girls of Class 1A. Izuku peacefully asleep and was sitting on a mattress which was taken from Kyuka's room to be placed onto the floor of Toru's room. Sitting at his sides were Okiko and Tsuyu, who were contentedly leaning against him as they hugged onto his scarred arms. Mina, on the other hand, was leaning against Izuku's chest and was curled up like a small kitten with a smile on her cheeky face. Momo and Kyuka were practically embracing one another while Toru was hugging onto Mina from behind. Also, all 7 of them were naked and the room reeked of sweat and bodily fluids. Shouter idly noted that Tenya, who had insisted on coming along to help him as the class representative of Class 1A, was so shocked by the perverse sight that his spectacles cracked. How did he even manage to do this? Thought Shouter, who so badly wanted to slam his head onto a wall repeatedly out of sheer frustration. Somehow, within a time span of merely 4 nights, Midoriya Izuku had graduated from being a mere problem child to being the greatest bane of rational sanity Shouter had ever known. He was very tempted to expel Izuku and his entire aim, but Nezu made it clear that he would do no such thing without the principal's authorization. Glaring at the 7 students who were blissfully asleep, Shouter gritted his teeth and thought, to hell with professionalism and rationality. He then shouted their names. Later that day, Izuku and the 6 girls of Class 1A were blushing as they all stood before Nezu, who was very amused by their situation as he asked, "So tell me, Midoriya-kun, how in the world did you manage to convince your 4 remaining classmates to be in your HM and consummate your relationship with them all within a single night?" Standing beside Nezu was Toshinori, who could not decide if he should be proud or be mortified by Izuku's latest achievement. Well, it all started with Toru-chan being troubled by certain things that Tsuyu-chan has already told you about, explained Izuku, who then added, "So I decided to help her out and things, well, escalated from there." Momo cleared her throat to get everyone's attention and said, "To be perfectly fair, we all overheard Izuku's passionate lovemaking with Okiko-chan and Tsuyu-chan 2 nights ago, and that made us hot and bothered, for the lack of a less inappropriate term. Not to mention that Mina-chan's message about Izuku's SXL prowess did nothing to calm our SXL urges," added Kyuka, who was still sore from the previous night and was blushing at the fact that something so large had somehow managed to enter her maiden womanhood. "Plus, Izuku's a pretty swell guy after we got to know him real intimately, even before we even did anything SXL, said Mina. "And Yamanaka-san had done nothing to influence your decision." asked 𝐻𝐻𝐻, whose tone became a bit more serious. All 6 girls shook their heads and Toru argued, "She showed us memories of Deku and her past, but she never tried to convince us to join the A. None of us had a boyfriend either at the time, so it's not like we had any reason to say no," added Mina. That said, she did make it clear that she's not letting anyone other than Okiko-chan and Tsuyu-chan claim the place of Izuku's best girl in the HM unopposed, said Kyuka, who then blushed as she added, "which she proved by taking over my body and using my 𝐸𝐽𝐽 to do things that I'd rather not mention in public." Mina, Toru, and even Toshinori blushed at Kyuka's statement. Seemingly satisfied by their responses, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 said, "Well then, since Yorozu-san, Jiru-san, Ashido-san and Hagekyo-san have all agreed to join Izuku's aim by their own free will, influenced by shared memories as they may have been, I have no reason to take any further action against any of you. That said, you might want to keep your less than pure activities in check." 𝐻𝐻𝐻 sighed in a fax-dramatic manner as he explained, "I'm afraid that Ida-san has been traumatized by the sight he that saw earlier this morning, and I already have to dissuade Aizawa-san from quitting his job as your homeroom teacher. There's also Kiyoma-san, who's demanding me to allow her to be Aizawa-san's replacement as the homeroom teacher of Class 1A. Well aware that Nemurai had probably already known about their RTC activities, Izuku and the girls of Class 1A blushed as they wondered just what kinds of things she would have done to them if given the chance. For all they knew, having her as their homeroom teacher might make things even worse than Shouter ever would. Seemingly unaware of their fears of having Nemurai as their new homeroom teacher, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 said, "Anyway, I would like to make a few announcements to the 7 of you concerning Midoriya." Surprised by the shout, everyone turned their attention towards the door, which burst open to reveal Higari, who seemed out of breath as though he had been running for the whole day. As soon as he laid eyes on Izuku, he stomped his way towards him and grabbed his shoulders before he yelled, "What the bloody F did you do to her?" "Excuse me?" asked Izuku. "Don't play dumb with me, you diamond playboy," yelled Higari, who shook Izuku as though he was a rag doll as he continued to speak. "This morning, Hatsume created some kind of mechanical abomination with VBR-tip tentacles which tried to RP her and her female peers. Hell, it almost deflowered me when I rushed in to stop it." "Oh my," said Momo, who was both surprised and interested about Mai's latest baby. Izuku paled as he asked, "Did anyone get violated by that thing?" Higari shook his head and replied, "Thankfully, no. However, it definitely straped and molested them, and Hatsume actually said that she was working out her SXL frustration when she made the DMN thing." His glare hardened as he added, "And we both know exactly who's the idiot responsible for making her like that today." Izuku smiled nervously as he argued, "To be fair, you did tell me to try and woo her so that she would stop making explosions in the workshop yesterday." Higari's left eye twitched as he growled, "And I'm seriously regretting that decision." 𝐻𝐻𝐻 cleared his throat to get everyone's attention and then said, "Speaking of Hatsume-san, I would like to make an announcement." The mouse-like quirked animal turned his attention to Toshinori, who nodded in response before he turned his attention back to the others to say, "In a few days' time, Melissa Shield will be transferred from her school on I-Island to be a student of the support department here in Ua High School." Shocked, Izuku asked, "What? Why?" "Yesterday, Hatsume-san approached me and suggested to me that Shield-san should be transferred to this school as both a third-year student and an assistant teacher of the support department," explained 𝐻𝐻𝐻, who then added, "As for how and why Hatsume-san would make such a suggestion, let's just say that it has to do with this year's I-Expo incident and how Midoriya-san played a role in helping All Might defeat Wolfram with the help of a certain support equipment that was destroyed during the fight." Realization dawned upon Izuku, Okiko, Momo, and Jiru as the green-haired young man asked, Is Hatsume-san actually going to work together with Shield-san to recreate and improve on the full gauntlet?" 𝐻𝐻𝐻 nodded in confirmation and replied, "Amongst other support items." Shocked by the revelation, Higari let go of Izuku and asked 𝐻𝐻𝐻, "But why? Why would Hatsume ask for help? That's not like her at all." "To answer that question, all you have to do is look at the young man at your side, Majima-san," answered 𝐻𝐻𝐻. While Higari turned his attention towards Izuku with an amazed expression on his face, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 continued to explain, "As the creator of the full gauntlet, there is no denying that 𝐒𝐻𝐽 is a genius in her own right and that your high school will undoubtedly benefit from having her here. Are you sure that it's all right for her to come here? Asked Momo, who then added, I mean no offense, but 𝐼𝐺's security and technological facilities are even greater than your high school. Which are undoubtedly true, Yorozu-san, admitted Nezu, who then said, however, given the fact that her father, David Shield, played a role in causing the 𝐼𝐸XPO incident, Melissa Shield has been facing difficulties among her peers and fellow researchers ever since. Shocked by Nezu's statement, Izuku asked, but why? She didn't do anything wrong. That is certainly true, but the fact that she is his daughter is reason enough for some humans to judge her as though she is a co-conspirator of the incident which had put innocent people at risk and damaged 𝐼𝐺's reputation. Nezu's bitter tone was not lost to anyone as he continued to speak. In light of both Hatsune-san's request and 𝐒𝐻𝐽's difficult situation, I have decided to allow her to be transferred to you high school with All Might's permission. Toshinori nodded and said, for the sake of keeping her safe and preventing her from feeling isolated, she will be staying in the same dormitory as Class 1A. Izuku and his 𝐻𝐽 did not fail to notice the growing blush on Toshinori's face as he added, in spite of recent events involving Midoriya Shonen, there's little doubt that she will be most comfortable with people whom she already has a positive relationship with. I believe I do not need to explain that Midoriya Shonen has played a key role in not only stopping Wolfram but also in rescuing her father. Izuku blushed at both the recognition and the very real possibility that Melissa might end up joining the 𝐻𝐽 as well. While I'm not going to argue against having 𝐒𝐻𝐽 in our school, I can't help but not agree with the idea of her staying in Class 1's dorm, said Higari, who then pointed his thumb at Izuku as he explained, regardless of the fact that she will be with people whom she knows, there's no way she will not be affected by the fact that she's staying in the same dormitory as Midoriya here, whom, I'm sure you all have heard by now, is already in a rather NTMT relationship with at least 2 girls. Izuku and his 𝐻𝐽 blushed at Higari's statement and understandably refused to correct it. That is certainly a valid concern under most circumstances, Myheroacademia, but both All Might and I can assure you that Izuku will not allow harm to befall upon her, said Nezu. Well, if you say so, then I guess that there's little else I can say in the matter, said Higari, who then threw an angry glare at Izuku and said, and you better settle things with Hatsune before she creates any more ridiculous perverted creations. Izuku stood straight at attention and yelped in fright, why sir? Just as Higari was about to leave, he paused and asked Izuku, also, did you seriously have sex with all the girls in your class? Aizawa-san was grumbling about corny problem children when I saw him and I can't help but notice all those girls with you right now. Izuku looked down as he bashfully admitted, why, I did. The girls present in the office blushed as well as they tried to find anything that was not named Izuku, Higari, Nezu or Toshinori to look at. And why shouldn't any of the adults here be worried about this development? Asked Higari, who was not sure if he should be aghast at the fact or give Izuku a thumbs up. That's because I've already discussed the matter with Midoriya-san and his 𝐻𝐽. I can assure you that the girls agreed to be in his 𝐻𝐽 by their own free will, explained Nezu. Seriously? Asked Higari. When he received nods from both Nezu and Toshinori, Higari rubbed his chin and said to Izuku, well, Demon. You must be quite the lover boy to be able to nab so many girls so quickly after the summer camp incident. Anyway, I have to leave now. The last thing I want is leaving Hatsune unsupervised and letting her make another tentacled mechanical monstrosity. After Higari left Nezu's office, Nezu smiled cheekily at Izuku and said, speaking of being a lover boy, I am considering letting Hatsune-san move to the Class 1A dorm as well. Surprised, Kyuka asked, are you sure that's a good idea, Nezu-sensei? I can understand 𝐒𝐻𝐽-san since some of us were there during the 𝐼𝐸XPO incident and she needs our support, but won't letting Hatsune-san move into our dorm cause people to ask questions. True, but don't forget the reason why Izuku is even forming his 𝐻𝐽 in the first place, said Nezu. Realizing what Nezu was trying to do, Momo asked, are you actually deliberately making a situation which would cause a certain someone reveal himself? That's precisely what I'm doing, Yorozu-san, confirmed Nezu, who then admitted, although I must admit that even I have underestimated Midoriya-san's ability to impress members of the opposite secretary. Izuku blushed in embarrassment as he tried to steer the conversation away from an embarrassing topic that he would rather not talk about by asking, "About that, is there anything that you have managed to find out about Toru-chan's tracking beacon?" Given the fact that I only received the information from Asui-san yesterday, as well as the fact that I had to make special arrangements to get Shield-san transferred to Yu High School, I'm afraid that I have not uncovered anything notable at the moment. However, be rest assured that I will inform you all as soon as I find anything important that requires your immediate attention, replied Nezu. Izuku accepted Nezu's response and decided to not press on the matter further, so he asked, "What about the HM plan? Am I still obligated to follow it through?" "I'm afraid that you still are, Midoriya-san," replied Nezu before he explained. "At the very least, you'll need to find out if any of the female students of Class 1B are a threat to you and your HM or not. Once you have settled things with the girls of Class 1B, you'll be free to do as you wish, which includes not taking in any more girls for your HM." Izuku sighed and said, "I just hope that I can cope with having a HM of more than 10 girls. Just my classmates alone are already a lot for my mind and body to handle." He then sheepishly spoke to the girls, "No offense meant, by the way." "None taken, Izuku," said Momo, who, like the other girls in the office, were amused by Izuku's admission of his limits. It was a good thing for Izuku that the girls of Class 1A were not against giving love to one another. "Anyway, I have already taken enough of your time. You all may return to class," said Nezu. Izuku shuddered as the dreaded meeting the rest of his classmates. Later in Class 1A. "Midoriya, you lucky son of a beach," yelled Minoru as he leapt onto Izuku and held onto his collar so that he could glare right into his eyes. "How in the hell did you manage to bang not only Uraraka-chan and Asui-chan but every girl in this class, including Yorozu-chan?" shouted Denki, who was no less jealous of Izuku's achievement. "Tell us your DMN secret already, you freaking playboy," demanded Hanta. Intimidated by the three boys who were even more jealously furious than before, Izuku turned his attention to Ida and 𝐸𝐻𝑜 and asked, "A little help here, please." Ida glared at Izuku and replied, "Considering the state that you were in when I found you this morning, I do not feel inclined to help you get out of this particular predicament." 𝐸𝐻𝑜 shrugged and said, "You just had sex with all the girls in our class, within 4 nights of staying in the dorms no less. Of course there will be consequences regardless of the reasons behind it." Unable to deny the logic in their statements, Izuku turned his attention back to the 3 furious boys before him and smiled nervously as he asked the first thing he could think of, "Does the fact that I can satisfy all of them in bed in a single night help explain anything?" A moment of stunned silence passed before Izuku fully realized what he had just said and thought to himself, "Oh, CRP nuggets." Kyuka slapped her hand onto her blushing face as she grumbled, "Midori, you idiot." Sumomo had a deadpan expression on her mental image as she mentally spoke to Izuku. "As much as I love you, Izuku-kun, even I know that you have just dug yourself deeper." "Are you implying that you managed to shoot a full load in all 6 girls and satisfy all of them in a single night?" asked Minoru, who looked as though he was about to evolve into the next demon lord. Izuku could only meekly reply, "Yes." Minoru, Denki, and Hanta glared at Izuku as comically bloody tears of envy flowed from their eyes. Minoru then growled, "You better watch your back when it's time for training because we're so going to kick your butt for this." A short while later, Izuku was running for his life as Minoru, Denki, and Hanta chased after him with murder in their eyes. As for why they were chasing after him, aside from the obvious jealousy that they were feeling towards him, 𝐸𝐻𝑜 gave them permission after they essentially demanded him for a chance to gang up on Izuku. Officially, 𝐸𝐻𝑜 allowed it on the grounds that a hero should be prepared to face many villains at the same time, much like how he had to face multiple villains during the USJ incident. Of course, Izuku, Sumomo, and the girls in Class 1A all suspected that 𝐸𝐻𝑜 was also punishing Izuku indirectly by letting the 3 furious boys gang up on him. The fact that 𝐸𝐻𝑜 smirked at Izuku's paled expression was a rather clear indication. Even so, they could not bring themselves to fault 𝐸𝐻𝑜 or even the 3 jealous boys, as there was no denying that Izuku had not only gotten himself a HM but even had sex with every girl in Class 1A. Even Katsuki wanted to join the 3 jealous boys in ganging up on Izuku for the simple sadistic reason of wanting to beat him up. Luckily for the green-haired boy, 𝐸𝐻𝑜 decided against letting him help Minoru, Denki and Hanta beat up Izuku on the grounds of wanting the other 3 boys to learn how to fight together. If he had allowed Katsuki to join, they would not be able to learn or train as much as Katsuki would no doubt do everything in his power to beat up Izuku on his own. In spite of being angry at being denied a chance to beat up Izuku, Katsuki was forced to accept Shouter's decision and reasoning. Katsuki's displeasure only grew when he noticed the girls of Class 1A giving him dirty looks when he wanted to join in beating up Izuku. As much as Katsuki hated to admit it, he found their cold, disdainful glares upsetting. As for the other boys in the class, they opted to do their own training as they developed their respective finishing moves. Back to Izuku, he was busy dodging Minoru's purple ball when Hanta successfully wrapped his arm with his tape. Izuku was about to attempt pulling Hanta towards himself when he realized that Hanta had not only severed the tape from his enlarged right elbow but also passed the tape to a smirking Denki. Realizing what was about to happen, Izuku called upon the power of his quirk to tear the tough tape into 2 with his bare hands. However, Denki's electricity was undoubtedly faster as it still managed to electrocute Izuku just as he had managed to tear the tape into 2. To make matters worse for Izuku, Minoru took that chance to restrain him by throwing his sticky ball onto his feet. "Yes, we managed to get the lucky son of a beach," yelled Hanta. Shouter smirked as he was not only pleased with the fact that Izuku was getting some much-deserved punishment but also the fact that the 3 jealous perverts managed to work so well together. He was especially pleased with the fact that Denki and Hanta worked together to overcome Denki's issues with his electrical abilities by using Hanta's tape as a conductor for his electrical attack. In spite of being electrocuted, Izuku suddenly surged with the power of one for all as he glared at the 3 with almost uncharacteristic anger and determination in his eyes. Shouter then remembered that Izuku, who had just been electrocuted by Denki's electrical attack, had a copy of Sumomo in his head and paled as he thought, "Oh, CRP." Denki, Hanta, and Minoru, who did not know that Izuku had a copy of Sumomo in his head, were shocked to see the anger and determination in his eyes as he used 7% of one for all to not only tear off his reinforced boots with his bare hands, thereby freeing himself from Minoru's ball, but also move at blinding speed to kick Hanta in the stomach and send him flying. Shocked and even scared by Izuku's unexpectedly violent response, Denki used his quirk to indiscriminately electrocute everything nearby around him. Well aware of Denki's quirk, Izuku quickly jumped high to get out of range. After Denki shorted his own brain due to overusing his quirk, and became a giggling idiot as a result, Izuku delivered a quick kick to incapacitate him before turning his attention towards the last member of the trio, Minoru. Not surprisingly, Minoru ran away and hid to avoid retribution. Deciding not to waste time on finding the little pervert, Izuku mentally asked Sumomo, "Sumomo-chan, are you all right?" Sumomo groaned in pain and said, "Yeah, I'm okay. That electric attack really got us both." Left unsaid was that her screams of pain due to having one of her physical copies electrocuted was heard by all the girls in the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 who immediately looked at Izuku's direction with worried looks on their faces. She did not want to mention that detail to Izuku, who was already feeling guilty about letting her copy in his head get hurt by the attack. Shouter sighed at the turn of events, as well as his own lack of foresight, and said, "Midoriya, please take Denki and Hanta to the infirmary. Minoru, please get out of hiding and continue with your training." While Izuku nodded at Shouter and proceeded to pick up both Denki and Hanta like sacks of potatoes to bring them to the infirmary, Minoru fearfully came out of hiding and swore, "That was bloody scary." Later that day, Izuku and the girls of Class 1A blinked in surprise when they saw Mai pushing a trolley which was loaded with boxes towards the dorms of Class 1A. He therefore had to ask, "Hatsume-san, are you moving into our dorm already?" "Pretty much. Nezu-sensei wants me to be present when our special guest arrives, and Power-Loader-sensei thinks that letting me stay at the support department dorm is too much of a risk to be allowed after what happened this morning," replied Mai. Izuku paled as he recalled about Mai's mechanical abomination and asked, "Are you planning to build some kind of sec machine at the dorms?" "Pretty much," confirmed Mai, who then explained, "I was trying to create a baby which can move independently and is easy to clean and maintain after use, but my first prototype malfunctioned and Power-Loader-sensei had to destroy it before it raped everyone in my class." I was planning to bring back the broken pieces and rebuild that baby in my room when 𝐿oda-sensei quickly told me to move to your dorm instead. No wonder 𝐿oda-sensei wanted her to move out of the support department dorm so quickly, thought Izuku, Sumomo, and the girls of Class 1A. As fascinating as your creation may be, shouldn't you be focusing on making actual support items for the students of the hero course? Asked Momo. Don't worry about it. I'll get the job done before any of you know it, replied Mai, who then excitedly added, besides, if that baby works as intended, I can easily modify it to do so much more, like helping me to build more babies and maybe even act as a security drone just like the ones on Island. Izuku was actually impressed by Mai's idea and said, that's actually a pretty good idea, Hatsume-san. Happy to have someone agree with her, Mai eagerly added, I'm actually planning to make this baby modular so that I can attach different kinds of tentacles onto it. That way, this baby can be equipped with anything from vibrating DLDS to steel-crushing claws and metal-cutting laser beams. Mina had a thoughtful expression on her face as she asked Mai, so you're basically making the Sentinels from the Matrix film series, right? Matrix film series, asked Mai. Unlike Tsuyu and Okiko, the other girls in his HM had not shared their memories with one another, which was why Mai was not aware that Mina had a love for pre-Quirk-era films such as Aliens, The Matrix, Predator, and Terminator. They are basically flying robots with tentacles which are strong enough to break armored ships apart and capture people, explained Mina. Flying tentacled robots, you say? Asked Mai, who was already considering the possibility of creating a flying version of the baby she had in mind. Anyway, do you want us to help you? We're already heading back to the dorm after all, asked Izuku. Mai grinned happily and said, sure, those things are pretty heavy. Inwardly, Mai thought, and I'm definitely going to get some special time with Izuku tonight. Boku no Hero Academia, Izuku's Academia. Disclaimer. This is a mature-rated fanfiction story of Boku no Hero Academia that I am writing for RTC fun. Needless to say, this story is EU. The characters may seem OOC to some and there will be smutty lemons. Also, I own nothing of the series other than the fanfiction stories that I make. Chapter 5, Some Sleeping Arrangements, Two Schoolmates and a Teacher. After Izuku and the girls of Class 1A helped Mai to move into her new room, which was next to Tsuyu's room, they received a text message from Nezu which made them blush as it stated, due to recent events, I have decided that it would be best that Midoriya-san is allowed access into one of the empty rooms on the girls' side of the dorm. The room will be a common bedroom where he can sleep with other people. Think of this as my way of supporting the plan that I have made all of you do for the sake of helping this school and possibly even Hero Society itself as a whole. Well, Nezu-sensei's certainly generous if nothing else, said Izuku. Too generous if you ask me. Surprised, everyone turned their attention towards the speaker, who turned out to be 𝐸𝐿𝐼. He glared at them as he gave Izuku a pair of key cards and said, while Hatsume and Shield-san will be staying on the 5th floor with Yorozu and Asui, the common bedroom will be on the 4th floor next to Uraraka's room. His glare intensified as he added, personally, I do not like this idiotic plan one bit, but there's no denying that it has at least confirmed that none of the girls in Class 1A is a spy or even a sleeper agent, and even gave us a possible lead due to the discovery of a certain tracking beacon in 𝐒𝐻𝐵. Just don't make me regret not doing anything to stop it. His expression became bitter as he continued to speak. Even if this is ultimately Nezu's plan, there's no way for any of you to avoid being perceived negatively by others for one reason or another once everyone knows about it. Are you actually worried for us? Asked Okiko. 𝐸𝐿𝐼 turned around with a huff and said, please, I'm your homeroom teacher. Of course I'm worried no matter how much I try to deny it. Aizawa-sensei, thank you, said Izuku, who had a grateful smile on his face. 𝐸𝐿𝐼's mouth twitched into a small smile before he gruffly replied, just settle things quickly with Class 1B and try not to get even more girls in your HM. Izuku blushed and sheepishly said, I can't promise anything about not letting any more girls join the A. I didn't even expect everyone in my class to decide that I'm worthwhile sharing as a lover. Realizing that Izuku was being sincere, 𝐸𝐿𝐼 sighed and said, just try all right. For both our sakes. 𝐸𝐿𝐼 then left the room as he thought to himself, if he somehow gets even more girls in his HM, he'll be forever remembered in history as the infamous King Deku. Some time later, Izuku sighed in exhausted relief as he had just finished bringing some of his belongings into the common bedroom. Although he did not need to bring much to the common bedroom, the fact that all the boys knew that he was basically moving into the girls' side of the dorms made the move a very embarrassing experience for him. The jealous looks that he received from Mineta, Denki, and Hanta, as well as Tenya's disapproving glare, did nothing to ease his nerves. "You sure this is everything you need?" asked Okiko. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he explained, "Well, I didn't want to bring everything from my actual room to this one since it's meant to be a common room for everyone to sleep together in." Unlike his actual room, which was filled with all kinds of All Might merchandise, the common bedroom was mostly bare with only futon mattresses, pillows, cushions, blankets and a foldable table which could be converted into a kotatsu. Okiko smiled understandingly and said, "I suppose that's for the best. Besides, you can always, well, hang out with us if you feel lonely being in here by yourself." Both Izuku and Okiko blushed as they looked away from one another bashfully. Sumomo then mentally spoke to them with a deadpan expression on her mental image. "How in the world can you two still be so pure and innocent even after everything that has been happening for the past few days?" "Well, we have liked one another even before this whole 𝐻M thing started, so I guess that counts as a reason," replied Izuku. The door into the common bedroom opened to reveal Momo and Kyuka, who then entered the room. Kyuka looked around the room and said, "You sure you got everything that you need? This room's pretty bare." "Yes, I'm sure. Besides, even I don't think anyone will like the idea of making out in a room with All Might's merchandise all over the place," replied Izuku. Kyuka shuddered in disgust as she admitted, "Okay, good point. Anyway, I believe we should start discussing about finding a way to get the girls in Class 1B, said Momo, who took out a cushion to sit on it. "Considering that they are in another class, there won't be many opportunities to get them even if some of them are on good terms with you girls," said Izuku, who was rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Luckily for us, I can get into contact with Kendo-san, who might be able to help us get the others in her class," said Momo, who was speaking about Kendo Itsuka, a spirited girl with teal eyes, ginger hair that was tied into a ponytail on the left side of her head and was dubbed the big sister of Class 1B. "We might even be able to get in touch with Shiozaki-san and Kodai-san," said Kyuka, who was speaking about Kodai-yu, a quiet girl with shoulder-length, bob-shaped black hair and a neutral expression on her face, and Shiozaki Ibara, a religious Christian girl with green thorn-covered vines for hair and squinted dark green eyes. "Do you think we should try to get all three of them to come together? We can tell them that it is about relationships," said Sumomo, who was mentally talking to Izuku, Okiko, Momo, and Kyuka. "Having more girls from that class at the very start will certainly be good, but we have to be careful. We cannot afford to cause a misunderstanding, if you get what I mean," said Izuku. Momo nodded in understanding and said, "So we'll just focus on Kendo-san then. I'll try to get her to meet with me tomorrow. You might want to have one of us with you just in case anything goes wrong," said Izuku. Kyuka quickly raised her hand and said, "I'll go with Momo. My earjacks will allow me to hear if anyone else is nearby." Izuku nodded at Kyuka and then said, "With any luck, we can settle this aim plan before we have to take our provisional hero license exam." "Speaking of the 𝐻M plan, do you think we should consider including Shield-san?" asked Momo. Izuku blushed and admitted, "Honestly, I'd rather not drag her into this, but, considering that she'll be living with us, she should know about it at the very least. Which means that we'll be inviting her to join the aim just like the girls of Class 1B, said Kyuka. "Basically," agreed Izuku. "Speaking of 𝐻Ms, there's one thing that we need to address," said Momo. "What would that be?" asked Okiko. Momo locked the door into the common bedroom and checked the window before she got closer to Okiko, Izuku, and Kyuka. Realizing that she wanted a mental communication, none of them protested as Sumomo's slimy pink tentacles emerged from her ears and entered their ears. She mentally said, "While it is true that Yamanaka-san has not actually tried to influence us into joining Izuku's 𝐻M, we shouldn't ignore the possibility that her emotions and thoughts can affect us as much as she can be affected by ours." "What makes you say that?" asked Izuku. Momo turned her attention towards Izuku and explained, "Earlier today, you were attacked by Kaminari-san's electric attack, which also harmed Yamanaka-san's copy inside your head. While neither of you were badly hurt, thankfully, there is no denying that she was in pain, which I, and the other girls in the 𝐻M as well, sensed. Wait, you could sense her pain from the attack? Asked Izuku, who was shocked about it. Kyuka scratched the back of her head as she spoke, more like we could actually hear her scream in pain, which got us all worried for a bit. To be fair, getting electrocuted is generally an unpleasant experience unless you're a genuine MSCST or have a quirk which makes use of the received electricity, said Momo. But if a cry of pain can reach out to all the brain-jacked people, said Izuku, who was beginning to realize the implications, then there is a strong possibility that her cries of pleasure could reach everyone as well, said Okiko, who had a blush on her face. Not to say that you guys are completely wrong, but I'm not that lacking in control. If I was, all of you would have heard me in pleasure the whole time you guys had your org, argued Sumomo, who then added, you four can ask Mina-chan. She only realized that I was drowning in pleasure when she asked me to touch her PP. That may be true, Yamanaka-san, but the last thing we need is everyone with your copies in their heads sensing your SXLL even by accident, said Momo, who blushed as she asked, can you imagine how awkward it would be if we all somehow found out that you were sexually aroused by something at an inappropriate time? Never mind the girls who have your copies in their heads and yet have decided to not actually join the 𝐻M. Even I would not want to know about it while I'm doing something important such as attending to my duties as vice representative of Class 1A. Sumomo's mental image smirked cheekily as she asked, oh, is that so? I seem to recall you being very eager to use your version PP to 𝐂𝐭𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐴N's big peepoo dry after watching the other girls have sex with him. Momo blushed at Sumomo's vulgar statement and argued, while I certainly cannot deny that there is such a thing such as a proper time, place, and occasion for what we do. Do you honestly think that getting distracted by your SXLLL would be of any good in a situation that demands focus and attention, such as during hero training or, worse, during a villain attack? Okay, you've made your point, said Sumomo, who was willing to admit that Momo's argument made sense. So, should we consider letting the girls go if they decide against joining the 𝐴M? Asked Okiko. That's one possibility to consider, although we will need to discuss the matter with Nezu-sensei, said Momo. Then let's do that before Shield-san arrives, said Izuku, who then blushed and added, also, we might want to consider forming some sort of arrangement for our SXL needs. As much as Izuku hated to admit it, his energy had been increasing lately even without Sumomo's direct influence, and he knew something had to be done about it. Oh, about that, I've actually already planned a simple system, said Momo. Really? Asked Okiko, who was admittedly curious about it. Yes, although it would be best that we get everyone in here before I announce my suggestion, said Momo. No one argued against Momo's decision and thus got everyone in the 𝐻M to gather in the common bedroom. A short while later, Izuku and his Kurename were all seated on cushions and futons as they listened to Momo, who said, as you all should know by now, with the exception of Hatsune-san, we are all in a SXL relationship with Izuku. However, we must acknowledge the fact that Izuku, as mighty as his SXL stamina and prowess may be, is still just one man and may not be able to consistently satisfy all of us every time, especially if the 𝐻M grows any larger in the future. We must also acknowledge the fact that having too much sex will wear him down, which will negatively affect his ability as both a lover and a hero. Are you suggesting some sort of schedule in which we take turns in having sex with Aizu-chan? Kero asked Tsuyu. Essentially, yes, said Momo, who then said, therefore, I would like to suggest that the girls take turns to form pairs to spend the night with Izuku in the common bedroom. Not that I'm against the idea, but what about the odd girl out? There are 7 girls in the 𝐻M right now after all, said Mai. I have already thought of a way to resolve the issue, replied Momo, who then said, to make things simple and potentially exciting, I propose a randomized selection process so that we are not always together with the same girl when we form pairs. As for the odd girl out, she may choose one of 2 options, join with a selected pair to form a trio or choose one girl at random to form a 4th pair. Why does the odd girl out have only those 2 options? Asked Kyuka, who then said, surely there's nothing wrong with the idea of a girl having Midori all for herself just for one night. As appealing as that may be, I have the distinct feeling that Izuku's stamina may be too much for most of us to handle alone. He did pleasure 6 of us in a single night after all, said Momo, who then added, also, for this 𝐻M lifestyle to work, We need to be able to get along with one another instead of constantly competing for Izuku's affections. Sounds reasonable, Kero, said Tsuyu, who gave Okiko a knowing look. Okiko looked away from Momo, Izuku, and Tsuyu with a sheepish expression on her face, as she was aware of the fact that she was not above feeling competitive when it came to Izuku's affections. Mina suddenly raised her hand and asked, "What if there's an emergency and one girl from a pair ends up being absent for the night? Does the remaining girl have Midori for herself, or does she need to pick a girl to form a new pair? For reasons which I have already stated just now, she will have to pick a girl to form a new pair," said Momo, who then added, "That said, she is allowed to pick a girl of her own choosing instead of having to do another random selection." "What about the absentee?" asked Toru. "What happens to her will largely depend on the circumstances behind her absence. I'm sure I do not need to tell anyone that many of us here are training to be pro-heroes who would have to face all kinds of difficult and even dangerous situations," answered Momo. "Are we allowed to make changes after the random selection?" asked Kyuka, who then explained, "Don't get me wrong, I'd love to have sec with Midori again, but my girly bits are still sore from last night, so having sec tonight is a no-no for me. Changes can be made, but only if the involved parties agree that the changes are necessary," said Momo. "One last question, Momo," said Mina, who then grinned as she asked, "Is a pair allowed to attack Midori outside the common bedroom?" It took a moment for Momo to process Mina's question before she blushed and said, Ashida-san, why would you even consider such a thing?" Her blush deepened as she added, "In case you haven't noticed, we're already on thin ice as it is, and I'm quite certain not even Nezu-sensei will approve of us acting inappropriately during school hours. Not only that, everyone already knows that I'm in a physical relationship with at least 2 girls, so no amount of sneaking around will be enough for any of us to avoid suspicion," said Izuku. "Sorry, couldn't resist thinking about the kind of crazy risky sec we can try out," said Mina, who was obviously not apologetic. Realizing that Mina was probably going to attack Izuku during school hours regardless, Momo sighed and said, "I'd suggest against it due to the risks involved, but should the need arises, I'd highly recommend discretion. We do not need to make a full-blown public scandal after all." Mina grinned cheekily as she nudged Toru and said, "You hear that, Toru-chan? Your Momo's recommending discretion." Izuku, Momo, Kyuka, and Okiko sighed as both Mina and Toru giggled. "Anyway, let's not have any further delays," said Momo, who used her quirk to create a box and 7 ball which were the size of golf ball and were labeled odd, first A, first B, second A, second B, third A, and third C. She then gave the ball which was labeled first A to Mai and said, "Since you have not had sec with Izuku yet, it's only fair that you are allowed to have sec with him first tonight." Mai grinned and replied, "Thanks, I was getting pretty frustrated ever since yesterday." Momo placed the rest of the ball into the box and asked, "Izuku, if you may do the honors of shaking the box." Izuku obliged and shook the box vigorously, causing the ball to bounce around as a result. After a while, Izuku stopped shaking the box and Momo said, "Girls, please take turns to place your hand into the box to take out a ball. Given the nature of my quirk, I will be the last to take a ball out." Before long, all the girls had taken out a ball each, and it went as follows: first pair, Momo and my second pair, Kyuka and Toru; third pair, Okiko and Mina odd. Tsuyu. After all the girls had taken a ball each, Tsuyu raised her hand and said, "Mind if I join you 2 tonight, Momo-chan, Hatsumi-chan?" Momo nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, Asuo-san. However, please note that Mai will be the first one tonight." Tsuyu nodded and replied, "No problem, Kero." Okiko, on the other hand, was unhappy as she groaned, "I'm in the third pair." "Hey, don't worry about it," said Mina, who then whispered to Okiko, "After all, no one said we can't make a move on Midori during school hours tomorrow." Okiko blushed furiously in response and whispered back, "Haven't you heard from Momo-chan that it's a bad idea? Never mind the fact that we're not supposed to have Deku for ourselves until the day after tomorrow. What if we get caught and get expelled?" "Don't worry. I have a couple of ideas on how to avoid getting caught," said Mina, who gave Okiko a thumbs up. Okiko looked unconvinced as she spoke. "It's not going to involve asking for a favor from Nezu-sensei or any of the other teachers who know about the aim plan, is it?" Mina suddenly froze and then looked away from Okiko as she nervously replied, "Don't be silly. I'm not going to stoop that low." Mina's nervous laugh only made 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 more certain that Mina was indeed planning to do just that. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 mentally asked Sumomo-chan, you're not giving Mina-chan any ideas, are you? What makes you think that? Asked Sumomo, who actually sounded nervous. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿's pouting expression intensified as she mentally spoke, you are, aren't you? Well, to be perfectly fair, we spent quite a bit of time discussing about steamy romance, admitted Sumomo, who sounded sheepish. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 sighed and said aloud, you're hopeless, you know that. Sorry, my bad, said Mina, who was pressing her hands in prayer while bowing apologetically to 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿. Kiyuka, who easily overheard 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿's conversation with Mina, smiled and said to Toru, something tells me that something crazy will happen to Midori during school hours sooner or later. Toru giggled in agreement and then asked, so, do you want to come to my room to discuss a few things? As Toru was invisible, it was impossible for Kiyuka to know what kind of expression she was wearing, but her choice of words made it clear that she was not against getting NTMT with her. Kiyuka blushed and replied, well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to talk about stuff at least. She then mentally thought to herself, goddammit, I'm turning into a pervert, aren't I? Sumomo had a cheekily smug grin on her mental image as she spoke to Kiyuka, you speak of it like it's a bad thing in this case. Kiyuka chose not to respond to Sumomo as she and Toru excused themselves from the common room and made their way to Toru's room. 𝐒𝐿 and Mina soon excused themselves as well as they both went to Mina's room to further discuss on a few things. After the 4 girls left, Izuku sighed and said, what are the chances that I'll be having sex in school during school hours? Knowing Mina-chan and Toru-chan, I'd be surprised if they do not get the jump on you by the end of this week, Kiro, said Tsuyu. I'm afraid that I have to agree with Asue-san. I might need to have a word with Nezu-sensei about this possible issue, said Momo. Suddenly, Izuku and the girls in his edge received a message from Nezu which stated, do no worry, I have already anticipated the problem when I came up with the HM plan. There are a number of places where you can relieve yourselves without getting disturbed as they can be locked from the inside and are soundproofed. However, do take note that your studies to become pro-heroes should still be your top priority while in school, so any late arrivals, absences or poor school performances will still be punishable like before. Getting caught in public is also punishable, so do be discreet about it. Izuku, Momo, Tsuyu and even Mai blushed after reading the message. The boy then sighed as his shoulders slumped and groaned, I'm so doomed. I stand corrected. I'll be surprised if they do not get the jump on you by tomorrow, Kiro, said Tsuyu. Mai grinned at Izuku and said, you know, most boys would kill to be in your shoes right now. I know, replied Izuku as he easily imagined Minoru, Denki and Hanta who were armed with various murder weapons. Honestly, I'm extremely glad that Izuku is the one forming a Chen. Can you imagine how bad it would have been if someone like Mineta was the one forming the Chen? Asked Momo. Both Tsuyu and Momo shuddered in disgust at the mere idea of Minoru forming a Chen. So, you girls want to start the hot and seki with Izuku now or later? Asked Mai. Later, we do need to finish our assignments after all, said Momo, who then seductively added, and, sometimes, good things do come to those who wait. Izuku blushed while Mai and Tsuyu nodded in agreement with Momo with suggestive smiles of their own. Later that night, Izuku, Tsuyu, Mai and Momo had just finished their assignments after having dinner and were soon ready to have sex in the common bedroom. Mai, who was still a virgin and already had an IUD in her WMB, was eager to start and was soon completely naked. Izuku blushed at her naked body, which was more toned than expected due to carrying, making and fixing support equipment by herself. As for Mai, she was impressed by Izuku's body, which looked even better than she expected, and was soon touching his erect member with her hand as she spoke. So, this must be the big boy which made everyone feel good last night. Izuku, who was seated on a futon, felt pleasure as Mai started to tease his PP with the practiced precision and strength of someone who knew how to handle various tools by hand. He also noted that Mai looked seki while she was on her hands and knees with her shapely backside sticking upward. He gasped when Mai started liking and suckling onto the glands of his phallus before she tried to fit the thing into her mouth. Due to its size, she could not fit the whole thing into her mouth, but she did not mind it as one look at Izuku's expression was enough for her to know that he was enjoying the feeling. Hatsume-san, where did you learn how to do this? Asked Izuku. Mai stopped skiing onto Izuku's PP and explained, I was hot and bothered since yesterday, so I asked a certain someone for a few tips before we got started. Realizing that Sumomo had been giving Mai some tips on SEC, Izuku had to ask, did she also tell you to build that robot? Nah, that was my idea, although she was eager to see it in action, said Mai, who then leaned back to reveal her moist maidenhood and asked, so, you want to please me with your mouth and tongue, or do you want to go ahead and stick that thing in? Izuku gulped before he decided to touch Mai's body with his hands. Mai shivered in pleasure as he touched, stroked, rubbed and fondled her body with his hands. She especially loved the way Izuku stroked along her muscles and teased her nipples and cellulus. Before long, the longing for release was too much for Izuku to bear, and he placed his painfully irked phallus before her maidenhood. Knowing what Izuku wanted to do, Mai said, be gentle with me, okay? It's my first time after all. I know, said Izuku before he plunged his Erkton into Mai's vagina. Mai grunted in pain as Izuku's PP entered her fully, and it took a while for the pain to subside. Once the pain had subsided a bit, Mai said, you can move now. Show me what you have got. Although Mai knew that Izuku was good in SEC, she did not expect him to be able to make her feel intense pleasure, as he not only moved his hips with experienced skill but also teased her nipples with his mouth and tongue. She instinctively held onto Izuku's head in her arms and wrapped her legs around his waist as she tried to match the movements of his hips with her own. As her pleasure washed away her discomfort, she realized, no wonder people are so obsessed with secretary. Due to her passionate longing to create awesome support equipment which would earn her a lot of money and fame, she had never paid much attention to the opposite SEC or SEC in general until recently. While Izuku was having SEC with Mai, Momo and Tsuyu kept themselves busy. Tsuyu, as usual, inserted her tongue into Momo's vagina and fondled her bias, while Momo made a green-colored replica of Izuku's PP and shoved it deep into Tsuyu's moist maidenhood with one hand while her other hand fondled her backside. Both Izuku and Mai soon clenched, and Mai nearly passed out from the intense pleas of orgasm. He then kissed her and she happily accepted the kiss as the thought to herself, I can definitely get used to this. Izuku soon recovered and pulled himself out of Mai before he carried her bridal style to a futon for her to sleep on and put a blanket over her. Once he was done, he turned around and saw both Momo and Tsuyu waiting for him expectantly. He then asked, so, which one of you want to go first? Tsuyu raised her hand and said, Momo-chan can start first. She then showed Izuku the DLD replica of his PP and said, she made something that will keep me occupied for a while, Kero. Izuku blushed at the sight of the DLD replica and said, okay. Momo's turn it is then. Momo giggled at Izuku's reaction and said, in my defense, I needed something of sufficient prowess to stop Asue-san from overwhelming me. Her tongue is quite the potent appendage after all. Unable to argue against Momo's statement, Izuku approached her while trying to ignore Tsuyu, who was using her tongue to move the DLD in and out of her drenched private part, and knelt down to her eye level. He then bashfully said, Momo, you were the last one to have sex with me last night, and I want to make you feel good before we have secretary. Touched and excited by Izuku's words, Momo nodded with a smile and offered herself to him as she spoke, please, make me feel good, Izuku. Izuku needed no further encouragement as he reached out and kissed her. Realizing that she was having her first kiss with a boy, Momo happily accepted it and placed her hands onto Izuku's cheeks so that the kiss would be deeper. Soon, the loving kiss became lewd as their tongues wrestled with one another, and Izuku started to slide her shoulders before 𝐹𝐴 her BRSTS and teasing her nipples. As for Momo, her hands wandered around to slide his muscular upper body and stomach before they started to slide his Erkton. In response to the pleasure on his member, Izuku moved his hands so that they stroked her side and back before they fondled her buttocks. Eventually, they both had to stop to breathe, and the both looked into each other's eyes as Momo spoke, Izuku, that was wonderful. She then lay onto her back and spread her legs open as she spoke, make use of me as you please. Needing no further encouragement, Izuku plunged his PP into her eager vagina and moved his hips vigorously. Loving the sensation, Momo wrapped her arms and legs around Izuku and moved her own hips so that his phallus could go deeper into her. She then kissed Izuku's collarbone, causing 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to move even more furiously as a result. The two of them soon orgasmed together and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 kissed Momo one more time before turning his attention to Tsuyu. Eager for sex, Tsuyu immediately abandoned the DLD and leapt onto 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Her eyes were hungry with longing as she spoke, "This time, I'm the one on top, Kiro." She then slammed her hips onto 𝐒𝐬𝐽, driving his still stiff 𝐒𝐿𝐼 into her. As 𝐒𝐬𝐽 gasped in response, Tsuyu kissed him passionately while shoving her tongue into his mouth. Their tongues twisted and wrestled as she moved her hips like a beast in heat. In spite of the furious rutting, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was able to move his hands and quickly grab onto her backside, causing the frog girl to croak in surprise. She then 𝐵'd in pleasure as he started to knead and fondle her backside with his strong yet gentle hands. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐽 received a suggestion from Sumomo, who was enjoying the sensations that they were feeling. "Spank her butt, trust me." Although surprised by Sumomo's suggestion, 𝐒𝐽 decided to trust her and gave Tsuyu a firm smack on the right side of her buttocks. Although he was not hitting hard, and certainly not out of malice, Tsuyu's croaked in shock and her backside became incredibly tight in response, which caused her vaginal walls to tighten as well. 𝐒𝐽 almost clenched due to the sudden tightness when Tsuyu looked at 𝐒𝐽 with wide eyes and asked, "Did you just spank me, Kiro?" "Well, a certain someone suggested it," replied 𝐒𝐽. Tsuyu's blush deepened as she realized who gave the idea to 𝐒𝐽 and said, "Of course she would know about that." "So, you liked having your butt spanked?" asked 𝐒𝐽. "Well, I do enjoy having my butt fondled and I was getting curious about the feeling of getting spanked," admitted Tsuyu, who then said, "That said, I never expected it to feel so good." "You want me to spank you again then?" asked 𝐒𝐽. Tsuyu's meek nod was all he needed to know before he smacked the left side of her backside. Tsuyu croaked again, although it sounded more like a throaty mm as she started to move her hips again. Encouraged by her response, 𝐒𝐽 started to alternate between fndlng her backside and smacking them, causing Tsuyu to and croak shamelessly as she loved the sensations she was feeling. Eventually, the two lovers kissed as they reached their CLMX, causing Tsuyu's sore bottom to shake in orgasmic pleasure. After they both calmed down, 𝐒𝐽 lifted Tsuyu off his member and placed her next to Mai, who was unable to sleep due to Tsuyu's mmms and croaks. Mai grinned at 𝐒𝐽 and said, "So, you're good for another round?" 𝐒𝐽 blushed and said, "I think I am, but are you sure you want to go it again? I don't want you to get too sore to move tomorrow." "Who says anything about putting your PP in me?" asked Mai, who then pressed her BRSS together and said with a grin, "Plus, I'm pretty confident my melons will make you feel good. If we're talking about BRSS, I'm quite sure that mine will not lose to yours, Hatsume-san," said Momo, who was hugging herself to push her BRSS upward. Mai grinned at Momo and said, "Then let's combine our melons together and wring that naughty boy dry." Momo smiled and said, "I can agree to that." 𝐒𝐽 was both nervous and excited as his PP became irked again at the idea of having Momo and Mai pressing their BRSTS onto it together. Knowing that 𝐒𝐽 was eager for another round, both girls got him to lie down so that they could use their BRSTS to pleasure him. They then pressed their BRSTS together with 𝐒𝐽's phallus between them, enveloping it with their warm, soft bosoms. 𝐒𝐽's back arched a little as they both moved their BRSTS, a clear indication that he was enjoying the feeling. Momo and Mai wore lewd smiles as they watched 𝐒𝐽's PP twitch in an almost helpless manner between their BRSTS while leaking pre-ejaculaty. Between the two buxom girls who started liking the glands of his 𝐒𝐽, 𝐒𝐽's member did not last very long before he ejaculated for the fourth time that night. His ejaculaty shot upwards with impressive force, covering the BRSTS and faces of the two girls. Although surprised, both Mai and Momo got curious about the warm ejaculaty which covered their faces and BRSTS and tasted them. Momo wore a thoughtful expression and said, "𝐒𝐽's ejaculaty doesn't taste too bad actually." "So, do you two want another round or get some rest for tomorrow?" asked 𝐒𝐽. Momo made a handkerchief with her quirk to wipe the strong-smelling ejaculaty off her skin as she answered, "While the idea of having some more sex is certainly appealing, I think that it is best that we rest for tonight. We didn't get much sleep last night after all. I want to continue working on my latest baby, so I'll need to get some rest and finish making the requested support items as quickly as possible," said Mai, to received a different handkerchief from Momo. Understanding their reasoning, Izuku decided to get some sleep as well. As Izuku, Momo, Mai, and even Tsuyu cuddled together, his member became hard again, but his SXL longing was satiated enough for him to ignore it for the moment. Besides, it was only a matter of time before he would be having sex on school grounds with Mina and Toru on the loose, so he definitely needed to conserve his stamina. Meanwhile, Dean and everyone sure went all out tonight, swore Kyuka, who was currently in Toru's room. Although she was not directly below the common room, she could still hear most of what had happened thanks to one of her earjacks. There was also the matter of Okiko and Mina fighting right above Toru's room. Kyuka was sweaty and breathing heavily as Toru was in the middle of eating her out. Not surprisingly, she did not have her breathes or panties on. Toru, who was only wearing her top and had one of Kyuka's earjacks deep in her private part, looked up and curiously said, "Is Dekuan's group stopping now?" "Yeah, Midori seems pretty certain that either us or Okiko and Mina will go after him tomorrow during school hours," said Kyuka. Toru giggled and replied, "Well, he's not wrong." Kyuka's blush deepened as she spoke. "Hate to break this to you, but I can't help you on that one. Momo needs my help to get the girls in Class 1B involved in the HM plan." "Well, if that's the case, why don't I give a helping hand to you too?" asked Toru. Kyuka smiled and replied, "I'm sure Momo'll be happy to have you on board." "Il sou here." Okiko, who was in Mina's room, was gasping for breath as she had just fought with the pink-skinned girl who was currently lying on top of her. Both girls were exhausted, naked, sweaty, and covered in Mina's weakest acid. Not long after they had received Netsu's message about the places where they could have sex within school grounds during school hours, Mina wasted no time in suggesting to Okiko that they attack Izuku during lunch break. Okiko was against the idea, but Mina was determined to make her change her mind by fndling her BRST and teasing her private part. Although caught off guard, Okiko's competitive side made her refuse to admit defeat, so she retaliated by kissing Mina and fndling her backside. Things quickly escalated between the two girls, which led to their current state. "Dear men, I never thought you could be so kenwai," said Mina. Okiko's blush deepened as she recalled using her gravity-negating quirk to make Mina weightless so that she could lift her up and bury her face between her thighs to like her nether part. She also recalled how Mina, after climaxing due to Okiko's counter-attack, suddenly pinned her down and started coating them both in mildly acidic lubricant. Although Mina could not use her hands as she had to prevent Okiko from making her weightless again, she could still rub her lubricated thigh against Okiko's groin. Okiko responded in kind, and the two of them soon started kissing and rubbing their irked nipples together. Inevitably, the two of them orgasmed and were on the verge of passing out. In spite of her initial reluctance, Okiko asked, "So, about attacking Deku tomorrow, can we keep it short?" "I don't want us to be in trouble." Understanding Okiko's worry and all too happy to compromise, Mina grinned at her and said, "Sure thing, Okiko-chan." The following day, Itsuka and Yui were walking towards a secluded part of the school. Earlier that day, they received a message from Momo, who wanted to talk to them about matters of romance which was somehow related to the recent rumors of Izuku's aim and impressive GNTUS. Although Itsuka was not one to blindly believe in rumors, the fact that Momo did not outright deny the rumor when she asked her about it was already a clear indication that it was actually true to some extent. There was also the fact that Tetsu, a boy with messy gray hair, black eyes with jagged tan-colored eyelashes and sharp teeth, talked to Aijuru, who confirmed that Izuku did in fact have a HM which included all the girls in Class 1A. Itsuka blushed at the mere idea of Momo and the girls in Class 1A being a part of a HM and wanted to know the details. If nothing else, she would be able to determine if she should continue stopping Minomanito, a reasonably tall boy with slick blonde hair and periwinkle purple eyes that have white irises, from claiming that Class 1A is full of SXL degenerates. Itsuka sighed as she thought about the overly competitive wacko of Class 1B. "Thinking about what Minoma-san did this morning?" asked Yui. "Among other things," admitted Itsuka, who had to karate chop him on the head to stop his latest outburst. "That outburst aside, do you really think Izuku actually has a HM?" asked Yui. "Honestly, I wouldn't have believed it if both Momo and Tetsu hadn't confirmed the rumor to be true," replied Itsuka. "There's that," admitted Yui. The two girls soon arrived at the meeting place, which was an unused club room. Waiting for them were Momo and Kyuka, who were seated around a large foldable table. Momo smiled at Itsuka and Yui and said, "Greeting, Kendo-san, Kodai-san." "Hey there, Yorozu," replied Itsuka, while Yui nodded in response instead. The two girls from Class 1B were soon seated after closing the door. Itsuka then asked, "So you wanted to talk about romance, right? As well as the rumors concerning Izuku?" "Yes," replied Momo. Both Itsuka and Yui raised their eyebrows at the way Momo was referring to Izuku, as she had previously called him Midoriya-san. Their curiosity were piqued as a result, as Itsuka leaned forward and asked Momo, "So it is true? He has a HM of all the girls in Class 1A, including you, and an impressive member." "Both rumors are indeed true," admitted Momo, who blushed at the memory of having sex with Izuku. Itsuka and even the normally expressionless Yui blushed before the ginger-haired girl asked, "And how did it happen?" Neither Itsuka nor Yui realized that a certain naked invisible girl was ominously approaching them from behind, with visible pink tendrils emerging from her ears, as Momo explained. "Well, it's a bit of a long story, which all began with Uraraka-san and Asui-san wanting to." Meanwhile, Izuku, who had been dragged into an unused meeting room by Mina and Okiko, was currently having doggy-style sex with Mina. She was pressed against the wall as Izuku furiously moved his hips so that his 𝐻𝐻𝑡on could penetrate deep inside of her. Mina's eyes were rolled back and her tongue was sticking out as she thought, "God, I love this position." Okiko, who was both on lookout and stealing glances at Izuku and Mina, was rubbing her legs together impatiently for her turn. Thankfully, everyone agreed to make it a quickie, so Izuku was soon done with Mina, who fell onto her knees while his 𝐻𝐻𝑡 leaked out of her twitching vagina. Unable to wait any longer, Okiko actually tore her tights so that she could pull her panties aside and present her wet nether part to Izuku. "Please, I can't wait for much longer, Deku." Turned on by the sight, Izuku swallowed his saliva before he passionately pushed Okiko against the wall and kissed her while his 𝐻𝐻𝑡 PP entered her vagina. Okiko happily accepted the kiss and wrapped her arms and legs around him as he pressed her back against the wall and made love to her. Back at a certain unused clubroom, Itsuka and Yui were both blushing furiously as they realized that they were not only brainjacked by an ex-villainess who had read their memories, but were also aware that Izuku was having sex with both Okiko and Mina. Although Sumomo was able to do her actual job properly due to reluctantly ignoring the ongoing SXLNTRCS, she did cheekily tell them both about it. Itsuka placed her hands onto her cheeks to hide her growing blush as she spoke. To think that Nezu-sensei would actually allow such a thing to happen. To be perfectly fair, he does have a good reason for allowing this to happen, argued Momo. Itsuka sighed and said, "I know that, Yorozu-san. It's just, this is the kind of crazy SHT that a perverted dumbass will dream about while masturbating to porn," said Yui, who was frowning slightly. Considering her usually expressionless face, the slight frown and blush were very clear indications of her current state of displeasure or agitation. "Yeah. I'm not going to even try correcting that statement," said Kyuka. "So will you help us get the rest of the girls in Class 1B?" asked Momo, who was glad to know that neither Itsuka nor Yui were spies or even sleeper agents. "Well, considering what had happened at summer camp, I suppose we should give you all a helping hand," said Itsuka, who then added, "However, we're not going to officially join the 𝐻𝐻𝑡 until we get to know Midoriya-san better, understand? You might want to avoid knowing everything about Midori and a certain someone until you're sure that you'll not regret it. Trust me, their pasts are seriously messed up," said Kyuka. Itsuka raised an eyebrow and said, "I can understand that other person, but Midoriya-san. You'll need to speak to him to know a bit more about his past." "It's not our place to speak about it to anyone," said Toru, who was wearing her school uniform and sounded unusually somber. Surprised by Toru's unusual tone, Itsuka was about to ask when Yui said, "If we're going to get the remaining girls, we'll have to be careful. Their quirks are quite troublesome to deal with." Itsuka nodded and then explained to Momo, Jiru, and Toru about the quirks of the 5 remaining girls in Class 1B. Start of explanation. Komori Kinoko, a short and thin girl with honey-brown hair that forms a mushroom-shaped bob and cat-like eyes with irises that resemble cross-sliced shiitake mushrooms, possesses a quirk which allows her to grow various mushrooms around her. Although the mushrooms only last for 2 to 3 hours, they can grow in places where they should not be growing, such as inside a person's lungs. Tsunotori Pony, an American girl with wavy blonde hair, large and round blue eyes, rounded calves with hooves in place of feet, a short horse-like tail and a round race with a short equine muzzle, has a pair of lyre-shaped pale tan horns on her head which she could send flying and control at will. She can currently control up to 4 horns at the same time and use them for various tasks, including attacking enemies and even using them as a means of transport. Tokuge Setsuna, a girl with large dusky green eyes which have long lower eyelashes, long and pointed teeth and dark moss green hair, has a quirk which allows her to split her body up to 50 individual parts which she can levitate and control at will. She can even regenerate destroyed body parts, although the process does consume her energy. Yanagi Leiko, a ghost-like girl with pale gray hair that obscures the left side of her face, dark bangs under her blue eyes and a small mouth with full lips, has the ability to manipulate objects around her. Although she can only move things up to one person's weight, she can easily lift something alive that is not as heavy as a single person. Shiozaki Ibara has vines on her head which she can freely grow and manipulate to attack and restrain others. She can also detach them at will if necessary. End of explanation. So to put it simply, we cannot afford to be careless with any of them, explained Itsuka. In other words, you'll have to ask them if they want to consider joining the HM one by one to avoid any complications, said Momo. Itsuka nodded and said, that's basically it. Also, I may be the class representative, but there's only so much I can do without attracting suspicion. We may have the support of Nezu-sensei, Aizawa-sensei, Shuzenji-san and even All Might-sensei, but we could use further support from the teachers, said Momo. Kyuka had a look on dread on her face as she spoke. The thing is, the only one whom we can make sure is truly trustworthy is Midnight-sensei. All the girls shuddered as they could only imagine what kind of unholy hell Nemurai would unleash upon them if she joined the A. Never mind the fact that she would happily join in the fun regardless of her current age and status, she would probably single-handedly SEK Izuku dry as soon as she got her hands on him. Momo sighed and said, as much as I hate to admit it, she might be the only one who can and is willing to help us out once she learns about the HM plan. Also, Nezu-sensei is basically allowing us to add her in the aim, and her quirk could be of tremendous help in getting the girls of Class 1B as quickly as possible. Maybe so, but we need to discuss with Deku about this. Midnight Sensei is a pro-heroine who is twice our age and is infamously shameless after all, said Toru. You definitely should, said Yui, who then added, your boy toy's PP is on the line after all. Dekuan's not our boy toy, he's someone who's really dear to us, argued Toru. Itsuka cleared her throat to get everyone's attention and said, well, break is almost over and Yui and I will have to return to class. We'll let you know if we need any help or have managed to get any of the girls in our class. Momo bowed and said, thank you, Kendo-san. We wouldn't be able to get the other girls in your class without your help. Itsuka smiled at Momo and replied, just make sure that you spare us the details of what you girls do with Midoriya-san, okay? You sure you want to be ignorant of the details? I'm in your head and I can tell that you're at least a bit curious, asked Sumomo, who was mentally speaking to Itsuka in a cheeky manner. Itsuka wore a deadpan expression as she mentally replied, yes, I'm sure you perverted blob, and I'm not going to join the aim until I'm sure Midoriya-san is worth the effort. If you say so, replied Sumomo, who seemed pretty confident about Itsuka joining the HM eventually. Back in Class 1A. Break time was over and almost everyone in Class 1A was stealing glances at Izuku, Mina, and Okiko, who seemed a bit sweaty and disheveled when they entered the classroom. Even their teacher, Nemurai, was stealing glances at the three of them with a knowing smirk on her face. Izuku just knew that she was going to teach his class a very XPLCT version of Sek Education or hold a ND art class at some point in the near future. The fact that Nemurai had been acting flirtatiously towards him not only made her SXL interest towards him very clear, but also made Minoru, Denki, and Hanta extremely jealous of him. Izuku sighed as he had to consider if he should include Nemurai in the aim after Sumomo mentally told him about the idea. On one hand, he was allowed to do so, and having another teacher on his side would certainly help. In addition, her quirk would be very helpful in knocking out the remaining girls from Class 1B for a quick mass brainjacking. On the other hand, he had to agree with the girls of Class 1A that 𝐼 could easily 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐸 him dry if given the chance. As appealing as the prospect may be to some, especially for the likes of Minoru, he did not want to be effectively disabled for the rest of the day to recover his lost stamina. He still wanted to train properly and be a pro hero as soon as possible after all. Oh, is that right? Shocked by the sudden question, Izuku turned around and saw 𝐼, who was not only standing right next to him without his notice but was wearing a wide grin as she spoke. You were mumbling a bit just now and I couldn't help but overhear you mumbling about me skinning you dry and how it would affect your studies. Izuku's face was frozen as it could not decide between becoming as pale as a sheet or as red as an apple. Amused by his reaction, 𝐼 seductively stroked his jawline to his chin with her fingers and said, I'm flattered that you would think so highly of my adult prowess, but you're not necessarily lacking in that department either if the rumors about you and your 𝐻M are true. Izuku gulped nervously as he tried to reply, I'm not that great, really. Nonsense. Any boy who is able to satisfy a 𝐻M of at least 6 girls in a single night has got to be a pretty good stud in bed, argued 𝐼, who then added, also, I'm not against joining a him myself. In spite of himself, Izuku was sexually aroused and his 𝐻M was ready to burst out of his breathes. 𝐼 was an attractive pro-heroine after all. At that moment, the jealousy which Minoru was feeling was so powerful that almost everyone in class could have sworn that it took the form of an oppressive dark aura which threatened to engulf the entire classroom. It should be noted that 𝐼 soon officially joined the 𝐻M and convincing her was ridiculously easy. Later that day, Nezu was in his office and he blinked in surprise as he stared at 𝐼 hugging Izuku as though he was a teddy bear to dote on. Standing beside them were the girls of Class 1A and Mai, who looked worriedly at Izuku as he was blushing to the point that they could have sworn that his face was steaming. While I'm not surprised by the fact that Kiyomi-san has joined the 𝐻M, I'm surprised by how affectionate she is towards you, Midoriya-san, said Nezu. He knew that there was a high chance that 𝐼 would join the 𝐻M and he knew that Izuku and his 𝐻M might need her help, whether it was because she was a teacher or they needed her abilities. That said, even he did not expect the level of affection 𝐼 would have for the boy. Well, after Sumomo-chan brainjacked her, she demanded to know the full story and, well, this happened, explained Izuku, who tried his best to ignore 𝐼's affectionate embrace as her soft breasts pressed onto the back of his neck. How can I not be after getting to know him and Sumomo-chan? Asked 𝐼, who was rubbing her chin onto his fluffy hair, and then said, they're the kind of people whom I just want to cuddle while wrapped in a warm blanket and naked. Shouter and Toshinori, who were standing on either side of Nezu, groaned at 𝐼's innuendo and felt sorry for Izuku. They both knew about her infamous energy and there was no doubt that she would 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐸 him dry before the day was over. Anyway, I'll be helping Izuku with the AIM plan and hold some special team-building exercises after school hours, said 𝐼 while wiggling her eyebrows. Izuku, the girls of Class 1A, Mai, Shouter and Toshinori all blushed at the mention of her special team-building exercises. Sumomo's mental image had an almost diabolical appearance as she grinned and rubbed her hands together while mentally speaking to 𝐼. Oh, this is going to be so much fun, 𝐼-chan. 𝐼 liked her lips and mentally replied, and I can't wait to get started, Sumomo-chan. Izuku, the girls of Class 1A and even Mai paled as they had one common thought: mistakes have been made. Class 1A dorms. Save me. The boys from Class 1A, including even Katsuki, stared in dumbstruck shock as a wailing Izuku was being dragged into the girls' side of the dorm by none other than 𝐼, who was laughing with apparently insane glee. The fact that they pair was soon followed by the girls of Class 1A and Mai, who were all obviously worried for the boy, did nothing to reduce the shock of their unexpected entrance. Hunter turned his attention to Denki and Minoru and asked, should we be jealous of him or feel bad for him? Honestly, I think a bit of both sounds like a good idea at the moment, said Denki. Shouto, who overheard Hunter and Denki, decided to speak to them. Considering the rumors about Midoriya-san which have been spreading lately, I'm almost surprised that this didn't happen sooner. This is Midnight Sensei we're talking about after all. Okay, good point, admitted Denki. Mineta fell onto his knees and screamed heavenwards as bloody tears streamed down his contorted face of jealous rage. What does that lucky son of a beach have that the rest of us don't? Boku no Hero Academia, Izuku's Academia disclaimer. This is a mature-rated fanfiction story of Boku no Hero Academia that I am writing for RTC fun. Needless to say, this story is EU. The characters may seem OOC to some and there will be smutty lemons. Also, I own nothing of the series other than the fanfiction stories that I make. Chapter 6, Midnight, Class 2B, the second pair, Melissa and Who? Tenya had just returned from an early morning jog when he saw Nemurai walking out of the dorm with a glowing smile on her face. A formal and polite person by nature, he politely greeted her, "Midnight-sensei, you seem rather happy today." "Oh, you think so?" asked Nemurai, who giggled like a schoolgirl. Tenya knew what had probably happened the previous evening, but he had to be sure, so he asked, "Did you do anything inappropriate to Midoriya-kun yesterday? You did drag him into the girls' side of the dorms after all." "Yes, I did," replied Nemurai, who then dreamily added, "and the girls too, all night long." Tenya blushed and said, "I know that Izuku has somehow formed a 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Aren't you a teacher of this school?" "True, but do not forget that the teachers of this school have more freedom than most. Besides, Nezu-san already knows about it and has permitted it. Even I wouldn't want to get on his bad side," explained Nemurai. "And is not concerned about how Midoriya-kun's current lifestyle will affect the reputations of everyone who is involved?" asked Tenya. As much as he did not approve of Izuku's current lifestyle, he still considered him as a close friend to whom he owed his life to. At the very least, he had to be sure that Izuku and his Harem's futures as pro-heroes would not be too badly affected by their current actions. Sensing Tenya's genuine concern, Nemurai smiled and replied, "I can't tell you all the details, but Nezu-san does know about Izuku's situation and will do what he can to make sure that he and his 𝐻𝐻𝐻 will have a future as pro-heroes if the public ever finds out about it." Suddenly, Tenya had a thought and asked, "Forgive me for being presumptuous, but is this 𝐻𝐻𝐻 plan somehow Nezu-sensei's idea?" "I can neither confirm nor deny that statement," said Nemurai, who had a knowing smile on her face as she added, "If you truly wish to know, please speak to the principal directly. I'm sure he'll be able to tell you at least some of the answers that you wish to know." Accepting Nemurai's response, Tenya bowed and said, "I will do as you have suggested, Midnight-sensei. Thank you for giving me your time." "No, thank you for being Izuku's friend," replied Nemurai. Surprised by the reply, Tenya was about to ask Nemurai when she said, "I need to get going now. I have an arrangement to make with Class 1B and I don't want to be late." "Then I won't take up your time for any longer, Midnight-sensei," said Tenya, who then added, "I hope that you will have a good day today." "Same to you, Ida-kun," replied Nemurai before she went off to the school building. After the encounter, Tenya entered the dorm and was shocked to see Izuku, the girls of Class 1A and Mai lurching towards the dining area like sleep-deprived zombies who were making a beeline to the fridge, which was stocked with milk and fruit juice. Izuku looked especially haggard, as though his very life energy had been scared out of him. "Midoriya-kun, everyone, what in the world happened to you?" asked Tenya. "Midnight-sensei happened," groaned Izuku. Tenya was almost tempted to drop the matter, but his curiosity got the better of him, so he asked, "Just, what did she do to you, exactly?" "Well, the previous evening." Nemurai, who was more than eager to have sex with Izuku and wring him dry, had basically dragged him into the common bedroom to start having some special time with him. A shamelessly flirtatious person even under normal circumstances, she was currently primed for hot passionate sex, as she had been observing Izuku having sex with the girls of Class 1A and Mai for the past few nights and became increasingly sexually frustrated as a result. She wanted what the other girls in the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 had, and she was determined to get it one way or another. However, the other girls in the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 were having none of it and soon barged in to stop her just as she had pinned him down onto a futon. Not surprised by the interference, Nemurai asked seductively, "Oh, are you going to stop me?" Okiko stepped forward with a determined glare on her blushing face and replied, "Obviously. We can't allow you to hog Deku's love and leave nothing for us." Tsuyu was the next to step forward and got into a crouching stance with her long tongue extended as she spoke. "If you want to 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 𝐔𝐩𝐝 dry, you'll have to go through us first, Kiro." We all care about Izuku and that means we'll protect him from even you, Midnight Sensei, said Toru, who was already stripping herself naked. Mina made some homemade lubricant in her hands and said, "You may be our sensei, but in this bedroom, you're a fellow HM member just like the rest of us." Kyuka's earjacks were poised to strike as she spoke. "You may have maturity and SXL experience on your side, but we have numbers, determination and an array of different quirks on our side. Plus, it's supposed to be mine and Toru-chan's turn tonight." Momo created some acid-resistant replica DLDS of Izuku's 𝐒𝐽𝐽 member and gave one to Mai as she spoke. "So are you going to give up on this debauched endeavor of yours?" Mai grinned as she held onto the DLD as though it was a weapon and asked, "Or take us all on at once?" Instead of becoming angry or even annoyed, Nemurai smiled happily as she stood up and stripped herself naked before she said, "All right, girls, do your worst." Her sky-blue eyes shone with determination and SXL hunger as the 7 girls charged towards her. Back to the present. "Are you telling me that Midnight Sensei somehow defeated all 7 girls in SXL combat?" asked Tenya. The 7 girls blushed in embarrassment as they could not deny the statement. Izuku nodded and explained, "It was a close match apparently, but yes." He then continued to explain what had happened last evening. Back to the previous evening, again. And no way, though Izuku, who was both terrified and aroused by what had happened before him. In spite of working together to defeat a common foe, the girls of Class 1A and Mai were soundly defeated by Nemurai, who was still standing tall. Shivering and breathing heavily in orgasmic delight, Nemurai said, "Well done, all of you. You all deserve my personal seal of approval for bringing me this close to SXL defeat." Okiko struggled to get up and glared at Nemurai as she spoke. "How, we made you come so many times, indeed, with Ashido's mildly acidic lubricant, Tsuyu's long and dexterous tongue, Kyuka's vibrating earjacks, Momo's acid-resistant replica DLDS of Izuku's phallus and Okiko's ability to make the woman weightless. They had successfully made her 𝐶LMX at least 4 times. However, in spite of their best efforts, she was still able to take them down one by making them 𝐶LMX with only her fingers, lips, and tongue. "That you did, my dear students, but you should not forget that I'm the R-rated heroine, Midnight, and I can take as well as I can give." Unable to deny that Midnight was masterful in the use of her fingers, lips, and tongue, Okiko slumped with a comically dramatic tearful face of defeat and said, "I'm so sorry. Deku, now that the admittedly wonderful appetizer has been dealt with." Nemurai turned around and approached Izuku as she spoke, "It's now time for the main course." Izuku gulped in both fear and SXL excitement as his member, which somehow had not ejaculated yet, was throbbing painfully for release. Little did he know that, due to his distracted and unguarded state of mind, Sumomo had actually taken a bit of control over his body so that he would not instinctively MSTRT to relieve his SXL lust. It would be a terrible waste of his seed after all. Nemurai liked her lips in eager anticipation and slowly approached him, savoring the sight of his body and his expression, which was somehow still adorably innocent. Before long, she knelt down so that his hot member was pressing against the entrance into her dripping womanhood. Without another word, she kissed Izuku passionately while slamming her hips downward. As Izuku was sexually aroused by the fight between Midnights and the other girls, he was already close to bursting when his 𝐒𝐽𝐽 fully entered Nemurai's nether part and slammed against her CRVX. Therefore, he ejaculated like a miniature fire hose. Nemurai, who was very sensitive due to her previous fight with the other girls, was close to having another orgasm when Izuku's phallus suddenly filled her with hot seed. As a result, she clenched as well. Nemurai's back arched as her vagina seemed to be sking every drop of SMN from Izuku, her arms wrapped around Izuku's face while he grabbed onto her backside to hold her in place. She had a look of joy on her face as she thought, "God, I needed this." Izuku, who had just clenched harder than he ever had before, thought, "This is the first time I came this hard." Nemurai's eyes shone with renewed lust and hunger as she liked her lips and said, "Isaacan, I hope you still have a few more shots in you because the night's just getting started." Back to the present, again. "So we both kept having sex until I was too tired to even move," said Izuku, who was currently holding onto a mug of hot chocolate that made by Rikido. Tenya, as well as the rest of the boys from Class 1A except for Katsuki who did not even bother to listen, all started at Izuku with blushes on their faces before Denki asked, "How many times did Midnight Sensei make you come?" "Honestly, I lost count after my 7th shot," said Izuku. "Dude, you are without a doubt the heroin king of Class 1A if not the whole of your high school," swore Hunter, who could only marvel at Izuku's latest SXL achievement. To be fair, Okako-chan and the others helped out. If not for them, and my past SXL experiences with them, I probably wouldn't have been able to satisfy 𝐵𝐵𝐵-chan, replied Izuku. "Wait, did you just call Midnight Sensei?" "𝐵𝐵𝐵-chan," asked Masharao. Izuku blushed and looked downward as he explained, "Who wanted me to call her that, while we cuddled after having secretary." The girls of Class 1A and Mai blushed as well as they joined Izuku and 𝐵𝐵𝐵 to form a cuddle pile, after 𝐵𝐵𝐵 was securely satisfied. "So what's next? You fing every girl in Class 1B?" asked Minoru, who was bitterly jealous towards Izuku. Although he still considered Izuku as a friend and admired fellow pro-hero in training, he simply loathed his recent good luck with the ladies. Izuku laughed sheepishly and thought, "I sure hope not anytime soon." Later that day, in Nezu's office. "Ah, I see that you three have single-handedly helped Yamanaka-san brainjack all of the girls in Class 1B, said Nezu, who was speaking to 𝐵𝐵𝐵, Itsuka, and Yu. "Midnight Sensei's quirk is terrifyingly effective," said Yui, who recalled how 𝐵𝐵𝐵's quirk easily knocked out the 5 targeted girls in Class 1B. Speaking of the 5 targeted girls, they were all in the office as well. "Anyway, is the 𝐻M plan over now that all the girls in Class 1A and Class 1B are accounted for?" asked Itsuka. "As far as obligations are concerned, yes it is," replied Nezu. A moment of silence passed before Itsuka spoke. "There's more, isn't there?" "Yes, there is," admitted Nezu, who then explained, "As you all know, we've been keeping a watchful eye on both Class 1A and Class 1B for any possible spies or sleeper agents who are linked to the League of Villains. While the girls of both classes have been cleared of any suspicion through admittedly unorthodox methods, we still cannot completely rule out the majority of the boys from either class at this point of time." "I suppose that can't be helped," said Itsuka, who did not like the idea of any one of her male classmates being an agent of the League of Villains. "If it makes you feel any better, the implementation of the 𝐻M plan has greatly accelerated the ongoing investigations of the remaining students from both classes. Not only that, it has given us a lead on a certain tracking beacon which is still under investigation. If all goes well, we will be able to resolve the matter before you begin your hero work studies," said Nezu. "I certainly hope so," said Itsuka. "Speaking of resolving issues, I must ask," said Ibara, who then frowned as she asked, "is forming a 𝐻M really necessary? That plan has essentially forced Midoriya-san into committing the sins of the flesh, with multiple girls I might add." Nezu chuckled and replied, "While I confess that I have certainly put him in a situation in which he may end up having multiple SXL partners, I must also add that even I did not expect him to be as successful about it as he is now. But surely you could have simply asked him to simply have Yamanaka-san brainjack all of us without having to form a 𝐻M in the process. The very idea of this 𝐻M plan is nothing short of absolutely sinful," shouted Ibara. Unperturbed by the religious girl's understandable outburst, Nezu smiled and calmly replied, "As I have said before, even I did not expect him to be so successful in forming a 𝐻M. Also, please understand this, Shiozaki-san, while Midoriya-san was obligated to try forming a 𝐻M, neither him nor the girls in the 𝐻M were forced into accepting one another as lovers. In fact, any girl who strongly refuses to have a romantic or physical relationship with him is free to leave his 𝐻M." Stunned by Nezu's response, Ibara was silent while Setsuna asked, "Are you seriously telling me that Midoriya somehow managed to get all those girls to genuinely like him enough to be willing to share him?" "That is precisely what I am telling you all," said Nezu. "Hot-din," swore Setsuna, who was rubbing her chin as she added, "I never would have expected that awkward little green bean to be such a lady killer." 𝐵𝐵𝐵 giggled as she spoke, "Oh, he's a lady killer all right." "Do I even want to know?" asked Itsuka. Nezu smiled in a cheeky manner as he explained, "Kiyomi-san, being the latest true member of Midoriya-san's, had NTMT enter us with him yesterday night. All night long I might add, Okay. Way too much information, cried Setsuna, who covered her ears in a vain attempt to block out the words she had just heard and the implications behind them. Ibara was frozen in place as her mind had shut down in response to the secularly scandalous information she had just heard. The rest of the girls in Class 1B blushed to varying degrees of pink and red while Nemurai giggled at their adorable reactions. May we know why Midnight Sensei had sex with Midoriya? Asked Itsuka. Is that even allowed? Asked Yui, whose normally impassive face was starting to crack. Well, I did give Izuku permission to add older women, including Kiyomi-san, into the 𝐻M, answered Nezu, who then added, and I gave her authorization to have a physical relationship with him provided that she agrees to help out in the 𝐻M plan. This it too much, cried Ibara as she ran out of the office while covering her blushing face. A moment of silence passed before Setsuna said, honestly, I'm surprised that she chose to run away instead of starting some kind of Christian crusade against you, Nezu-sensei. No offense meant, by the way. Nezu chuckled and said, none taken, Tokuji-san. Shiozaki-san may be staunch Christian, but she's also a young lady who is on the verge of adulthood, so her conflicting emotions are to be expected. Excuse me, Nezu-sensei? Asked Pony. Yes, Tsunotori-san. Pony fidgeted self-consciously as she asked, I just want to know, is it okay if we just talk to Midoriya? I know this whole 𝐻M plan is your idea and we can choose not to fully join, but, well, you're curious about him, aren't you? Asked Nemurai, who had an understanding smile on her face. Pony blushed and nodded before she spoke. I just want to at least know why all the girls in Class 1A, that Hatsune girl and even Midnight Sensei like him so much without doing that memorize thingy. As a fan of Japanese anime, including pre-Quirk-era anime, Pony knew about the 𝐻M genre, and Izuku's current situation was pretty much a 𝐻M anime made real and artsy. It's memory sharing, Tsunotori-san, and I'm sure Kiyomi-san will be more than happy to arrange an extra class so that the girls of both classes, plus Hatsune-san and Midoriya-san, can freely talk to one another, replied Nezu. Nemurai smiled and gave Pony a thumbs up as she spoke. Leave it to me, I'll have that extra class ready by this evening. Her smile became cheeky as she added, besides, it's not like I need to make any special preparations since it's mostly talk this time. The girls in the office blushed at Nemurai's second statement and thought, what have we gotten ourselves into? Tea-hat evening. As promised, Nemurai was able to arrange for an extra class for the girls of Class 1A, the girls of Class 1B, Mai and Izuku. They were currently gathered in an unused training ground and everyone felt awkward as they avoided looking at one another and had blushes on their faces. Although Nemurai could understand the awkward atmosphere, especially from Ibara, who looked like she wanted to run away as quickly as possible, she wanted the class to be a success, so she decided to take the initiative. All right everyone, since no one is willing to talk, I'll start first. She then struck a pose and said, my name is Kiyomi Nemurai, also known as the pro-heroine, Midnight. I joined Izuku's Q team yesterday and had a wonderful night with him. Not surprisingly, the students blushed even more, but Nemurai paid no mind to that fact as she pointed at Izuku. Now then, Izuku, introduce yourself to these fine ladies here. In spite of himself, Izuku bashfully did as he was told, and my name is Midoriya Izuku. I like Katsuden and, as I'm sure you all know by now, I'm in a physical relationship with my classmates, Hatsune-san and Midnight Sensei. Oh, you're not going to call me Nemurai-nichan? Asked Nemurai, who then dramatically said, I'm so hurt that my adorable little boy would be ashamed of calling me by that name. Wait, Nemurai-nichan? Asked Itsuka as she stared at Izuku. The boy's blush grew as he wished he could simply create a hole in the ground and hide in it. Since you've spoken, why don't you speak next? Said Nemurai. Realizing that she had been had, Itsuka hesitated for a moment before she spoke. My name is Kendo Itsuka. I like black coffee and motorcycles. The then turned her attention towards the girls of Class 1A and Mai and asked, also, I've got to ask all of you, what is it about him that makes him a guy who is worth dating? That's right. Didn't we all agree that he's the kind of dork who would cancel a date to attend an all-night meet and greet or even drag his girlfriend to attend it? Asked Yui. Izuku, who knew about the discussion of boyfriends from Okiko's and Tsuyu's memories, scratched the back of his head sheepishly as the girls were not necessarily wrong. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 and 𝐒𝐿, who had feelings for him even before the brainjacking, smiled apologetically to him. They knew that one look into his original room would validate his status as a hopelessly dorky All Might fanboy. Don't get me wrong, he's a undoubtedly hopeless All Might fanboy, but he's also a lot more than that, said Momo. Like having a big PP that could satisfy several girls, asked Setsuna. Unable to deny the statement, Momo blushed and coughed into her fist before she replied, among other things. Well, tell us then, said Setsuna, who then asked, what is it about him that makes him worthwhile as a boyfriend who is worth sharing? Momo turned her attention to 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 and 𝐒𝐿 and said, as Izuku's first two lovers who developed romantic feelings for him even before the 𝐻EM plan took place, I believe that it is only appropriate that you two start explaining to our peers from Class 1B. Both 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 and 𝐒𝐿 nodded in understanding before the brunette girl explained, even before Deku started attending this school, he saved me from a zero-pointer robot during the entrance exams. Not only that, he continues to work hard to be a hero who can save others even though he has a quirk which still tears his body apart every time he goes all out. The girls of Class 1B did not deny 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲's statement as they knew about what he had done during both the sports festival and the villain attack at summer camp. Hopeless fan of All Might or not everyone could do what he had done. 𝐒𝐿 decided to speak up and thus explained, as for me, my feelings for him started during the USJ attack. While it is true that Aizawa-sensei was the one who saved me from being killed by Shigaraki's quirk, it was Aizu-chan who got him to let go of me after that. Also, he's very reliable when push comes to shove, and I found that being in his arms felt nice when we redid the rescue training, Kero. With muscles like his combined with his empathic attitude, of course being his arms would feel nice, said Mina. Is that really the only reason why you wanted to have sex with him, Ashido-sen? Asked Itsuka. Mina waved her hand to dismiss the notion and explained, not exactly, unlike 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲-chan and 𝐒𝐿-chan, most of us only developed feelings for him after we saw memories of his past which made us see him in a new light. Mai nodded and said, one of the things that I like about him is that he's really smart when it comes to studying quirks and anything related to heroes including their support equipment. If he had joined the support department, his insights would have been invaluable for any inventor worth his salt. Not only that, he's really kind and understanding, said Toru as she recalled how he had comforted her. And he has already helped a number of people both directly and indirectly, said Momo, who recalled how hard he struggled to help Xiaoto, who in turn helped her overcome her loss of confidence. So let me get this straight, said Yui, who then added, Midoriya has not only a cute face, a ripped body and a big PP but is also smart, kind, helpful, brave, diligent, determined and heroic, correct? The girls of Class 1A, Mai and even Nemurai blushed as 𝐒𝐿 spoke on their behalf. You could say that, Kero. Hot din, no wonder even Midnight Sensei wants a piece of him, swore Setsuna. Ibara, who had been silent the whole while, asked, while I do not approve of Midoriya-san's currently sinful lifestyle of SXL debauchery, I do wish to ask one question. When all eyes were on her, she asked, those reasons that you all have stated just now are merely the surface of who he truly is, aren't they? Well, you're not wrong there, admitted Kyuka, who then said, but trust me, sharing your memories with him and Sumomo-chan will mess you up a bit and I don't recommend it unless you're willing to fully join the 𝐻EM, secrets, sec and all. And what if I wish to partake in that endeavor? Asked Ibara. Shocked, Setsuna asked, wait, are you serious about this? Yes I am, replied Ibara, who then said, as both a faithful servant of God and a future heroine, it is my duty to fully understand both Midoriya-san and Yamanaka-san's stories before I pass judgment upon them. If they are truly good individuals, then perhaps there is a chance that their immortal souls can be saved from eternal damnation due to their current path in life. Nemurai had a surprised expression on her face as she spoke her thoughts aloud. I'm surprised, Shiozaki. I honestly thought that you would either refuse to join the 𝐻EM or be the last one to do the memory sharing. Make no mistake, I honestly wish to avoid such a drastic course of action. However, I cannot ignore the possibility that Midoriya-san and Yamanaka-san's memories have a powerful influence upon the minds of others to the point of possibly influencing their decision-making. That said, I am confident that I will not be so easily swayed into accepting a life of sin and am therefore probably the best candidate to help my classmates decide if they should even consider fully joining the 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸, said Ibara. Your reasoning's pretty logical actually, said Momo. Are you sure that you want to do this? Asked Izuku, who worriedly explained, once you see our memories, there's no turning back. Ibara had a look of determination on her face as she replied, yes, I am sure. Oh, any memory share later. Ibara wept sorrowfully as she prayed, oh, merciful Lord in heaven, please grace these tragic lambs with your love and mercy. Her vines were wrapped around herself and Izuku in a protective manner, and her hands were clasped onto his as if the both of them were in prayer. As for Izuku, he blushed bashfully at her piously sincere response. Shocked by the sudden change in Ibara's attitude towards Izuku, her classmates turned to the girls of Class 1A, Mai and Nemurai, for answers. Itsuka had to ask, just, what the hell did Yamanaka-san and Midoriya go through? Okiko wore a sad expression as she explained, we can't tell you all the details, but both of them were deemed as quirkless for most of their lives. For Sumomo-chan, she only found out about her quirk after her cruel aunt basically beat her original body to death and her own BLD turned into her current body. As for Deku, he was bullied and put down for most of his life because he wanted to be a hero in spite of being basically quirkless until it finally manifested during the entrance exams. A certain someone even suicide baited him by telling him to jump off a roof and pray for a quirk in his next life. That's horrible, said Pony, who had tears in her eyes. That's seriously fed up, swore Setsuna. It explains a lot, admitted Yui, who had a look of sadness and concern on her normally blank face. No wonder Ibara's so affected by their memories, thought Itsuka, who then mentally asked, Yamanaka-san, do all the girls in Class 1A, Hatsume-san and Midnight-sensei know about this? Yes, they do, replied Sumomo. You really didn't do anything else to make them decide to share Midoriya-san as a lover, did you? Asked Itsuka. No, I didn't, said Sumomo, who then smiled and added, that said, most of them were already corny by the time they saw Izuku's memories, so that led to lots of seki times. ISO didn't need to know that, thought Itsuka. Shiozaki-san, are you all right? Asked Izuku. Ibara blushed and looked away from Izuku as she replied, I'm all right, more or less. Her hands tightened their grip onto his hands as she explained, when I first learnt about the 𝐸𝐸 plan, I was none too pleased by the very idea of it. While it is ultimately Nezu-sensei's idea, I did not think very highly of you at the time, since you ultimately chose to try making a 𝐻𝐸𝐸 and somehow succeeded. She then turned to look at Izuku in the eyes and said, however, now that I have seen everything in both you and Yamanaka-san, her blush deepened and she looked down as she bashfully admitted, cannot bring myself to think too badly of you for having a 𝐸𝐸𝐸, holy as in. Swore Yui as she, as well as the other girls from Class 1B, stared at Ibara with shocked expressions on their faces. Considering Ibara's religiously Christian attitude, the fact that she was even willing to consider that Izuku was somehow deserving of a 𝐻𝐸𝐸 was nothing short of jaw-dropping. So, do you wish to join the 𝐻𝐸𝐸? Asked Izuku. Ibara shook her head and answered, no, I need some time to think this over. She then smiled kindly and added, that said, if you ever need someone to listen to you and offer you a prayer, I will be more than happy to offer my services, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku's blush deepened as he replied, thank you, Shiozaki-san. Please, call me Ibara. We are both well past the point of being mere acquaintances as of now, said Ibara. Yeah, I can't really argue with that, Ibara-chan, agreed Izuku, who smiled sheepishly. Driven by a longing to know more about Izuku, the rest of the girls of Class 1B started to ask him various questions and learnt a number of things about him as a result. Later that night, after the extra lesson, Izuku, the girls of Class 1A and Mai returned to the Class 1A dorm while the girls of Class 1B returned to their own dorm. As of the present situation, only Ibara had fully experienced Izuku and Sumomo's memories, and none of the others were willing to do the same until they had a word with her by themselves. Not even Midnight or Sumomo disagreed with their decision. Currently, Izuku, the girls of Class 1A and Mai were gathered in the common bedroom. Midnight wanted to spend the night with them, but she had something important to do which was related to actual pro-hero work. Before she left, she made sure to tease them and encourage them to find new ways to love and excite one another. Needless to say, they all felt embarrassed by her. So, what are the chances that the girls of Class 1B are going to join us in our nightly activities? Asked Kyuka. Considering that none of them insisted to have Yamanaka-san leave their heads and their reaction to Ibara's change of perception towards Izuku, I'd have to say that the chances are actually pretty likely at this point, said Momo. Are any of you against this? Asked Izuku. Although he was worried about his mind, heart and body trying to keep up with having so many lovers, he was more worried about the girls forming bitter rivalries which could end up breaking their friendships. I'm sure that many of us are concerned about them officially joining the AIM, but that's mainly because we're worried about you being able to handle so many lovers, said Momo. Not only that, unlike my-chan here, those girls are all from Class 1B. I doubt even Nezu-sensei will transfer all of them into this dorm, Kero, said Tsuyu. Izuku shuddered as he spoke. Please, don't even joke about it. If that actually happens, every jealous boy in school will probably be after my butt till graduation. Jealous boys are one thing, predatory hussies are another, said Mina, who frowned at the fact that she and the other girls from Class 1A had to keep other girls from taking advantage of Izuku lately. Due to the still circulating rumors of Izuku having both a ℏ and an impressive phallus, many girls started to approach him with less than pure or benevolent intentions. Thankfully, with the girls of Class 1B brainjacked and confirmed innocent, we no longer need to expand the ℏ any further unless Izuku actually decides to do so, said Momo. We shouldn't forget that Melissa's shield is coming soon, said Mai. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about her, said Toru, who scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Speaking about Shield-san, do you think we should be worried about girls and even women from outside our school having a genuine interest in Deku? Asked Okiko, who wanted to avoid having even more girls in the AIM as much as possible. That's certainly one concern which we simply cannot ignore, I'm afraid, especially if word of his heroic nature and manly prowess spreads beyond the confines of the school, said Momo. Forget about fangirls, I'm willing to bet even pro-heroines and actual villains will be interested in him, said Mai. Both Okiko and Tsuyu shuddered as a certain blonde psychopathic villainess came to mind, while the other girls thought about 3 women from a certain team of heroes known as the Wild Wild Puscats. Considering that one of the members of the hero team, Pixie Bob, was in a rush for love and had an interest in promising young heroes, it was understandable why they thought about the hero team. Sumomo then had a thought and mentally asked everyone in the common bedroom, say, Nemirai-chan is both a teacher here and a pro-heroine, right? Yes, she is. Why do you ask? Asked Izuku. What are the chances of her telling other heroines about you, Izuku-an? Asked Sumomo. A moment of silence passed before Izuku's face paled and he started to panic. Oh, dear God. If that ever happens, who knows what will happen? Quick, send a message to Midnight Sensei and beg her to not tell anyone about her relationship with you, yelled Okiko. You guys do realize that I have a copy of myself in Nemirai-chan's head, right? Asked Sumomo, who had a deadpan expression on her mental image. Yes, we know, but we also know that you get along very with her, argued Okiko, who then growled, a little too well in fact. Okay, guilty as charged, admitted Sumomo, who felt a bit intimidated by Okiko's aggressive response. A few minutes later, Nemirai was patrolling the streets as usual when she received a message from Izuku which said, Nemirai-nichan, please do not tell anyone about your relationship with me. If anyone outside the school ever finds out about me having a ℏ that includes you, my life will be over. Amused by Izuku's message, Nemirai mentally asked, say, Sumomo-chan, will you complain if I get a few frustrated Kero? Asked Tsuyu. Knowing her, I'd say the chances are 50-50 at best, said Kyuka. Let's just hope that she doesn't try to get every notable pro-heroine into the ℏ, said Momo, who did not even want to imagine how awkward her own situation would be if a certain pro-heroine and celebrity named Uwabami joined the ℏ. She still felt regret over joining her agency as an intern who ended doing little else other than help out in a hair product advertisement. Midnight Sensei's shenanigans aside, are Kyuka-chan and I still eligible for spending the night with Deku tonight? Asked Toru. Considering that Midnight Sensei pretty much took up everyone's time yesterday night, not to mention that Uraraka-san and Ashido-san already had a turn with Izuku during school yesterday, I would say yes, said Momo. Great. I want to get some loving from Deku before any more girls join the 𝐸, said Toru. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 bashfully twirled one of her earjacks and said, not that I'm a pervert or anything, but I'm with Toru-chan on this one. Before long, the other girls excused themselves for the night and Izuku was alone with both Toru and 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Blushing bashfully, Izuku asked, so, which one of you want to go first? Toru cheerfully pushed 𝐒𝐽𝐽 forward and said, 𝐒𝐽𝐽-chan can go first. Wait, you sure? Asked 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Yep, and don't worry about me, said Toru, who gave 𝐒𝐽ꧡ an invisible thumbs up. Realizing that Toru was serious, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ hesitantly stepped forward and stripped herself naked. Izuku also stripped himself naked and soon stood before her. Sensing her hesitation, Izuku gently hugged her and stroked her back. Comforted by his warm embrace, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ sighed contentedly and hugged back while nuzzling into his muscular chest. She soon felt his 𝐻𝐸𝐽 pressing against the lower part of her flat stomach. She then had an idea and said, Midori, lie down. I want to try something. Izuku was not sure what 𝐒𝐽ꧡ had planned, but he trusted her and thus did as he was told obediently. As soon as he lay down on a futon, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ got down onto her knees and pressed the tips of her earjacks onto the half-exposed glands of Izuku's 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Izuku had a comically shocked expression on his face as he asked, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐽-chan, are you actually going to do it? 𝐒𝐽ꧡ's blush deepened as she replied with a deadpan expression, yes, I am. She then made her earjacks vibrate. Izuku clenched his teeth as he felt powerful waves of pleasure from the vibrations on his PP. His pleasure increased even more than 𝐒𝐽ꧡ, in a moment of perverse curiosity, slowly pushed the tip of her vibrating earjack into his urethra. She swallowed her spit as she saw Izuku tried to keep his breathing under control. The sight of his helpless expression turned her on as she bent down to slide, like and kiss his phallus. 𝐒𝐽𝑽𝐽-chan. I come too soon, at this rate, said Izuku. 𝐒𝐽ꧡ smiled and was about to tell Izuku to release his load when she suddenly felt something grpng her small brss. Yelping in surprise, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ then heard someone giggle and say, sorry, I have wanted to try this for a while. Realizing who it was, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ blushed and said, Teacher-chan, what the heck are you planning to do? Well, I was planning to tease either you or Izuku depending on who's the one on top, explained Toru, who started to pinch one of 𝐒𝐽ꧡ's nipples while her other hand traveled along her stomach downwards towards her PP. She then started to tease 𝐒𝐽ꧡ's private part as she added, plus, I'm invisible, which means Deku can see everything that I'm doing to you, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ-chan. Indeed, Izuku could see 𝐒𝐽ꧡ's brsts, nipples and CLTS move and shift due to Toru's invisible hands. He then started to see kiss-shaped marks on 𝐒𝐽ꧡ's neck as Toru kissed her there before she started to nibble her ear. It was an undoubtedly artisy sight which was made even more SNSL by 𝐒𝐽ꧡ's gasps and MMMs. Determined to not lose to Toru, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ quickly removed her earjack, which was inserted into Izuku's PP, and pressed it onto Toru's body. Toru almost emmed as the earjack started to vibrate and travel along her body until it found its mark, which was her invisible V. It then inserted itself into her vagina and vibrated even more strongly. Before long, the two girls kissed one another and were engrossed in their fight for DMs. Aroused by the sight of the two girls before him, Izuku could not bear to wait any longer and quickly held onto 𝐒𝐽ꧡ's hips. Realizing what was about to happen, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ said, Oi, Midori, please waiter. 𝐒𝐽ꧡ's words came too late as Izuku pushed her hips downwards onto his 𝐻𝐸𝐽, which easily entered her wet nether part and pressed against her CRVX. Almost paralyzed by the pleasure, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ had to lean onto Izuku for support and she glared at him as she spoke, I told you to wait, you corny idiot. Although no longer a virgin, her vagina was still very tight and the pleasure was almost overwhelming for her. Izuku smiled sheepishly and apologized, sorry, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ-chan. I couldn't bear just watching and do nothing. Unable to stay annoyed at the understandably corny boy, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ averted her eyes from his honest face and said, just make sure to warn me next time, okay? I will, 𝐒𝐽ꧡ-chan, said Izuku, who then asked, so, do you want to move? 𝐒𝐽ꧡ nodded and started moving her hips. As she moved her hips, her remaining earjack pressed against one of Toru's nipples and vibrated strongly. Toru, who was still holding onto 𝐒𝐽𝐽 and had shifted her hands so that they were both 𝐹𝐴𝐷𝐿𝐵 hummed in pleasure as she hugged 𝐒𝐽𝐽 more tightly than before. As aroused and stimulated as they were, Izuku, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 and even Toru clenched at the same time. Filled with Izuku's still-irked phallus and plentiful seed, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 could have sworn that her belly had swelled a bit. Exhausted by her orgasm, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck and kissed him before passing out. "So, do you want to go next, Toru-chan?" asked Izuku. "Just give me a minute to catch my breath," said Toru. Izuku nodded and placed 𝐒𝐽𝐽 on an empty futon before covering her naked body with a blanket to keep her warm. After making sure that 𝐒𝐽𝐽 would sleep comfortably, Izuku was about to turn to face Toru when he felt her hug him from behind with her hands on his erekton. Izuku almost yelped in surprise and said, "Toru-chan. Deku-an, how many hands do I have on your pee-pee?" asked Toru, who was obviously teasing him. "Even I can tell you have both hands on my pee-pee," said Izuku. Toru giggled and said, "Yep, and I'm going to make you come so hard that you can see me." She then let go of him and said, "Come on, I want to make you feel good." Amused by Toru's playful tone, Izuku sat onto a futon and, as expected, Toru immediately started to pleasure him by using her hands, mouth and tongue. In response, Izuku reached out and got hold onto her head. He then started to gently pat and slide her head as she continued to pleasure him. Curious, Toru stopped using her mouth and tongue to pleasure Izuku so that she could ask, "Are you actually petting me like I'm some kind of invisible doggy?" Izuku chuckled as he replied, "Well, I do want to touch you and your hair feels nice to touch." Although Toru was invisible, Izuku could tell that she was pouting as she replied, "Deku-an, I'm an invisible girl, not a cat girl or a dog girl." "Sorry, my bad," said Izuku, who had a sheepish smile on his face. Suddenly, Toru lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck. The two of them fell onto the futon and Toru giggled as she nuzzled against Izuku's face and neck. Feeling jubilant, Izuku wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her affectionately while enjoying the soft warmth of her body lying on top of his own. "By the way, Deku-an, you can touch and even spank my butt if you want," said Toru. Izuku blushed and was silent for a moment before he asked, "Sumomo told you about what I did to Tsuyu-chan, didn't she?" "Yep," said Toru, who was obviously grinning. Seeing no reason to do otherwise, Izuku happily obliged and alternated between 𝐹𝐴𝐷𝐿𝐵 Toru's backside and slapping it playfully as though he was beating an invisible tribal drum. Toru felt her SXL longing rise and started humming as she rubbed her body against him. Unable to bear their growing desires, the two of them started to have secretary. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 appeared from behind Toru and grabbed her body. Yelping in surprise, Toru tried to turn around to face 𝐒𝐽𝐽, who grinned at her and said, "This is payback for just now." Toru gasped as 𝐒𝐽𝐽's earjax pressed onto her breasts and vibrated. Wasting no time, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 shifted her earjax to find Toru's hard nipples and soon found their marks, causing Toru to loudly in pleasure. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 then fondled Toru's breasts, making it clear that she was going to make the invisible girl 𝐂𝐽𝐽𝐫. Not wanting to leave 𝐒𝐽𝐽 out, Izuku decided to grope 𝐒𝐽𝐽's backside, which caused the slender girl to blush and say, "Midori, if you spank my butt, I'll end you." "Duly noted," said Izuku, who continued to fondle 𝐒𝐽𝐽's pleasantly soft and supple backside. In spite of herself, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 enjoyed the feeling and soon started to become sexually aroused as she matched her movements with Toru, who was still swaying her hips to achieve 𝐂𝐽𝐽𝐫. Before long, Toru orgasmed and her contracting vagina caused Izuku to 𝐂𝐽𝐽𝐽 as well. Still able to keep going, Izuku asked, "Do you want to have another round, 𝐒𝐽𝐽-chan?" "You sure you want to keep going?" Midori asked 𝐒𝐽𝐽, who then said, "Midnight Sensei almost scared everything out of you last night. Also, I just wanted to get back at Toru-chan for what she did to me just now." "Yeah, I'm sure," said Izuku. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 took one look at his visible 𝐔𝐬𝐽-covered PP and realized that he was indeed ready for a third shot in spite of being drained last night. She whistled before she said, "Dean, just how much SXL energy do you have?" "Honestly, I'm not sure," said Izuku, who then added, "although, it might have to do with all the food that I ate today." Remembering the piles of food which Izuku ate for breakfast, lunch and dinner, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 had to agree with him. Although unwilling to make herself sound like a perverted slut, 𝐂𝐽𝐾 could not help but longing for more sex with 𝐒𝐿 as she averted her eyes away from him and poked her earjacks together as she spoke. Well, if you're really okay with it, I won't mind having a second round. Same here. Surprised, both 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐂𝐽𝐾 stared at a certain invisible girl named Toru. You're pretty energetic yourself, said 𝐂𝐽𝐾. So, do you want to keep going like this or change positions? Asked Toru. Well, do you two mind if you lie on top of one another? Asked 𝐒𝐿. 𝐂𝐽𝐾 raised an eyebrow as she asked, You seriously want to try the layer cake method? Like 𝐒𝐿, 𝐂𝐽𝐾, the rest of the girls of Class 1A, Mai and even Ibara became aware of a number of SXL terms due to Tsumomo's extensive reproductive knowledge. Nemurai did not count because she knew even more SXL terms than Tsumomo. Pretty much, admitted 𝐒𝐿, who then explained, if I want to make all the girls in the IHM happy and satisfied, I'd have to try new methods to make everyone feel good at the same time. 𝐂𝐽𝐾 understood 𝐒𝐿's line of thought and said, sounds reasonable. Both she and Toru then got off 𝐒𝐿 and formed a layer cake with Toru lying on her back and 𝐂𝐽𝐾 on top of her. 𝐂𝐽𝐾 was on her knees and hands and was blushing as she thought, this is pretty dim and awkward. 𝐒𝐿 saw his seed leaking out of both 𝐂𝐽𝐾 and Toru's nether parts and thought, how in the world did I end up being this lucky? Determined to satisfy the two girls, 𝐒𝐿 plunged his irked member into Toru's vagina and fondled 𝐂𝐽𝐾's breastis. Although 𝐒𝐿 was not penetrating 𝐂𝐽𝐾, she could still feel his defined abs hitting her backside as he had sex with Toru. Turned on, 𝐂𝐽𝐾 used her earjacks to STMLT both Toru and her own CLTIS. Suddenly, 𝐒� pulled his PP out from Toru and inserted it onto 𝐂𝐽𝐾's private part, causing her to gasp in surprise before she started aiming. Unable to bear the pleasure, 𝐂𝐽𝐾 kissed Toru passionately and the invisible girl wrapped her arms around 𝐂𝐽𝐾 while 𝐒𝐿 started to alternate between having sex with Toru and 𝐂𝐽𝐾. 𝐂𝐽𝐾-chan. Toru-chan. I'm going to come soon, said 𝐒𝐿. Shoot that stuff all over us, said Toru. 𝐒𝐿 was happy to oblige as he pulled his phallus out of 𝐂𝐽𝐾 and sprayed his seed all over 𝐂𝐽𝐾 and Toru, who also clenched at the same time. Exhausted yet satisfied, 𝐒𝐿 looked at the girls and asked, so, do you two want to call it a night? 𝐂𝐽𝐾 took a while to recover her breath before she said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea right about now. We might want to clean the mess though, said Toru. Thankfully, Tsumomo was happy to help as she mentally spoke to all three of them, don't worry, I got this. Slimy pink tentacles emerged from Toru and 𝐂𝐽𝐾's ears to clean off the edge. Although an undoubtedly RTC sight, 𝐒𝐿 needed to rest after what he had gone through both that night and the previous night. When the tentacles were done cleaning, they retracted back into 𝐂𝐽𝐾 and Toru's heads. Thanks, Tsumomo-chan, said 𝐂𝐽𝐾. Not problem, replied Tsumomo. Before long, the 𝐒𝐿 slept peacefully between the two girls who hugged his muscular arms. The following day. It's been a whole week already, thought 𝐒𝐿, who still found it hard to believe that so much had happened so quickly. It was Sunday and, regardless of being a prestigious hero school, even Ua High School would allow students to take a full day off on Sundays. Currently, 𝐒𝐿 was on his way home to not only meet his mother but also explain to her about his unique situation. As he made his way home, he recalled that Melissa would be arriving at the dorms that day. He could only hope that Okiko, the other girls from Class 1A and Mai would be able to make Melissa feel welcomed as both a student of Ua High School and as a potential member of the 𝐻𝐻𝐻. He also hoped that his mother would be understanding and accept his unexpectedly large 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Well aware of 𝐒𝐿's understandable anxiety, Tsumomo mentally said, You worry too much, Aizuku-an. I'm sure it'll be fine. 𝐒𝐿 knew that Tsumomo was anxious herself and smiled as he mentally replied, I could say the same to you. Unlike you, I'm a former villainess who had done her fair share of perverse if not horrible things to her former hosts, argued Tsumomo. True, but I think even you'd be surprised by how much she will see me in you, replied 𝐒� as he recalled Tsumomo's past as a seemingly quirkless girl. It was at that moment when he stood before the door into his home. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, 𝐒� mentally asked Tsumomo, Are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be, replied Tsumomo. Izuku then rang the doorbell. Meanwhile, Melissa Shield, an attractive girl with wavy blonde hair, aqua blue eyes, and a full figure, had just arrived at Yu High School. Walking alongside with her were Toshinori, Nezu, and Shouta, who were all scrutinizing her for her own safety. Although she was sad about leaving Island, she could not deny the fact that life had been difficult for her ever since the Expo incident earlier that year. Not even the news of Toshinori's bitter fight against that terrible villain, which also forced the former pro-hero to retire, eased the difficulties that she and her father were facing due to his misguided longing to somehow help the ailing man. She sighed at the bitter memories and could only hope that she would be able to get along with her new schoolmates, which happened to include the students of Class 1A with whom she would be staying with. As she reached the dorm, she could see the familiar faces of Okiko, Kyuka, and Momo, who smiled at her in a welcoming manner. She also saw 4 other girls whom she assumed to be their classmates. She smiled in return, glad to see some friendly faces as she approached them. Later that day, Izuku had just returned to the dorms after spending a tearfully emotional day with his mother. Both he and Sumomo were glad that his mother, Midoriya Inko, was happy to accept the ex-villainess. She even accepted the fact that Izuku currently had a HM and wanted to see them next Sunday, even if it meant going to the dorms herself. Considering the current size of Izuku's HM, and the very real possibility of it somehow growing even bigger, Izuku had to admit that trying to bring all of them to the little apartment which was his home was out of the question. He certainly did not want his HM to see his baby pictures. It should be noted that Inko did not have a copy of Sumomo in her head, and, quite honestly, both mother and son agreed that they did not want to know the steamy details of each other's sex lives. As he reached the dorm, he saw the girls of Class 1A, Mai and Melissa, who had already been brainjacked. They were exiting the dorm building to happily welcome him back. Izuku blushed as he knew what might come next and was about to greet them in return when he suddenly saw a girl who looked strangely familiar. She had a burn scar on the left side of her face, a turquoise blue left eye and a dark gray right eye, and hair that was split between crimson red on the left side and white on the right side. It took 10 seconds for Izuku to realize why the bashful girl looked so familiar, and his jaw fell onto the floor as he pointed at her and asked, "Todoroki-kun,